If you walk at night, one day you'll meet a ghost. If you go to the internet cafe, one day you'll get whipped. What student hasn't skipped class to go gaming? With their friends at least once? And yet there was one guy even more outrageous. School ran 6 days a week, and he skipped all 6. Ordinary guys chase life, but no band chased life inside games. One day, while he was grinding as usual, a system suddenly smacked him in the face. But because he was addicted to games and also hopelessly dense, the system didn't like him at all. It merely converted his interest from loving games to loving study, then vanished without a trace for a while. From then on, the world lost a player with the potential to solo Faker in a fistfight. But in return, it gained a young man addicted to studying even more than a junkie is addicted to drugs. A piece of knowledge was a weapon. A difficult math problem was a boss. Clearing a stage meant passing a subject and relying on his extraordinary IQ. The kid crushed every subject and left all the teachers stunned. At school, his friends admired him and his teachers praised him. At home, his parents loved him. His life reached its peak. So what are you all waiting for? Quit gaming and focus on following this story's developments to see how to become a top student, then apply it yourselves. The story begins in a pretty fancy internet cafe, where the voice of some young man suddenly shouts out, "No ban, what are we playing today, League of Legends or Free Fire?" Then another guy turns on his computer. This blue shirt guy is none other than our main character, No Ban. With a smug look, the kid replies to his friend, "Let's play 2 rounds of League first. I'll carry a noob like you up to silver, then we'll talk." The buzzcut guy beside him immediately gets excited and, "Thanks great God, No Ban. With a god like you carrying me, I'll definitely reach Challenger soon. Just you wait." Suddenly, No Ban's head lights up like a flash of inspiration. The kid's eyes widen in shock because of something, and a strange phenomenon suddenly appears on the computer screen too. It looks like a black hole sucking everything in, even sucking the young man No Ban inside. The kid is even more shocked when, in his head, extremely bizarre voices ring out. Host bound successfully. System preparing to start. 5, 4, 3. Because the host ability is too idiotic, system startup has failed. Based on the host situation, initiating backup plan number 3. Activating interest conversion machine. Beginning scan of host brain. 5, 4, 3. Scan successful. Beginning conversion based on host situation. At this moment, before No Ban's eyes, his gaming operating system had transformed into a studying operating system. The system then announced again, "Conversion successful. Host, please begin striving for the sea of human spirit." And so, all the essence of heaven and earth flowed like a cool stream into young No Ban's head. Right now, the kid's face had gone completely blank. Meanwhile, the buzzcut guy was still running his mouth and shouting, "Let's get into the match already. Great God, No Ban, bring out your strongest Yasuo and carry me, hee." Only now did the young man snap back to his senses and widen his eyes, because No Ban's expression at this moment looked as if he was constipated and confused as hell. The buzzcut friend asked, "Great God, No Ban, what's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look too good." Meanwhile, No Ban was sweating nervously and thinking, "What the heck just happened? This is clearly my favorite game. Why does looking at it now feel like staring at a pile of trash? It's so disgusting I want to puke. And this is Yasuo too? Why does he look so lame?" The buzzcut guy shouted, "No Ban, hurry up and pick your champion. Time's almost up." But when he turned around, he saw that No Ban had already turned away coldly. The buzzcut guy was utterly confused and asked, "No Ban, what's wrong with you? You said you'd carry me. So where do you think you're going?" At this moment, No Ban firmly declared one shocking sentence. "I don't want to play games. I really want to study." What the fuck? His buzzcut friend was so shocked he nearly lost it. The young man muttered to himself, "It's over. He's broken. No Ban's brain is really broken. He's the school's one and only champion. He owns 777 trophies. He's a gamer in the top 5 of the global rankings. The king who collected every limited item in the game. The owner of Sylvanas Windrunner. That unbeatable, overpowered boss of a man. That perfect man in my heart just said he doesn't like playing games and wants to study. No Ban really has gone insane." No Ban now lowered his head and said, "I can't do this anymore, Vong Hao." Meanwhile, the buzzcut guy was still frozen, unable to understand anything. With an extremely serious expression, No Ban declared, "I really want to study. I have to go back and do my homework now." Then No Ban stood up under the stunned gaze of his friend Vong Hao. No Ban still strode off with unstoppable momentum. No matter how loudly his friend Vong Hao called after him, it was as if the words were nothing but wind passing by his ears. A while later, at school, Noban had walked straight back to his classroom. The kid opened the door with a loud bang, then pulled out his chair and sat down, looking extremely intense. The orange-shirt friend sitting below found it strange and asked, "Great God, Noban, why are you back? Weren't you going gaming with Vong Hao?" As Noban rummaged through his books, he replied, "Something came up, so I came back." But after Noban opened a book and started reading, he felt something very strange. Every line of text in the book fascinated him. When enlightened by the light of knowledge, Noban's eyes suddenly shone like car headlights. With just one read, Noban understood all the knowledge in the book perfectly. Purple litmus would turn into kneeling litmus if it encountered an absurd chemical reaction. A square was the father of a rectangle. For an idiot, 1 plus 1 equaled 3. H2O was a strong acid, and H2SO4 was used as facial cleanser. What kind of drug-laced knowledge was this? It was way too weird. Suddenly, the orange-shirt guy called out, "Great God, Noban, yesterday I discovered something really good. I heard AP Yasuo is really strong now. What do you think?" Noban merely smiled and ignored him without saying a word. The orange-shirt guy got annoyed, patted his shoulder, and asked, "What's wrong with you, Noban? Did your money fall into the chemistry book?" Noban asked back, "What did you say? I didn't hear you just now." The orange-shirt guy immediately said, "I heard AP Yasuo is really strong. Don't you think so?" But Noban merely replied with utter contempt, "I don't really care. I'm busy solving these 2 questions. I'll talk to you after I finish." The orange-shirt young man looked as dumbfounded as a jar, completely unable to understand. Right after that, the buzzcut guy Vong Hao rushed into the classroom in a panic. He had run so fast that he was panting like a dog. Furious, he asked Noban, "What are you doing?" "That was my silver promotion match, just now." But Noban paid no attention and replied, "Don't disturb me. Let me focus on studying." The 2 classmates looked at each other, completely stupefied. What the hell is going on? I don't know either. Could something have fallen and hit Noban on the head? Meanwhile, Noban was still focused on doing his homework, enjoying it very much. Then, that evening, Noban held his head and collapsed onto the desk. The kid frowned and cursed life inwardly. Damn it, arithmetic is too hard. I don't understand anything. But that's good too. A challenge like this is what makes it interesting. Noban suddenly clenched his fist and shouted, "The best way to conquer fear is to face it." "Okay, man." Behind him, a cute pink-haired female classmate had heard everything. She suddenly burst into laughter at the words of this clearly tripping young man, Noban. The kid noticed too and turned around to look. Their eyes met, causing the pink-haired girl to blush shyly. She then coughed a few times and said, Well, student, no, it's self-study time right now. Could you keep your voice down?" Noban also apologized. "Sorry, Jaiman. I'll pay attention next time." Jaiman gave a soft but inwardly she felt that this boy was quite interesting. She had also heard that he was very good at games. Perhaps he was an intelligent person. She hoped he wouldn't be the type to persist for 3 days and then give up. Meanwhile, young Noban was feeling a little annoyed inside. The kid thought that Jaiman was looking down on a weak student like him. The blue-shirt guy beside him suddenly spoke up to mock him. "You sat studying all afternoon just to attract Jaiman's attention? Nice move." Noban asked blankly, "What the heck are you talking about?" The blue-shirt guy glanced toward the pink-haired girl, then asked Noban, "Am I wrong? I know guys like you all too well." Noban merely replied coldly, "You've done too many drugs and gone delusional. Don't say such boring things to me again." The blue-shirt guy looked at Noban suspiciously and asked, "Are you planning to become a top student in 12th grade? Isn't that a bit ridiculous?" The blue-shirt guy suddenly glanced over, and young Noban's aura abruptly soared as he uttered a sentence. "Whether I make a comeback and become a top student isn't important. Right now, I only want to study so our country can stand shoulder to shoulder with the great powers of the world." What the hell? You can actually say such nonsense out loud. The blue-shirt friend was thoroughly shocked out of his mind after hearing those delusional words. A while later, they also headed out to leave. In the hallway, the voices of some nosy students were buzzing with discussion. "I feel like Noban is serious this time. Didn't you see how he studied this afternoon? Relax. I bet by tomorrow he won't be able to endure it anymore. If not, I'll livestream myself messing around with an electric fan 4 times. No, 5 times. Hearing such nonsense, Vong Hao shouted, "The fuck, man? If you want to humiliate yourself to death, find something else. Summer's almost here, and you're still playing stupid." A while later, in the dormitory, Vong Hao loudly asked Ko Fam, "Are you really planning to do that weird stuff with this electric fan?" Ko Fam immediately said, "Vong Hao, shut your mouth." After fooling around with nonsense for a while, the group turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. No Ban was already lying on the bed. Meanwhile, Ko Fam cast a suspicious glance and thought, something's fishy. Then the young man picked up his phone and sent a message. Vong Hao received the message. When he opened it and read it, Ko Fam's message said, "That guy No Ban goes online to play games until late every night. I bet he'll do the same tonight too. Let's secretly take a picture of him, then, and mock him tomorrow morning, hee hee." Vong Hao immediately smiled slyly and wickedly. Like a dog, the two young men then signaled to each other in agreement, all okay, sure thing, and so on. No Ban was now about to close his eyes and sleep, but immediately afterward, he frowned and looked uncomfortable. The kid sat upright and thought inwardly, "I can't sleep. Even after closing my eyes, I still care about it so much. I can't take it anymore." So the kid opened his phone. On the other side, Ko Fam had already noticed. The young man immediately felt smug, thinking that this shameless No Ban finally couldn't keep pretending anymore. Then Vong Hao also walked over, and the two young men immediately raised their cameras into ready position. Deep down, both of them wanted to rip off No Ban's mask and make him so embarrassed he'd want to crawl into a hole. Meanwhile, No Ban was still focused on doing something. The two young men then tried hard to see more clearly, but to their surprise, they discovered that No Ban was merely using his phone as a flashlight to do homework. The two friends' mouths instantly opened wide like chamber pots, unable to believe it. Our dear brother No Ban had a thoughtful expression as he muttered, "Fourth level chemical law, huh? Hee, as if that can make things hard for me. If we apply a suitable force to the wall of a test tube containing H2SO4, it will create an extremely powerful, youthful energy drink solution." Right now, No Ban imagined himself transforming into a warrior wearing iron armor and holding a sword, preparing to fight an incredibly overpowered fire dragon boss. The young man raised his sword high and shouted, "H2SO4 plus a suitable force will create refreshing red soda. That solution buffs Sister Dao, allowing her to defeat the village chief and the bailiff. The final answer must be answer C." As he spoke, No Ban slashed out with an incredibly powerful sword strike. The pathetic dragon was thoroughly outplayed, cut in half with one slash, and sent straight to meet King Yama. Thus, young No Ban stood proudly with the delighted smile of a victor, and behind him was a huge treasure chest full of gold. Back in reality, No Ban shouted, "Got it!" Sure enough, choosing answer C was correct. "I really am too clever." Seeing this scene, Ko Fam wondered, "What the hell is going on? Where are you hiding the rest of the drugs?" No Ban's spirit was still soaring sky high. Wow, wow, wow. This feels amazing, just like Sister Dao after defeating the bailiff. It's unbelievably exciting. The kid then felt sleepy and yawned. After that, he pulled up the blanket and slept soundly. The two young men on this side were now frozen like stone statues, mouths still open. Vong Hao wondered, has No Ban really gone brain dead? Could he actually be this obsessed with studying? As for Ko Fam, he was sweating all over in terror. "No, impossible. I don't want to do weird stuff with the fan." No Ban was now snoring loudly like a sow. Then, the next morning, Vong Hao came to the bed and called No Ban to wake up and go to class quickly. "The bell has been ringing for ages already." Ko Fam smugly mocked him. "So much for loving study, huh? On the second day, you already can't get up?" No Ban yawned again and again, wondering, why did I sleep so deeply? "No, I can't. I have to get to class. Yesterday's homework was too hard. I must go to class right now." Hearing this, his two roommates almost panicked. In the blink of an eye, our guy had dragged himself to school and knocked on the door, knock, knock, knock. The teacher inside the room also said, "Come in." Vong Hao's eyes were now wide with shock, unable to believe it. He really went to the teacher's office. "I'm afraid, Ko Fam, you really might have to do it with the electric fan." Ko Fam couldn't accept the truth. "Never. I have to see what he's actually doing." No Ban then entered the teacher's office. Teacher Lu was very surprised by No Ban's appearance. The kid greeted Teacher Lu warmly. "There are a few problems I don't understand. Could you help me take a look?" Teacher Lu immediately exclaimed, "How rare, how rare. Bring them here and let me see." "Thank you, teacher. It's this question." Teacher Lu took a look and immediately blurted out, "The Fuck, man, a 10th grade question? Do you miss your teacher in class so much that you want to make up for the knowledge you're missing? No Ban replied, yes, teacher, I'll slowly make up all of it. After reading the answer for a while, Teacher Lu said, this isn't a simple question. Teacher Lu was once again startled in surprise. Holding the paper in his hand, the teacher asked, did you study this on your own? No Ban answered, yes, that's right, teacher. I tried doing it myself last night, but there were a few questions I didn't understand, so I came to ask for your help. Teacher Lu replied, very good, very good. Wanting to study is a good thing. You don't understand this question? Let me tell you. How did you manage to connect the fourth degree law of chemistry with H2SO4 so impressively? Look at this question. No Ban's eyes were now wide with surprise. The kid thought inwardly, I thought the teacher would mock me. I didn't expect him to be so approachable. As Teacher Lu wrote, he explained, you only need to apply the formula, the fourth degree law of chemistry. Add it to the law that all things gradually become shiny over time. And that's it. Do you understand, kid? No Ban pondered for a moment, then replied, I understand, teacher. So there was a law like this. Amazing. Then the kid raised his hand and gave Teacher Lu a thumbs up, saying that Teacher Lu was really adorable. This sentence struck Teacher Lu like lightning on the head. He had just taken a sip of water and immediately started coughing violently. No Ban quickly wanted to get paper for him. Teacher Lu then blushed and said, you little brat No Ban, next time, say fewer strange things like that. With sparkling eyes, No Ban said, how is that strange? Since yesterday, I've been thinking about the solution, but couldn't figure out. But as soon as I heard your explanation, I understood. Teacher Lu is really amazing. Teacher Lu was still embarrassed and said, you couldn't even do such a simple question. The female teacher beside him suddenly spoke up. Why don't you show off a little in English class too? No Ban, you really have a sweet tongue. No Ban immediately pulled out his English book and cheerfully replied, of course, teacher. Later, I still have 2 English questions I'd like you to teach me. This sentence made all the teachers laugh heartily in great amusement. After that, while writing the answer, Teacher Lu asked No Ban, do you find arithmetic difficult? No Ban replied, very difficult, teacher, but I find it very interesting. Hearing that, Teacher Lu smiled with satisfaction. Haha, interesting. If you really feel that way, then good. I've met many 12th graders who want to sprint at the last minute, but your foundation really is far too weak. You'll have to put in a lot of effort. Don't work hard for 2 days and slack off for 3. No Ban replied, yes, sir. I just hope you won't find me annoying. Teacher Lu said, what teacher wouldn't want their student to improve? As long as you truly work hard, I'll definitely help you. Thank you, sir. I'll definitely do my best. Teacher Lu then looked at his watch and said, all right, class starts in 10 minutes. Go back to your classroom. Only then did young No Ban look at the time in shock and ask anxiously, that's soon? One more question, sir. Let me do just one more. Teacher Lu said in surprise, haste makes waste, kid. No Ban clasped his hands and pleaded, just one, sir. Once you explain this one, I'll leave right away. Teacher Lu gave a faint smile and said, all right then, one last question. And so, the teacher and student focused intently on solving No Ban's math problem. Meanwhile, outside the door, those 2 guys, Gu Fan and Wang Hao, were so shocked their mouths hung open, silently cursing. What the hell? No Ban was way too unreal. This guy must have gone crazy from playing too many games. After finishing the question, No Ban stood up and waved goodbye to Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu also said goodbye and told him to hurry back to class. Suddenly, the English teacher called out to Teacher Lu, tell me, how many days do you think this No Ban can keep it up? Teacher Lu smiled and replied, I think he might be able to do it. The look in his eyes when he was solving problems can't fool anyone. He was very focused while listening, and he absorbed things very well. The English teacher said, that's good then, but with such a sudden change, could it just be a passing phase? Teacher Lu walked outside and replied, I can't say for sure either. Whether he becomes successful or not depends on him. In any case, if a student wants to learn, it's only right that I teach him. All right, I'm off to class. A while later in the classroom, our boy No Ban was secretly doing exercises. When he reached a fairly difficult question, the kid once again transformed into a brave warrior fighting monsters, as if in some game. This time, the monster was a staff-wielding wizard who looked high as a kite, chanting some soy sauce nonsense about Mr. Bellic. No Ban immediately charged forward with his sword and the question, what is 1 + 1? The answer was 2, instantly wiping out the monster. After that, a whole bunch of green goblins wielding weapons rushed at Noban. The kid was surrounded by them, and the situation was, frankly, extremely tense. Noban suddenly glanced to the side and unleashed a bunch of domineering ultimate moves. Newton, fails, Marx, Lenin, secret storage. Too hard. I'll just glance at it. Noban pointed his sword to the sky and immediately used his ultimate move, the Light of God. Under that brilliant halo-like radiance, the green monsters were instantly reduced to dust. After the battle ended, Noban let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the kid looked extremely pleased with himself. Then came a next question, and Noban immediately jumped in fright. At that moment, there came a clomping sound as someone's shadow flashed past. A huge green foot stomped down. A boss with a muscular body, like one of those big green hulking guys, appeared. Along with that, it had an extremely dangerous expression. This boss was none other than Newton's fifth law. Noban was now sweating buckets from every possible place, because at this moment, he still knew absolutely nothing about Newton's fifth law. Noban scratched his head in confusion for a while. Then he thought to himself that he did not want to suffer the extreme agony of not knowing the answer anymore. And so, the kid decided to find someone to ask. But when he turned around, he saw Goofan's face looking like he was on the verge of death. Noban silently thought, damn it, I'm screwed. I'm already dumb, and this guy is even dumber than me. What am I supposed to do? Noban suddenly turned back and noticed the girl Jiamin. The kid knew very well that Pei Jiamin was a physics genius. Should he throw away his pride for a moment? Suddenly, the system's voice appeared. The host's basic abilities have increased slightly. Energy is now sufficient to activate backup plan number 4. Noban looked left and right, confused as a fox, not knowing where the voice had come from. The system gave another notification. Backup plan 4 has been activated successfully. From now on, every 24 hours, the host may activate the lowest level tutoring course to help the host study for 3 hours. Our boy became even more confused and wondered to himself, what the hell is this? Who's talking to me? Calm down, calm down. What did that voice just say? A tutoring course? The system then asked, does the host need to activate the lowest level tutoring course? Noban pointed at himself and asked, who's the host? Me? Then activate it. Immediately, some extremely fantastical space appeared. It said, lowest level tutoring course activated. Remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. At that moment, Noban had countless question marks in his head, completely unable to understand what was happening. The kid asked, what the hell are you? The system immediately apologized. This question is not within the range of questions that can be asked. What the heck? Such a simple question isn't allowed? What a scam. Then what about this? This physics question. Can you solve it? The system replied, this is Newton's fifth law. If we exert a force on the chest of our crush, you could be guaranteed not to survive until tomorrow. After hearing that answer, Noban was completely floored. It could actually solve it? Was this a super learning machine? The system shouted again. It is recommended that the host listen to the lecture. Stop staring at me. All right, I'm listening. The system then invited the host to answer the question. Do you now understand Newton's fifth law? Noban replied, I understand. The kid was now extremely delighted. He had not expected this thing to be able to interact with him directly. It was truly overpowered. After that, the system continuously answered Noban's questions. At this point, the kid no longer cared what this thing was. As long as he could use it to solve exercises for him, that was perfect. But only a short while later, the system notified him. Remaining time for the lowest level tutoring course, 5 seconds. The system is about to shut down. Bye-bye, host. Noban snapped back to his senses and shouted, what the hell? It's already over that quickly. The kid immediately returned to reality, pushed back his chair, stood up, and shouted, don't go. At least tell me the conditions first. The students in class all looked over, wondering what kind of random madness this guy had fallen into. Noban patted Goofan on the shoulder and said, go on, tell me. Young Goofan was full of question marks and asked back, tell you what. Noban stammered, nothing. You just keep spacing out into the clouds. Bro, do you know what the conditions for Newton's fifth law are? But the entire class was full of poor students, and not a single one of them knew. Noban thought regretfully, what a shame. The system's explanation is even easier to understand than Teacher Lou's, but the time is too short. Though it seems 3 hours of real time didn't actually pass. that long. After that, the bell rang, announcing the end of school. All the students rushed out and went home. Suddenly, young Wang Hao asked No Ban, "Tomorrow is the weekend. Are you really not going to the internet cafe?" No Ban answered with a cool, cold expression, "Nope, I have to go home and do homework." Hearing that, his two classmates were completely disappointed. Right after that, Teacher Liu called out to No Ban, "Come here for a moment." Teacher Liu handed No Ban a stack of materials and said, "These are outlines of important questions. Take them home and work on them." No Ban asked in surprise, "What outline is this, sir?" Teacher Liu replied, "Exercises to reinforce your basic knowledge. They're a little difficult, so remember to do them properly when you get home." No Ban opened them and read through them, realizing that this outline had been written based on his current academic level. The kid quickly said, "Thank you very much, Teacher Liu." Teacher Liu smiled and said, "This is what a teacher should do. All right, I won't say things like do what you can according to your ability. Go home." After that, Teacher Liu walked away calmly. Gu Fan and Wang Hao are now extremely amazed. "Damn, did you offend Teacher Liu this morning or something? He even gave you extra homework. Oh my god, that pile isn't small at all. You're really unlucky." No Ban put on an extremely dangerous expression and said, "You two don't know a thing. You'll never understand how smooth Teacher Liu's turnaround was." Gu Fan said, "No Ban, stop talking nonsense. Wait until you get into the top 10 on the test. Then you can mock us." No Ban pushed up his glasses with a handsome expression and replied, "That won't be a problem. During next month's test, you guys can just watch from the same old trash heap as I climb up and challenge the top." His two friends immediately looked down on him and said, "Stop fantasizing, kid. You're terrible at studying, yet you love acting cool. We're going to the internet cafe." After that, at the bus stop, No Ban was standing there waiting. Suddenly, Pei Jiamin also walked over. She noticed that No Ban was reading a book very attentively. Jiamin's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected No Ban to work so hard at studying. She thought to herself that sometimes she felt very tired, but seeing him so absorbed in studying made her feel much better. Jiamin called out to No Ban, "Are you still reading arithmetic?" Meanwhile, No Ban thought to himself, "Pei Jiamin again? I don't want people saying I started studying hard because of her." And so, the kid only gave a cold, Jiamin had not expected No Ban to answer her so coldly. Her face immediately stiffened awkwardly. She silently blamed herself, wondering why she had gone over to talk to him. She really was too foolish. Suddenly, the bus horn sounded as it arrived. Jiamin said, "The bus I was waiting for is here. I'll go first. Next time, if there's anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with me." After that, she got on the bus, not forgetting to smile and wave goodbye to No Ban. No Ban currently felt very confused. The uncle beside him praised them, saying that young love between kids was truly beautiful. The bus drove away. No Ban suddenly gave a cold laugh. The kid believed that Jiamin was pitying him. The uncle beside him was suddenly startled because young No Ban next to him had clenched his fist in frustration. The young man silently resolved that he absolutely had to surpass Jiamin in a short period of time. After that, No Ban also returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, the kid smelled an incredibly fragrant aroma. He immediately shouted to ask his mother, "Mom, are you making pork trotters?" His mother replied, "You're back? Hurry over here and have a taste." And so, No Ban immediately ran into the kitchen. At this moment, his mother's expression showed that she was angry about something. No Ban took a taste. His mother immediately asked, "Is it salty?" The kid replied, "It's just right. It's very tasty." But right after that came his mother's loud shout, "What? And it's not salty?" No Ban was startled and glanced over at his mother. At this moment, his mother's face was extremely tense as she asked again, "Well, is this soup salty or not? Say something." His father, outside in the living room, was also peeking in. He hurriedly turned his face in another direction. At that moment, No Ban also understood something. And so the kid said, "I'll taste it again. I tasted too little just now, so I couldn't tell. This time it really is salty." The kid took a sip and immediately faked a cough, going ahem, ahem, then declared, "This is way too salty." His mother immediately shouted, "Exactly! I already said so. Your father, after I finished seasoning it, added 2 more spoonfuls of salt. Now your father is becoming more and more domineering, bringing all those bad habits from work back home." These words pierced straight through his father's eardrums out in the living room. He immediately argued loudly. What kind of nonsense are you saying? What bad habits did I bring back? Why do you always have to drag politics into everything? His mother, hot-tempered as ever, immediately grabbed something and came out to ask his father. What do you want then? Did I say anything wrong? Noban quickly ran out to mediate. Don't get too angry, Mom. Let me talk to Dad. Please calm down. Noban then ran over to his father and said, Dad, you're in the wrong here. Apologize to Mom. His father immediately blustered, I didn't do anything wrong. Noban suddenly raised one finger, and his father immediately understood his son's meaning. Noban's hidden meaning was, Dad, hurry up and apologize to Mom. If you apologize, I'll treat you to one drink. His father stroked his chin and thought it over. Then he shook his head and refused. Noban said, Dad, don't argue with Mom anymore. His father suddenly raised two fingers. That meant one drink was not enough, kid. It had to be 2 drinks before he would agree. Noban smiled stiffly, but had no choice but to nod in agreement. And so his father coughed a few times to clear his throat, then awkwardly said, Honey, I was wrong. You seasoned this pot of soup better. I shouldn't have touched it. I shouldn't have. Noban added, See, Dad has admitted he was wrong. Mom, let Dad off this time. Hearing that, his mother put on a cold expression, though inside she was already quite pleased. She said, Enough with that old trick. Bring the food to the table and get ready to eat. Noban also gave his father a thumbs up, thinking he was truly amazing. After that, all the delicious and beautifully prepared dishes were served on the dining table. But at this moment, both parents had extremely shocked expressions and froze completely. The reason was that their son still had not started eating and was just doing homework nonstop. His mother said, Stop putting on an act. You don't need to pretend to be diligent while eating. Noban replied, Who's pretending to be diligent? I'm really studying. His father said, Son, stop showing off your magic tricks. This year's Oscar goes to you. Are you trying to get more spending money? Noban replied, Not at all. I just suddenly feel that studying is very interesting. His mother suddenly snatched his notebook away and said, Having that spirit is good enough. Eat first, then continue afterward. His father said, A child studying is a good thing. Don't dampen his enthusiasm. His mother frowned and said, As if I don't know this kid? Normally, he studies as badly as a pig's head, and he refuses to study too. In the past, I chased him with a stick to make him study, and he still wouldn't. Now you expect me to believe he can suddenly enjoy studying on his own. Noban now wondered if he was actually an adopted son, considering how harsh this was. The kid silently understood that studying anytime and anywhere was not necessarily a good thing. If you study at the wrong time, one day you might get hit on the head with a stick. After dinner, it was already dark. Noban now sat down at his desk to do the exercises teacher, Lu, had given him. The kid's expression was extremely tense as he faced the first question, which read, Sister Dao injects 2 milliliters of H2XO4 solution into an apple to trick Snow White into eating it. On the way, due to contact with the air, the apple oxidizes. She finds a fairy godfather to ask for help, using Golden Boy's urine to water it in order to slow down the oxidation process. How old is Sister Dao? This unbelievably ridiculous question caused the kid to role-play as a brave warrior fighting a boss, a samurai in armor who looked quite flashy and impressive. The boss drew its sword, glaring with terrifying eyes, ready to fight Noban. The kid pondered for a moment, then began writing. The apple reacts with H2XO4 to produce a poisonous apple. Then, reacting with oxygen at room temperature, it produces chlorophyll. Golden Boy's urine has the chemical formula NH3. When the two substances meet, they produce a new compound that helps create a pesticide product, namely Snake brand pesticide, which is 30 years old. As he said this, the samurai boss charged forward to attack. Our boy immediately drew his sword and counterattacked with the answer, 30 years old. This answer instantly wiped out the boss. Noban now smiled smugly at this absurd answer. Haha, this game is easy. Okay, on to the next question. After that, the clock showed 2:08 in the morning. Noban's mother suddenly opened her bedroom door and went out to use the bathroom. She unexpectedly noticed that her son's room was still. She secretly thought that this brat had fallen back into his old habits. He had said he would study hard, but wasn't he still playing games all night? She immediately opened the door and shouted, What time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet? His mother was furious and wanted to beat her son up, but she suddenly froze in extreme shock. She discovered that her son was focused on doing homework, not playing games as she had thought, and so his mother froze with her mouth open. Then she smiled in satisfaction. She gently closed the door without saying anything else. After that, No-ban took out a red pen. The kid was pleased that he had finished page 4, so it was time to check the answers. No-ban began grading his own work. The more he graded, the more excited he became. Then he finally put down his pen. No-ban was extremely shocked. Even he had not expected himself to get all 4 pages correct without a single mistake. Suddenly, something like an electric current flew from the exercises into No-ban's body. The kid abruptly began emitting the halo of a main character, along with the words level up, his spirits soaring. The kid thought to himself that Teacher Lu really was good at teaching. There were quite a few questions on these pages that were easy to get wrong, yet he had answered them all correctly. It seemed this section was no longer a problem. At the start of the week, he would go ask Teacher Lu about the section on Newton's binomial theorem. That would be perfect. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. The energy supplied by the host is sufficient to perform one regular draw. Would the host like to draw now? No-ban was completely baffled, wondering what kind of draw this was and what a regular draw even meant. The system replied, "Sorry, that question is outside the scope of what the system can answer." No-ban asked again, "Then what is the energy I supplied?" The system gave that familiar answer, "Sorry, that question is outside the scope of what the system can answer." So No-ban said, "A regular draw won't cost me anything anyway. Then hurry up and draw. Regular draw in progress. Host, please wait a moment." At that moment, No-ban was secretly thinking that with his luck, he would surely win first prize or maybe even the jackpot. But right after that came the announcement, "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the main prize. Reward, physics learning ability plus 10 points. As soon as No-ban heard that, he cursed right away. "Damn this rotten system. You're scamming me, aren't you? Physics learning ability plus 10 points? Is this some kind of consolation prize? Whatever, forget it. Let me take out my physics book and try reading it." Then No-ban slowly opened his physics book and gave it a try. His eyes immediately went wide in shock. The mystical, unbelievable knowledge in the book suddenly burst out wildly. No-ban was also pulled into a strange space filled entirely with physics formulas and knowledge. His room shone with a dazzling blue light, and now, behind No-ban, the great physicist Newton had appeared like a spirit. With an ultimate boss backing this young man up, who could possibly compete with him now? The next morning at school, in the teacher's office, our No-ban dragged himself over again. "Hello, teacher." Teacher Lu glanced over and asked, "No-ban, are you looking for me again? If there's anything, ask me tomorrow. I'm really busy right now." No-ban replied, "It's fine, teacher. If you're busy, I'll ask Teacher Tai, who teaches physics, a few questions first." Teacher Lu was startled. Teacher Tai, who was standing by the window, trying to look cool, also turned his head to look back. Teacher Tai said, "No-ban, you're quite smart after all. You finally remembered that your physics is still at a 0-egg level." The boy was so embarrassed that he awkwardly stammered, well that. "Teacher Tai, I'll work harder next time." The boy had also secretly remembered that last time he had turned in a blank paper. It really was too humiliating. Teacher Tai suddenly sneered and said, "No-ban, knowing that you're weak and wanting to improve is a good thing. But class is about to start. I don't have much time to teach you right now. Study by yourself tonight and read the book. Come back tomorrow, and I'll explain it to you properly." No-ban replied, "Teacher Tai, that's not what I'm here to ask. I came to get the 10th grade physics test papers from you." Teacher Tai asked in surprise, "What do you want them for?" No-ban answered, "I want to do them." Teacher Lu hurriedly thought to himself, what's going on in No-ban's brain? Why does he suddenly want to study physics? After that, Teacher Tai said, "No-ban, you really are interesting." Teacher Lu, on this side, was thinking Teacher Tai is already several decades old and still wants to compete with a child. His nature really is childish. Teacher Tai then immediately put on an air of superiority and said, "It's obvious that you scored 0 in both math and physics. When you came to the math teacher, you asked basic questions, but when you come to me, you directly ask for a test paper to do. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on physics?" No-ban hurriedly explained, "That's not it. Teacher, you've misunderstood." But Teacher Tai said, "Young man, no need for so many words. I'll ask you a few physics questions. If you answer correctly, I'll give you the test paper, okay?" No-ban was sweating awkwardly, but he agreed. "Then don't ask anything too difficult." At the same time, the boy thought, "I only wanted to do a test paper. I didn't expect Teacher Tai to think I wanted to reach the heavens in one step. This is bad." After that began the verbal duel between No-ban and Teacher Tai, the physics teacher. Teacher Tai was currently at level 10, while No-ban was only level 2. Teacher Tai began his offensive with a very dangerous expression. No Ban's face went pale. He had not expected to run into such an immature teacher. Teacher Tai suddenly used the skill point and asked. Sister Dao applies a horizontal pushing force of 500 newtons on the tack collector. Is Brother Dao injured or not? Answer me. Facing the two choices, No Ban felt this was as easy as drinking porridge. He immediately answered, the answer is no. Teacher Tai suddenly used the skill counter-question. Why is it no? No Ban pushed up his glasses and answered cheekily. Because Sister Dao beating up the tax collector has nothing to do with Brother Dao. So what does his being injured or not have to do with anything? No Ban activated the passive skill, Lawyer's Tongue. The female teacher next to them, watching these two ridiculous madmen, could not help bursting into laughter. Teacher Tai then used a double skill, distraction, and follow-up question. He asked again, then what is the reaction force? No Ban answered coldly with two words, a swollen mouth. No Ban had turned on his anti-smooth response mode. Teacher Tai immediately lost health from this outrageous move. Teacher Tai praised the boy. Very good. Your answer is extremely accurate. However, don't get happy too soon. No Ban absorbed energy at this moment, and his experience bar also rose. Teacher Tai again used the skill point and asked, shouting, Old hack sold golden boy for $5,000. What law can you derive from that? No Ban immediately countered with the skill, smooth response. That is the law that money is neither created nor destroyed, but merely transferred from one guy's wallet into another guy's pocket. Teacher Tai continued losing health, with only half his health bar remaining. Teacher Tai waved his hand dramatically and told No Ban, your answer isn't wrong. It seems you've read some basics. Then do this one. In reality, Teacher Tai had used hidden meaning and improvised a tricky question. No Ban was not afraid at all and replied, Teacher Tai, you truly carry weight. I didn't expect I could answer questions and get a free test at the same time. What a bargain. Teacher Tai sneered and said, you talk big. Come on then, let me see what you're capable of. And so Teacher Tai gave a question with the following content. Tuikio is in Jade Stillness Tower, surrounded on all sides by rivers and mountains. So Khan wants to climb up there and needs a 500-meter rope. With the speed of light at 3 meters per hour, climbing up consumes 3,000 calories per hour. After So Khan finishes climbing, how many loaves of bread does he need to eat? At this moment, No Ban activated the passive skill, eyes open at the sight of a problem, temporarily raising his combat power. The boy's level immediately rose from level 2 to level 20. He praised Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai, you really are incredible. Your improvised problem is too overpowered. As expected of Teacher Tai, No Ban then turned on the skill, lightning-fast problem solving. The boy said, Teacher Tai, please lend me a pen. Teacher Tai immediately handed over a pen and said, take it. And so, two hands reached out to pass the pen between them. The teacher and student had now taken a little spiritual candy and floated into the clouds. The scene was no different from some cheesy romance drama. No Ban put pen to paper and wrote, let X be the number of loaves of bread. 1 hour equals 3,000 calories. Each loaf of bread contains 1,000 calories. So Khan's speed is 3 meters per hour. From the above, we derive the formula. X equals the circumference of the bread multiplied by the height of Jade Stillness Tower, divided by 500 meters, plus Tuikio's age squared. The answer is 300 loaves of bread of moral character. This answer caused No Ban's experience bar to rise, while Teacher Tai's health bar was left with absolutely nothing. Teacher Tai had now been completely outplayed. He could no longer keep up. Teacher Tai said in surprise, this is unbelievable. You clearly know how to do it. Why did you turn a blank paper before? No Ban replied, I only started self-studying recently, teacher. But Teacher Tai thought the young man was bragging. He asked again, what level have you self-studied to? No Ban answered, I've almost finished 10th grade physics. I understand a little of all of it, teacher. Teacher Tai was immediately shocked. Then he burst out laughing and said, No Ban, you sure talk big. For the next period, you don't need to go to class. Stay in the teacher's office. No Ban was terrified when he heard that. Teacher Tai had now been buffed a little by the author and became strangely tall. Crossing his arms, he said, I have to see whether you really understand all of 10th grade physics. No Ban hurriedly waved his hands and tried to explain, but it was already too late. Teacher Tai said, "Young man, talk less. Listen to the question. What is the speed of light?" 3 kilometers per hour, sir. Very good, kid. You've even learned how to steal the answer. No, I didn't. Next question. What is the formula for gravitational acceleration? No Ban immediately answered. G equals gm divided by r squared. Teacher Tai instantly praised him. That answer is flawless. And so, half an hour later, No Ban was now sweating as if he had just taken a bath. The young man secretly complained in his heart. Why is he asking so many questions? He's asking all the basic knowledge. It seemed Teacher Tai truly wanted to see whether he was just bluffing. Meanwhile, Teacher Tai was smiling with great delight. He praised him. This No Ban kid really isn't simple. He actually answered everything correctly. How long have you been self-studying? No Ban honestly replied, 1 week. What the hell? Teacher Tai almost short-circuited when he heard that. Are you lying to me? I thought you were always burying your head in math. The boy replied, it's just that during evening self-study, I study physics. I'm very interested in physics, teacher. And so Teacher Tai took out a stack of exercises and said, having interest is a good thing. So-called interest is the best teacher. According to our agreement, this set of test papers is yours. Teacher Tai unexpectedly gave No Ban a huge like. Through that previous test, I believe you are a student with potential. I acknowledge you. You must persevere. Don't give up halfway. Holding the stack of test papers, No Ban made an oddly moved expression and thanked Teacher Tai. I'll work hard. Teacher Tai then asked, have you read the electricity section yet? No Ban answered, not yet, sir. Teacher Tai said, you can start studying it now. Electricity is even more interesting than mechanics. No Ban immediately said with delight, yes, teacher, I'll read it tonight. I can hardly hold back from wanting to grasp electricity firmly. Teacher Tai had never met a young man this obsessed with studying and was honestly a little frightened. What are you even saying, kid? All right, there's not much time left. Get ready to go to the cafeteria. No Ban held the stack of test papers in his hands like a child receiving a gift. The boy said goodbye to Teacher Tai. I'm going back to grind through these problems. After that, the boy ran off even faster than a dog thief on a motorbike. Teacher Tai said to Teacher Liu, this kid really is very interesting. Teacher Liu also agreed. I've lived for decades, but I've never seen a case like this. Someone who basically gave up on studying 2 years ago has suddenly improved like this. Compared with any student I've met before, he is almost, how should I put it? Teacher Tai immediately cut in and said, that is the thirst for learning. Exactly, that is thirst, especially when he solves exercises. That gaze is like a princess imprisoned in a high tower for many years, finally seeing her prince come to rescue her. Teacher Tai found that so outrageous that he gave a faint smile and said, Teacher Liu, your example is truly marvelous, but it is indeed very strange. Teacher Liu, tell me, how could this person change so much? Teacher Liu gave a simple yet profound answer. Perhaps this is youth. And so, that evening, our guy once again sat at his desk and studied with total focus. No Ban suddenly froze and widened his eyes. The boy had not expected physics to be this interesting, and it was not too hard to understand either. Perhaps it was because of the influence of that overpowered physics ability plus 10 points from before. As soon as he opened the book, an electric current flowed from the book into No Ban's body. The boy cried out in bliss, feels so good. Studying is so interesting. I can't escape from it anymore. And so the young man flipped through the physics book faster than the speed of light. At the same time, his experience bar kept rising. Even without taking anything, the boy's spirit was flying higher than if he had. In an instant, the experience bar reached its maximum. No Ban suddenly leveled up, and his combat power rose to a new height. The system also announced the host has activated proficiency in another subject. Exercise skill tree activated. No Ban felt extremely confused. Before he could understand what bizarre thing was happening, the system announced again, the mathematics physics talent tree has been unlocked. Looking at the miraculous thing in front of him, No Ban could not help exclaiming, wow, this is amazing. At that moment, Gufan was glancing at No-Ban, not knowing what nonsense this guy was talking about. No-Ban cheerfully said, "This is fantastic. Life is so beautiful." Gufan found it so unbearable that he nearly threw up. Sometime later, in the teacher's office, Teacher Tai, who taught physics, was saying to Teacher Lu, "Over this month, No-Ban has made huge progress in both physics and mathematics. Tell me, how does brain grow so fast?" It's like he suddenly became enlightened. Teacher Lu asked, "Has No-Ban already firmly grasped high school physics knowledge?" "Yesterday, I heard you explaining atomic transition to him." Teacher Tai also nodded in agreement. This kid is very smart, and his speed of understanding is also very fast." Teacher Tai suddenly froze, then asked Teacher Lu, "Is his mathematics also improving rapidly?" Teacher Lu answered, "More or less. He'll catch up at the 12th grade pace very soon." Teacher Tai felt that No-Ban really was incredible, but in Teacher Lu's heart, he was feeling jealous. That No-Ban kid doesn't even understand cubic functions yet, but somehow he dares to catch up with physics knowledge. Then Teacher Lu placed his cup on the desk and sat down. He thought to himself, how strange. In theory, physics and mathematics aren't that different, but No-Ban is improving in physics much faster than in mathematics. No-Ban works hard every day, so the time he spends studying mathematics definitely isn't less than physics. But the gap between mathematics and physics is truly getting bigger and bigger. Could it be that there's a problem with the way I teach? Perhaps I should study more myself. After that, No-Ban also hauled himself over. The boy was carrying a huge pile of exercises and said, "Hello, Teacher Tai. I finished all the exercises." Teacher Tai replied, "Very good. Bring them here and let me take a look." Teacher Tai began marking them. After he finished marking them, the result was that every answer was correct. Suddenly, Teacher Tai noticed something. He asked No-Ban, "Why are these pages blank?" No-Ban did not know how to answer, so Teacher Tai said, "Just say it directly. I don't believe it's because you didn't have enough time." The boy stammered, "Because I felt." I felt." A lot of the questions were repeated. Doing those questions again wouldn't have any effect on me, so I reduced the time spent on them. At the same time, the boy secretly wondered, if I say this, will Teacher Tai think I'm looking down on physics? But Teacher Tai was actually very pleased and praised him. "You did very well." Being able to realize this means you've already jumped out of studying for the sake of studying and studying for the sake of exams. You're very smart. Teacher Lu, who was listening from his side, felt completely disheartened. He secretly blamed himself. How could I be so foolish? Such a good seedling, yet I can't teach him as well as Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai suddenly took out an enormous pen. With a dangerous attitude, he said to No-Ban, "There is something important. If you ever get the questions on this test paper wrong in the future, then prepare to keep doing them until this pen runs out of ink." No-Ban took the pen. The boy smiled confidently and answered firmly, "Yes, sir. No problem, Teacher Tai." Teacher Tai then said, "Good. You still have math too. Go to Teacher Lu and correct those problems." After that, No-Ban handed the problems he had finished to Teacher Lu to mark, but the result was that he had gotten quite a lot wrong. The expressions on the teacher and students' faces were now very gloomy, without the slightest hint of spring. No-Ban secretly thought, "Before, I got the physics learning talent from the draw. It has a huge effect on consolidating basic knowledge and breaking through difficult physics problems, but it has no effect on mathematics. The gap is really too big." Teacher Lu suddenly spoke awkwardly and asked, "Your level in mathematics seems to be." Teacher Lu suddenly glanced at Teacher Tai, then quietly said to No-Ban, "Do you feel physics is easier than mathematics?" At this moment, No-Ban hesitated and did not know how to answer. Teacher Lu's expression looked as if he had eaten something truly awful. Teacher Lu continued marking the problems and felt that this made absolutely no sense. No-Ban, look, for this parabola problem, if you use that theorem, you'll drive yourself into a dead end. In fact, you can solve it by using the second unified equation of conic graphs. After hearing this, No-Ban also understood. I was wondering why the calculation for this problem was so large. Teacher Lu said, "You can't be blamed for this. I haven't explained this type of problem to you in detail yet. I also didn't expect you to be able to do it. And there's this cubic function problem too. You made quite a few mistakes." When cubic functions were mentioned, No-Ban felt very annoyed. As for how that little conflict happened, to know the middle part, we have to go back several days. At that time, our guy was sitting in class, scratching his head in frustration because he felt cubic functions were too hard to do. Suddenly, someone's voice sounded. You can convert cotangent squared into sine squared and then calculate it. No Ban was startled. The boy turned around and discovered the beautiful Pei Jia Min smiling at him. The young man angrily thought, Jia Min is watching me do exercises. I don't know what bad intention she has. Could it be that because she saw I couldn't even do a simple question, she stopped watching? He really was furious. And so, No Ban glared fixedly at Pei Jiamin. In his heart, he muttered, Nubakachi, I'll relearn all my math knowledge, and then I'll challenge you. Honestly, there was no helping this young man. The pink-haired girl was startled at this moment, because No Ban kept staring at her without blinking. So she blushed shyly and turned away, secretly thinking that he really was so annoying. Meanwhile, our male lead was still clenching his fists with an extremely determined look. Teacher Lu was speechless and coughed a few times. Only then did No Ban snap back to his senses. The teacher reminded him to focus, saying he would now explain this problem to him. No Ban also agreed with a yes. After that, Teacher Lu began enthusiastically explaining the problem to No Ban. First, for this fill-in-the-blank question, then next, he had to apply the formula like this. And after a while, No Ban suddenly lit up, and along with it came the dazzling words, level up. The guy couldn't help praising Teacher Lu for being amazing. I feel like all my problem-solving abilities have leveled up now. Hearing this, Teacher Lu replied that this was actually the Cornell note-taking method, though he had modified a little. He was secretly delighted too. It seemed he had not wasted an entire afternoon refining his teaching method. No Ban kept showering him with compliments, saying, Teacher, you're the best of the best. This should be called the legendary note-taking method. Teacher Lu told the young man to cut the nonsense. As long as it helps you, that's enough. Go back and sleep. It's getting late, and you still have an exam tomorrow. No Ban immediately bowed his head, obediently agreed, and thanked Teacher Lu. A while later, in the dormitory, No Ban was still diligently doing exercises. Beside him, Gu Fan was rambling and teasing him. Whoa, impressive. The top student is studying this hard? The exam's tomorrow. Your chance to prove yourself, right? No Ban merely pushed up his glasses and told him to stop talking nonsense. Prove what? I'm not the slightest bit interested in beating an idiot like you. Gu Fan gave a dry laugh and said, Is that so? Well, true. Compared to me, of course it wouldn't be interesting. After studying like your life depended on it for a whole month, you at least have to get into the class's top 50. The buzzcut youth Wang Hao immediately cut in and said, Amazing. Top student No is about to enter the top 50. I knew you weren't just pretending this past month. The guy in the orange shirt also rushed over to give No Ban a thumbs up. You're getting into the top 50? I really admire you. Win glory for our dorm. No Ban merely pushed up his glasses, putting on a cool and aloof act. Top 50? Won't we know after the exam? And Pei Jiamin, just you wait. In tomorrow's exam, I will definitely defeat you. Then the next morning in the classroom, inside exam room 35, the sound of candidates writing filled the room. The invigilator was a very pretty short-haired teacher. She was suddenly startled by what she discovered. Below her, all the students had their faces down on the desks, sleeping. Only our male lead was focused and writing with great concentration. Before this, Teacher Lu had told this teacher, named Xiao Yun, that the student No Ban was no ordinary case. Not long ago, his grades had been very poor, but this month he had suddenly started studying hard, and his academic ability had been soaring rapidly. As a teacher, you need to pay more attention to students like that. Teacher Xiao Yun had not believed him at all and had only brushed it off with a faint smile. Now, however, she thought to herself that although she had heard from Teacher Lu that his grades were terrible, she had not expected them to be this terrible. This exam room was where all the students with the most outstanding results, counting up from the bottom, were gathered. To put it bluntly, they were as low-ranked as could be. Teacher Xiao Yun suddenly walked over to take a look. She was quite surprised because No Ban was solving the questions very quickly, while when she looked at the others, they were all sleeping like pigs, drooling away. And so, she decided to carefully watch this young man, No Ban's problem-solving process. Teacher Xiao Yun saw that his first fill-in-the-blank questions were all testing plane geometry, calculations with constants, and the level of quantitative accumulation. Was it testing computational ability? She was suddenly shocked, because he had gotten every single one right. Although these questions were not difficult, being able to solve them in such a short time, while sitting in the bottom exam room, was truly unbelievable. Only then did she believe that Teacher Lu had not been exaggerating. To improve to this level in 1 month, he must have worked incredibly hard. Meanwhile, No Ban was completely stunned. He secretly felt bitter, wondering why on earth this invigilator kept standing there and would not leave. Could she suspect him of cheating? After all, for students sitting in this exam room, solving questions at this speed really was abnormal. But a clear conscience fears no accusation, so she could take her time watching if she wanted. And so the clock went from 8:15 to 9:50. At this moment, sweat had soaked through No Ban's clothes. And the reason was that the invigilator had been standing there watching him for nearly 2 hours. No Ban muttered inwardly. "What the heck is this? Why are you still standing here, miss? Isn't this basically supervising only me? That's seriously cruel. I can't take it anymore." And so, No Ban turned and looked into the invigilator's eyes. The guy was trying to say, "Teacher, can you please stop watching me? I can't concentrate on the exam like this." Teacher Xiao Yun was full of question marks. Then she smiled again, and suddenly winked with a bright smile, encouraging No Ban to do his best. No Ban's expression immediately looked like he had eaten dog poop. Inside, he was screaming in agony. "Teacher, can you please stop looking at me? If you keep distracting me like this, how am I supposed to do the exam?" After that, it finally reached 11 o'clock, and the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Teacher Xiao Yun then said, "Students, time is up. Please stop writing and leave the exam room." No Ban was extremely annoyed right now. He silently thought, "In 12 years of taking exams, I've never encountered anything like this. She actually stood there watching me finish the entire paper. I hope I never run into such a strange teacher again." Meanwhile, teacher Xiao Yun still found this young man, No Ban, very interesting. She winked prettily as if saying, "Well done. Good job." Perhaps because No Ban had prayed with such devotion, in the later exams, he truly did not encounter another invigilator, like teacher Xiao Yun, who watched only him. The second day of exams also came to an end. A young man in a yellow shirt was lamenting that this exam was unbelievably hard. "This time, I'm probably getting 2 big zeros." Suddenly, 3 guys who heard him gritted their teeth in silent resentment. The reason was that this damned bespectacled guy in the yellow shirt was Shi Menghai, one of the class's 3 great illusionists who were always praised. Every exam, this guy would complain like crazy, but afterward, he would always rank in the top 3 of the class. They really wanted to beat that mouth of his to death. But then the fat guy spoke up and asked, "Great Master Menghai, for this number sequence question, what was the solid geometry answer? How do you solve it according to the cubic function?" No Ban, standing nearby, also knew inwardly that this was question 19 on the paper. Menghai was about to answer when someone came over and smacked his shoulder. The person said, "Old Hai, you should be mourning this time. For question 20, you definitely used the combined solution method, right? But you missed the condition of the same level. Your solution definitely didn't take the division in parts 2 and 3, did it?" As he spoke, this guy wore an extremely sly and wicked smile. Then he burst into loud laughter, extremely pleased with himself. At this moment, Shi Menghai's face fell, and he told the young man to shut up. "I'm sure you couldn't calculate question 19 either. I remember that last time someone asked me about this type of problem. I explained it to you once, but you didn't listen seriously, using that brain-dead method of yours. At most, you could only solve the first part. Let me tell you, this type of question was modeled after question 18 on the Hubei exam. The fat guy had been rendered speechless, while the 3 young men beside him were currently crying rivers. Because one of them did not understand part 2 of question 19 at all. Another had only reached question 20 when time ran out, and the last one had outright forgotten to do the backside. Truly brainless. At this moment, No Ban pushed up his glasses, thinking these people were truly boring. Suddenly, someone's voice said, "This time, it was probably because of the first exam. The teachers didn't want to strike our confidence too hard, so most of the earlier questions were basic. Nothing difficult. However, they clearly also wanted to limit high scores. That's why the final questions all increased sharply in difficulty. Question 21 was obviously extremely hard. The 2 guys were startled and turned around. It turned out to be the class belle, Jiamin. She continued, "The person who wrote the exam must have been teacher Chu Yonghua from the mathematics department. This is one of his usual tactics. Meng Zihua, stop comparing. This time, Shi Menghai will definitely score higher than you." The fat guy froze when he heard this, while the guy in the yellow shirt was very smug. "Hear that?" Pei Jiamin said, "I'll score higher than you." Zihua was as angry as a dog biting something it shouldn't have, and turned his face away, saying, "That's not certain. Lately, you've been avoiding work and playing around a lot. Maybe the result will be unexpected." But Shi Menghai did not care at all. The young man turned to Jia Min and said, "Student Pei, can you tell me the solution to question 20? The girl also answered somewhat blankly, while Zerhua was so angry he nearly cried. Unable to do anything, the young man could only swallow his anger and leave. After learning the answer to question 20, Menghai was extremely delighted, while Pei Jiamin turned her gaze toward Noban. She wondered how he had done on this exam, and so she quietly slipped over to take a peek, only to see that he was still focused on reading. Jiamin was about to call out to him when Teacher Tai suddenly announced loudly that class was starting. Jiamin was startled. Teacher Tai declared with great momentum, "Today, we'll be going over yesterday's test paper. I already have the results in my hand." And so all the students sat their backsides down in their seats. Teacher Tai was now wearing an extremely pleased smile. Noban was suddenly startled. He looked left and right, feeling that something was off. "Why do I feel so strange? Just now, it seemed like someone called me." Teacher Tai began flipping through the papers, when suddenly, a few guys started whispering among themselves. "Did you see that? Old Tai is smiling. Looks like our results this time definitely aren't bad." And so the two guys chuckled. Teacher Tai immediately hardened his expression, slammed the desk, pointed, and shouted, "What are you laughing at? You can still laugh after writing answers like this." The two guys were instantly silenced, as quiet as clams. The other students secretly thought that Teacher Tai's move today was different from usual. The teacher continued firing away. "Was this test not basic enough? How do I usually teach you? How many times have I explained the definition of a capacitor to you? Yet some people still got it wrong. You can't even distinguish the definition from the determining equation. You're already in 12th grade, and yet some of you still got an 11th grade problem wrong." After that, he sighed. Teacher Tai picked up the stack of test papers, coughed a few times, and called Noban up to take his paper. The whole class was instantly dumbfounded and utterly shocked. Several people began talking in panic among themselves. Teacher Tai's process is a bit wrong today. Doesn't he usually hand out papers from highest score to lowest? That's right. And he doesn't even tell you your score, just gives you a look and lets you understand it yourself. Usually, the first person Tai Guobin calls is either Zhang Xiao or Shermeng Hai. What the heck is Noban? Could he be so angry this time that he changed his habit? Is he reading from lowest score to highest? This is seriously weird. Meanwhile, Pei Jiamin was staring fixedly in one direction. In her eyes, there was now only the figure of Noban. The young man suddenly seemed to shine with a strange, subtle brilliance. Jiamin thought to herself that he had studied desperately this entire month. Although she did not dare believe it, perhaps he really could take first place. Noban went up to receive his test paper, looking very cool. He thanked Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai also smiled in satisfaction. Next, he called the next person up to receive their paper, and that person was Zhang Xiao. The whole class was once again wide-eyed with shock. Then their mouths opened as wide as basins as they shouted, "What the heck?" The second test paper belonged to Zhang Xiao. Then that clearly meant Teacher Tai was still reading from highest score to lowest this time. In other words, Noban's score was even higher than Zhang Xiao's. When Zhang Xiao went up to take his paper, his face was already dark as the bottom of a pot, because this time he had scored 96 points and only got one small question wrong. If Noban's score was higher than his, then didn't that mean he had a perfect score? Unable to resist his curiosity, Zhang Xiao glanced over to take a look. Noban's expression remained completely calm and emotionless. Zhang Xiao discovered something shocking, the neat number of 100 points. The young man's face went completely pale from shock. He secretly thought, "What the heck? Is this a joke? I've never even gotten a score this high." Gu Fan had the same expression. He stammered and asked Noban, Did you cheat?" Then the classroom filled with gossip like fishwives at a market. Cheating all the way to first place in the class? That's a bit too bold. It seems like he's been working pretty hard these past 2 weeks. I often saw him at the study area. If not that, what other reason could there be? This Noban usually turns in blank papers. Can working hard for 2 weeks really let someone rank first in physics? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Teacher Tai suddenly shouted loudly, "All of you be quiet. What are you making noise about down there? Your grades are already bad, and you still have time to gossip." Jiamin was now staring fixedly at Noban. Teacher Tai suddenly called Pei Jia Min's name loudly to come up and receive her paper. "Where is Pei Jiamin?" But at this moment, the pink-haired girl was still staring unblinkingly at Noban. In her heart, she still could not believe it, silently thinking, he really managed to get a perfect score? When Teacher Tai could not bear it anymore, he shouted loudly, Pei Jiamin. Only then did the girl snap back to her senses. Afterward, Jiamin went up shyly to receive her test paper. Teacher Tai reminded her, "Next time, be a little more careful. You made a mistake where you shouldn't have." The girl also replied, "Yes, I understand, teacher." After receiving her paper, Jiamin lowered her head and walked back to her seat. She secretly complained that this was all No Ban's fault, making her lose face like this. Jiamin felt a little annoyed, while No Ban was secretly laughing in great delight. He thought that Jiamin usually humiliated him, so this time he would let her know what it felt like to be thoroughly embarrassed. Heh. Gufan suddenly asked loudly, "What the heck is going on? How did you do it? It's only been 1 month. Even if you read books with your feet, you couldn't improve this much." No Ban replied to him, "Shut up. Of course you couldn't improve by reading with your feet." Gufan still believed that No Ban had used some cheating trick. Shamelessly, he asked again, "What did you do? Hurry up and say it." No Ban immediately spouted nonsense. "It's very simple. Study, study more, and keep studying forever. If you want to get good, you have to be proactive. Only by actively studying can you feel the interest within it. Once you have interest will grow, and your efficiency will naturally improve." After hearing these words, Gufan froze. Then he pressed his lips together and said, "Sorry, I really can't hold it in anymore." "Blek, blek," No Ban added, "It really is like that. I'm not making it up." Gufan could not take it anymore and cursed. Damn it, not a single word from this guy is true. No matter how hard someone works, how could it be like this? Suddenly, Teacher Tai loudly called Gufan up to receive his test paper. The young man was startled and raised his hand. When he received the paper, the number on it was 62 points. Gufan felt bitter because he still remembered that last semester, his 60 points had perfectly crushed No Ban. Now, it was as if he had fallen to the very bottom of society. After that, Teacher Tai also finished handing out the last test paper. Then he said, "The papers have all been handed out. Now we'll begin going over the test." The students below sat silently and focused. Meanwhile, Teacher Tai began explaining the answers on the blackboard. After a while, he had finished correcting all the questions on the exam paper, and the bell signaling the end of class also rang. A fat guy suddenly shouted, "Holy crap, that's too amazing. It really is 100 points. And so, the whole crowd gathered around our guy to watch the excitement, chattering nonstop. The electricity questions this time were super hard. "Big bro, can you explain the solution to me?" "Big bro, you're amazing. Do you have any hidden tricks or secret methods you can share with your juniors?" "Big bro, can you lend me a notebook to look at?" A corrected mistake notebook would be even better. "Big bro No Ban, big bro No Ban, you'll always be my idol." The 3 young men considered to be at the top of the class were now treated like dog poop and fell completely silent. Immediately afterward, a teacher walked in and said, "Students, it's time for class." Only then did the students snap back to attention. A bald teacher said, "Everyone, return to your seats." The teacher with the shiny bald head began to sit down. Suddenly, he was startled when he noticed No Ban below, focused on reading some book. The teacher immediately called No Ban's name. The kid was startled. The teacher said, "No Ban, stand up. I have a question for you." No Ban secretly felt a little nervous. "Oh crap, I only did the multiple choice questions in chemistry." The teacher must have heard about my physics results and come to interrogate me. But the chemistry teacher said, "We'll talk about this later. No Ban, sit down. Let's continue the lesson." At the same time, the teacher thought to himself, this matter of being lopsided in one subject can't be discussed in front of the whole class. I'll talk to him privately another time. For anyone who does not know, lopsided in one subject refers to students who are extremely good at one subject but terrible at the others. No Ban sat down with question marks filling his head, completely unable to understand what was going on. Pei Jiamin suddenly burst out laughing, secretly pleased. "Serves you right for embarrassing me earlier. Karma got you, hee." No Ban heard it too and shot Pei Jiamin a murderous glare. The young man was extremely annoyed, thinking that Pei Jiamin really never missed a chance to take a jab at him. "You dare laugh at me? I'm so mad. Just wait until I have time. I'll catch up in all the remaining subjects and show you." The bald teacher suddenly pointed straight at No Ban and told him to raise his head. "Don't read books for other subjects during chemistry class. Listen properly when I'm teaching later." The young man immediately panicked and secretly thought in frustration that he had now been noticed by the chemistry teacher. Back when he had teacher use chemistry class before, old you never paid any attention to him. After that, No Ban's chemistry test paper was handed out. His score was an extremely low 34. No Ban and Gufan looked at it and were both rendered speechless. No-ban felt so embarrassed that he quickly hid the test paper away. In his heart, he thought, "This month, all my attention has been on physics and mathematics. I haven't learned anything about redox reactions, ionic reactions, or reducing solutions yet. When Teacher Yu talks about these things, I basically can't understand a word. This is really uncomfortable." No-ban suddenly pulled an exercise book out from his desk and secretly thought, "I'll do some function problems first. I'll deal with chemistry during evening self-study. The more I listen to chemistry lectures, the more confused I get. What's the point?" Just as No-ban was reading intently, he was suddenly startled. He lifted his eyes toward the blackboard and discovered that Teacher Yu was staring right at him. No-ban instantly jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and quickly stuffed the book back into his desk. The young man's expression looked extremely cute and pitiful. In his heart, he muttered, "Even if you make me listen now, I won't understand. Forced fruit isn't sweet, Teacher Yu." Teacher Yu sighed, his expression showing that he had already taken note of this young man. After a long, rambling explanation of the problems, the class finally ended and the bell rang. Teacher Yu praised them. "You all studied very well today. Class is dismissed." But No-ban now had a lifeless expression, with not even a hint of springtime joy. He thought to himself, "Even though I tried very hard to listen, there's really no way for me to understand it. I'd better work on mathematics first." Suddenly, No-ban's name was called directly again. Teacher Yu told the young man, "Come with me to the office. I have something to say to you." And so the kid dragged himself to the office with an extremely depressed expression. The students below continued chattering nonstop. "I wonder why he was called to the office. Teacher Yu looks really serious. So it turns out he's been studying physics hard lately. No wonder he's so amazing." Another student argued, "No way. If someone studies physics hard for 1 month, can he really get first place in the whole class? Honestly, I don't believe he could get a perfect score at all. He must have used some method other people don't know about. I'm guessing Teacher Yu called him out to investigate him." Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, someone loudly asked, "Have you all heard the shocking news?" "What news? What news?" "No idea. Is there a new female teacher?" Teacher Tai excitedly continued, "Of course you don't know. In this exam, the student No-ban was a dark horse. He was one of the 14 people in the grade who got a perfect score in physics." After hearing this, the teachers were utterly shocked. "What? There's actually such an incredible student? In my impression, I've never heard of this outstanding student before. This physics paper was set by us ourselves, and the difficulty was fairly high." One teacher, far too curious, checked which class No-ban belonged to. He was suddenly stunned, then shouted, "Holy crap, isn't this a student from Tai Guoping's class 12, A3? Only then did all the teachers begin looking at Teacher Tai with judging eyes. They secretly thought, "So that's how it is. This guy came here to show off. Just who exactly is No-ban? I've never heard of him before. How come I never knew about this student No-ban?" Meanwhile, in the hallway, No-ban was following Teacher Yu, his expression extremely tense. Suddenly, someone called No-ban's name. It was an older female teacher who was about to look for No-ban to talk about something. No-ban said, "Teacher, I'm currently busy with Teacher Yu." Only then did Teacher Jiang look down and notice Teacher Yu, because this teacher was so short that if one did not pay attention, he was almost impossible to see. Teacher Jiang asked Teacher Yu, "No-ban didn't score very highly in chemistry, did he?" Teacher Yu hesitated and replied, It was just SSO. I was just about to have a chat with him." Teacher Jiang had the same idea. His problems in the other subjects really are troublesome. But at this moment, our boy was smiling with great delight. So this is what it feels like to be noticed by the teachers? But I really have no way to split myself in two. Suddenly, Teacher Tai walked over and said to No-ban, "Is this something you find funny? So many teachers have already come looking for you." As he spoke, Teacher Tai patted No-ban on the shoulder. Teacher Tai's current expression looked extremely cold and cool. The two teachers beside him froze, knowing that this Teacher Tai fellow was not easy to deal with. Teacher Yu said, "We were planning to talk to No-ban about his studies. I feel that he's a good seedling. If he starts catching up now, it's still not too late." Teacher Tai immediately stepped forward and said that No-ban had only just started working hard after winning once. If he wanted to go far, he had to take it step by step, and they should not put too much pressure on him. Teacher Yu and Teacher Jiang listened and stood frozen in speechlessness for a moment. Then they said, "Teacher Tai, No-ban's physics results are improving, but his other subjects can't be allowed to decline either. That's right. No-ban is a good seedling, and we also want him to bring his other subjects up. Teacher Tai then said, "Teachers, I'm really sorry, but right now, there's something important, and No-ban has to come with me." This is precisely the moment when No-ban must seize the opportunity in physics. I hope you too can understand. If neither of you has anything urgent, please let me train No-ban first. He is a physics prodigy. Teacher, you had no other choice but to agree. Since you put it that way, we'll talk to No-ban later. At the same time, teacher, you secretly fumed that this old fox Tai Guoping was truly hard to deal with. Teacher, you also did not forget to remind No-ban. Don't neglect your other subjects. I truly want to talk to you for your own good. I hope you can become even better, and I hope you can understand that. No-ban obediently nodded and agreed with Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu thought to himself that he should not put too much pressure on this child either. He would take it slowly. Teacher Yu then said goodbye to No-ban. "I'll wait for you in the office at noon." Teacher Jiang said, "I came to find you for the same reason. You only scored 8 points in biology this time. You can see clearly that the teachers are looking for you because we sincerely want you to improve." No-ban replied that he understood Teacher Jiang's words and that he would definitely come to her later to get extra help in biology. After saying that, Teacher Jiang also waved goodbye and left. She thought to herself, there is still plenty of time ahead. No-ban has such good talent. I will definitely teach him well. No-ban now had an expression as if he desperately needed the bathroom, thinking to himself, I only got 8 points in biology. That really is terrible. Not choosing the biology track really was the right decision. Teacher Tai then patted the young man on the shoulder and told him not to think nonsense. If you try to eat too much at once, you won't end up with anything decent. You're doing very well in physics. For biology and chemistry, you can go back and ask those 2 teachers for a bit of extra help. If you pay more attention, you'll be able to catch up. Come with me to the office first. I'll show you something good. A guy in a pink shirt waved hello to Teacher Tai, but Teacher Tai paid him no attention at all. No-ban suddenly replied, Teacher Tai, if there's nothing urgent, can we do it later? During chemistry class, just now, I already did part of my function exercises. I want to go back and finish the other half of the paper. But Teacher Tai was as stubborn as an ox. Later? What do you mean later? Hurry up. I guarantee you'll really like it. And so the young man was dragged by the scruff of the neck to the teacher's office. As soon as he stepped inside, No-ban was stunned. In front of him, the English teacher was staring straight at him. Her expression was currently dark and terrifying. No-ban became so anxious that his hair nearly stood on end, silently chanting, I'm done for. On the previous English multiple choice test, he had chosen B for every single answer. The English teacher must have been holding a grudge against him in her heart. Teacher Tai suddenly patted No-ban on the shoulder. Then, as if accompanied by the radiant light of all the Buddhas in the 10 directions, he handed the physics paper to the kid. He told him, what are you staring at? Take a look, then do it. When No-ban received the test paper, his expression became extremely delighted. This physics problem really was amazing. After reading it, the physics problem said, Locke the Mason contracted to build a house for his father-in-law. The house was 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. In order to save on labor costs, Locke the Mason started a Facebook live stream and asked his students to help build it. To build 1 square meter required 5 kilograms of stone. Each kilogram of stone cost 300,000 dong. After the house was completed, his father-in-law paid Locke the Mason 30 billion dong. It is known that this guy secretly pocketed a large amount of materials. Question, where did you hide the remaining stone? After No-ban finished reading this problem, his eyes widened and his mouth fell open. He froze for a moment. Suddenly, his entire appearance transformed in an extremely mysterious way. In his hand, he had raised a quill pen and was writing crooked lines of text that no one could read, while also applying extremely brain-twisting physics formulas. The kid reasoned that the total area of the house was 5,000 square meters. Since no labor wages were paid, the construction workers must definitely be very resentful. Because of that, Locke the Mason would buy food and drinks for them to feast on. 1 square meter used 5 kilograms of stone, costing 1.5 million dong. So 5,000 square meters would cost 7.5 billion dong. For sand, stone, cement, and other materials, this formula had to be applied to calculate it. Oh wait, there's also the matter of pocketing construction materials. themselves. I must also apply the law of conservation of money. Money is neither created nor destroyed. It only transfers from the pocket of a fool to the pocket of a clever man. Taking the total money spent on stone and subtracting the amount of stone used in construction, there would be 15 tons of stone left. But what would he keep that much stone for? The correct answer was that he had already sold it all to a stone buyer and used the money to go drinking. This answer left teacher Tai utterly shocked. Meanwhile, No Ban seemed to have transformed into a saint who had achieved profound enlightenment. The young man smiled in satisfaction, as if holy water had been poured over his head. After finishing the problem, No Ban returned to reality and let out a sigh of relief. Teacher Tai also looked it over and said, "All the steps are correct. Full marks. You did very well." No Ban merely replied modestly, "I was just lucky that I happened to have studied this knowledge before. Which problem should I solve next, teacher?" Teacher Tai said, "There's no need to solve any more." No Ban was startled and surprised. Teacher Tai explained, "Because you were able to solve this difficult problem in such a short time, there should be no problem with you participating in the competition." No Ban was extremely shocked when he heard about a competition. Teacher Tai immediately put an arm around the young man's shoulders and said there was no need to be so surprised. "You can participate in the National High School Physics Competition. Under the leadership of the National Science Association, it is organized by the National Physics Society. Provinces, autonomous regions, and cities voluntarily take part in this mass extracurricular competition. To be precise, it's a very large competition. Any capable high school student can participate. This competition is meant to discover talents across the entire country. It is even an opportunity for students who unfortunately fail the college entrance exam to prove themselves, because the person who takes first place in the semifinal round will receive a very large reward, and they will be directly recommended to a university as the first place winner. At that time, everyone will look at you differently. So, do you want to participate?" After hearing this sales pitch that sounded just like a pyramid scheme, No Ban thought of the top experts among high school students, and he immediately felt that this was insanely interesting. Right afterward, Teacher Tai carried over a huge pile of books and slammed them onto the desk. Teacher Tai instructed him, "The physics competition is difficult in one area, and I must emphasize this to you. Many students start preparing in 10th grade, but by 12th grade, they still haven't achieved any results. The reason I think you can participate is because among all the high school students I have taught, you absorb physics knowledge the fastest." No Ban was about to open his mouth and say something, but Teacher Tai already declared firmly, "You are indeed an extremely outstanding student." The teacher patted the young man on the shoulder again and said, "You've also grasped all the physics formulas very firmly. You can solve individual test problems very easily. Only when a small projectile combines with a block and a spring does it test your ability to apply knowledge comprehensively. You have good comprehension and mastery." No Ban now looked dazed and thought to himself, "That really is true. It only took me a few days to thoroughly understand all the high school physics textbooks. But when I run into a major comprehensive problem, my speed immediately slows down." Teacher Tai continued with a solemn expression, "So, right now, the first major difficulty in front of you is that the most important part of the competition is the 8 large comprehensive problems. The maximum score on one paper is 200 points. Those 8 large problems make up about 160 points. There are 8 large problems, so let me put it in a way that's easy for you to imagine. If you can solve half of them, then basically you can steadily secure at least a 50% chance." No Ban still had a blank expression and said nothing. Teacher Tai said coldly, "By the way, I should also mention this to you. Every year, around 500,000 students participate in the competition. In other words, it's like there are 500,000 examinees who all don't know how to solve the problems." No Ban was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Teacher Tai continued, "Your second main difficulty is that your time is relatively tight. The competition starts in 1 month. Before that, there are still too many things you must learn, including all of university mechanics, half of university electromagnetism, the first chapter of university thermodynamics, and also nearly half of optics and modern physics. You must master all of this content in a short period of time. You can do that, right?" At this moment, No Ban's face went cold as he thought to himself, "The time is this tight, and the exam questions are extremely difficult. This is even harder than climbing to the heavens." Suddenly, the young man's eyes shone brighter than car headlights. The young man felt that this matter was insanely exciting, so No Ban called out to Teacher Tai, With a sly expression, he said, "Teacher Tai, I'm extremely excited now. I can't wait even one more second to study university-level knowledge. Let's begin right away, teacher." Hearing this, Teacher Tai laughed with delight. Then, with his spirits soaring, he praised No Ban. "Very good. I really like this kind of reaction from you, kid. It is precisely because you have this kind of mindset that I feel that even though you have only just entered 12th grade, you still have a chance to win a ranking in the competition. As long as you enter the semifinal round, there will be relatively many benefits. If your answers are fairly good, you may have the chance to be actively invited by some famous schools to study at their institutions. Of course, if you can stand out in the semifinal round, then you will have the opportunity to form a provincial team with students from other schools and represent our province in the national finals." Suddenly, No Ban shouted as if he had just bitten into a piece of candy. "Damn, Teacher Tai, I'll study hard. I will definitely touch glory." Suddenly, the English teacher coughed a few times, and the teacher and student were startled and turned back. The teacher said coldly, "I'm sorry, Teacher Tai. Let me interrupt for a moment. Participating in a competition is naturally a good thing, but it's still not very good if it affects his regular studies. After all, No Ban is already in 12th grade." No Ban and Teacher Tai were stunned because the teacher had become serious. Teacher Tai quickly reassured her, "Teacher Chun, please don't worry. There's nothing wrong with No Ban's brain. Give him a little more time, and his scores in the other subjects will definitely rise too. Right? Right?" As he spoke, the teacher patted No Ban on the shoulder, and the young man also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Teacher Chin said coldly, "No Ban, participating in the physics competition is a good thing. I shouldn't stop you. But as your homeroom teacher, I must remind you that right now, the college entrance exam is still your main task. You understand this, don't you?" No Ban could only clench up and obediently nod in response to the teacher. Teacher Chun sighed. Then she suddenly continued, "So don't blame me for making things difficult for you. If, 1 month from now, your results in the other subjects have not improved, I will not approve your participation in the competition. Do you understand?" No Ban replied, "Yes, I understand." After that, Teacher Chen also waved goodbye and left. Only then did Teacher Tai tell No Ban, "Don't be afraid. Even if you only scored 15 points on the math midterm, you can still get into Tsinghua. Your God-given gift is studying physics. As long as you can place in the competition, plenty of universities will fight over you. Do you understand? Of course, I'm not saying this so you can neglect your other subjects. You still have to work hard. This vast world is still waiting for you to explore." Teacher Tai suddenly glanced toward Teacher Chun, No Ban's homeroom teacher. Teacher Tai saw that Teacher Chun was not looking this way. So he lowered his voice and said to No Ban, "I'll help you sign up for the competition, and I'll also prepare everything you need to study. After school this afternoon, wait for me in the classroom. I'll come find you." No Ban obediently agreed. Then Teacher Tai told him to take that stack of books back to the classroom first. As No Ban walked away, Teacher Tai deliberately shouted loudly, "Don't let this delay your other classes." His real purpose was to make sure Teacher Chen heard it. Teacher Chun, knowing this teacher was as sly as an old fox, immediately rolled her eyes. A while later, in the classroom, No Ban was currently staring with his mouth hanging open, shocked out of his mind. The reason was that he could not understand a single damn thing in the books Teacher Tai had given him. The 3 great conservation laws, the 2 great theorems, constraint equations, everything he had learned over the past month had been completely overturned. This was like entering a whole new world. The end of physics was truly a sea of stars. No Ban's face had gone distorted, while his heart kept screaming. He began to doubt life itself. Could it be that scientists really were all monsters? If those new books from just now were the doorway to a new world, then these 2 books were Pandora's New Physics Olympiad Guide and New Physics Olympiad Practice Collection, especially the New Physics Olympiad Practice Collection. The teaching methods in this book followed no normal logic at all. For example, on one knowledge point, it assumed you had 1 rabbit, and then someone gave you another rabbit. So how many rabbits did you have now? Correct, 2 rabbits. Very smart. Therefore, 1 + 1 = 2. This was a definite arithmetic method. Looking at the comic illustration, it was simple and easy to understand. It was very concrete, clear, and straightforward. No Ban continued reading. Now that you already have a certain understanding of the basic principles of arithmetic, let us look at the example below and apply the knowledge we just learned to practice. Below that was a long, insanely convoluted equation that No Ban could not understand at all. No Ban pulled a face uglier than a dog's and cursed inwardly. Damn it, it was just one rabbit plus one rabbit. So why the hell was it written this complicated? Couldn't this book go step by step a little? At the very least, give me some kind of clue. Damn it. Although he knew the competition would be difficult, he had never imagined it would be like this. Could it be that he could not understand even a single word? This was way too stimulating. The questions were far too hard. Even with an extra 10 points in physics learning ability, he still could not understand a damn thing. No ban cried out in despair. What the hell? Do I have to study until I go bald before I can understand this? Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Detected that the host has begun coming into contact with low-level knowledge. Analyzing knowledge content. Please wait. Analysis complete. Confirmed that the host's ability has slightly increased and energy supply is sufficient. Backup Plan 9 has been successfully activated. No ban was stunned and wondered. The system is started up again? You still know how to come back? You haven't appeared in ages. The system then announced, converting into the expression method easiest for the host to understand. Conversion successful. Knowledge talent tree unlocked. The host may light up learning talents. No ban gaped at this absurd thing. Holy crap, now I've reached the point where I can allocate talent levels. 2. Alright, let's see what talents physics has to choose from. No ban raised his hand, and the knowledge talent tree lit up with 2 types of talents. No ban's eyes widened. There are 2 kinds. They were universal gravitation and thunder in the palm. The system also explained, thunder in the palm increases your understanding of electricity and your ability to apply various laws of electricity. Universal gravitation increases your understanding of mechanics and your ability to apply various laws of mechanics. Noban immediately understood. In other words, if I have both of these talents, my understanding of mechanics and electricity will rise to another level. He suddenly froze when he discovered that there was another small branch beside them and wondered, what ability is that? Noban raised his hand, wanting to see what it was, and the system also issued a notification. Congratulations. You have obtained an additional passive skill, Scientific Image. Noban asked, Scientific Image? I don't understand what the hell that is. How is it used? The system replied, Scientific Image stabilizes the hairline, helping the host become more handsome while studying physics well, because the host will then have a thick, healthy head of black hair. Noban listened with a dumbstruck expression. He had never expected this system to have such a ridiculous ability. The system further explained, because the host's ability contributed a large amount of energy to the activation of Backup Plan 9. This is a special, gifted skill and does not consume talent points. With a stiff expression, Noban praised it. This system really is too good to me. You're even taking care of me this thoroughly. Thank you. Noban was suddenly startled when he saw that his remaining talent points numbered 3. He felt this was simply wonderful. He could add talents to both electricity and mechanics. Noban smugly thought that if he put all his talent points into physics, then he would become an absolute boss of physics. But after that, Noban looked at the talent tree and saw that it had many different branches. He then asked, there are so many talent skills. 3 talent points are nowhere near enough. System, how exactly do I collect these talent points? The system replied, converting into the expression method easiest for the host to understand. Please wait. Conversion successful. When the host studies, experience will be obtained according to the learning method and the differing levels of difficulty. Once enough experience is accumulated, the host will level up. Each level up grants 1 talent point. The host's current level is level 3. 500 experience points are required for the next level up. Ngobono understood. So that's how it is. In other words, when I learn new knowledge and do new exercises, I can gain experience. At the same time, the amount of experience will also change according to the actual situation. Just like playing a game, defeating monsters, and leveling up. Is there any method that can make experience flood in? The system suddenly added another notification. Completing missions can also accelerate level ups. There are currently 2 missions awaiting completion by the host. Mission 1, Basic Operation. Mission content, pass the preliminary round of the National High School Physics Competition. Fixed reward, 200 experience points, with an additional reward determined according to the host performance in the competition. Mission 2, Dominate High School. Mission content, enter the top 50 in the next midterm examination. Fixed reward, 150 experience points. Additional reward will be determined according to the host's final ranking. Noban realized that this was just like the games he had played before. He could even complete complete missions to level up. The next level required 500 experience points. If he could complete both missions, he would gain a lot of experience. However, the difficulty of these missions was far too high. The previous missions had not been this hard. Passing the physics preliminary round, ranking in the top 50 of the midterm exams. There was 1 month until the physics competition, and the midterms were also exactly 1 month later. In other words, during this month, he not only had to learn all the knowledge needed for the physics competition, but also had to complete every subject and drag himself into the top 50. Noban suddenly remembered what his homeroom teacher had said before. If your results in your other subjects do not improve 1 month from now, I will not approve your participation in the competition. Do you understand? Noban's expression became very dangerous as he thought. If he did not raise his results in the other subjects, then even if he passed the preliminary round, Teacher Chun would not let him continue. Previously, he had spent 1 month improving math and physics. This time, he had to challenge every subject within 1 month. Noban clenched his fist and felt that this was unbelievably interesting. Few talent points, a massive amount of knowledge to learn, and on top of that, extremely little time. Solving difficult problems under harsh conditions. This was exactly his playstyle. He did not merely want to complete all the missions. Hidden bonus rewards and the highest SSS evaluation were also his goals. Noban asked the system, "What exactly is the additional reward determined by ranking?" The system replied, "The host must complete the mission before that can be known." The more Noban heard, the more excited he became. Okay, fine. In short, I just have to charge forward with everything I've got. This system is getting more and more interesting. But system, can you tell me what exactly you are? The system immediately said, "Sorry. This matter is beyond the scope of what the system can answer." Noban felt slightly disappointed. This system always hid things, and it was seriously annoying. But forget it. He should still study carefully what he ought to do next. Right now, there were language arts, mathematics, English, physics, biology, and chemistry. 6 subjects in total, and each belonged to a different talent branch. But he currently had only 3 talent points, so perhaps he should concentrate his talents on 1 or 2 subjects. After all, having 1 or 2 top-ranked strengths was much better than developing everything evenly. If he chose skills he was weak in, that would mean his strong subjects would no longer be able to reach the top. Moreover, this system also followed the rule that the harder the knowledge studied, the more experience he would gain. When he learned higher-level knowledge in his specialty subjects, he could gain more experience than by studying other subjects, meaning he could level up faster. Then, after leveling up and obtaining talent points, he could gradually add talents to the other subjects. From there, he could enter a superior development cycle. The rich who got rich first would pull the later rich along, and in the end, he would achieve his goal of becoming an all-around academic tyrant in every subject. As he spoke, the male lead's smile gradually became wildly unhinged and absurd. The boy struck a rather ridiculous pose, believing that there were only 2 correct choices, physics and mathematics. Previously, he had drawn a buff to his physics ability. Moreover, in the physics competition, there would be a huge amount of calculation involved. Mathematics and physics were also connected when it came to calculating complex numbers. Therefore, the only subject that would satisfy both sides at once was mathematics. So Noban pointed firmly and declared, "Add the talents to mathematics." Immediately, the system made booming and zapping sounds. The talent tree also lit up, accompanied by a notification. Talent, Manifest Geometry Level 1, unlocked. Manifest Geometry increases geometry comprehension ability, helping the host become wiser and more clear-headed when solving spatial geometry problems. Noban then said, "Functions are still my weak area. I want to add 2 talent points to functions." With a swish, the system announced successfully added 2 talent points to Function Mastery. It further explained, Function Mastery Level 2 greatly increases function comprehension ability. When solving function problems, your train of thought will become clearer. At this moment, Noban looked like a young man who had overdosed on stimulants, energy surging wildly everywhere. His current expression was blissful beyond belief. Then another system notification sounded. In view of the host's excellent recent performance and the continuous energy supply meeting standards, the encouragement reward is 2 draw opportunities. Hearing the words draw opportunities, Noban felt extremely delighted. So he immediately decided to draw, without thinking any further. After that, a red, black, blue, and green roulette wheel appeared. Unfortunately for the boy, the reward this time was 8th prize. The reward was language learning ability plus 5 points. What the hell? Last time it was 9th prize, and now it's 8th prize. What's going on? And why is it plus 5 points? Last time, 9th prize gave me plus 10 points. 8th prize gives fewer points than 9th prize. Right afterward, No Ban's whole body glowed as he received the system's shameless buff. Only then did he realize that this was language ability, not English ability. In other words, it had a supportive effect on both English and language arts. An 8th prize like this was still pretty good. Continue the draw. The system replied, drawing now. Host, please wait. The result of this draw was 7th prize. Abstract thinking ability plus 3 points. This boy's luck was truly as black as the bottom of a pot. No Ban currently looked bewildered, not understanding what the hell abstract thinking ability was. To explain further, so-called abstract thinking meant subtracting or separating things through thought, refining them down to their essence. For example, this was No Ban. This boy had many characteristics that differed from other boys. His hair was plentiful yet fine. Its color, form, length, and so on could all easily be changed by a barber. This guy wanted to dye it green, but his mother would not allow it. Then there were other bodily characteristics, such as his eyes being 3 degrees nearsighted. His handsomeness reached 9 out of 10 points. He wore his legendary blue outfit every day, and no one knew whether he washed it. His black jeans, which every boy had, were also bought for him by his mother. Finally, there were the blue shoes he wore to match his blue shirt. This boy had many distinguishing characteristics, but in reality, to distinguish No Ban from other boys, there was no need to remember that much. Abstract thinking would simplify the boy into the following. The most distinctive thing was his inexplicably blue shirt, along with the fact that he was male. This was the essence, turning complexity into simplicity, searching for patterns and forms, and finally using them to explain reality. This was abstract thinking. By the way, Newton's summary of the 3 laws was precisely a crystallization of abstract thinking. No Ban's entire body radiated the brilliant glow of a protagonist. He felt that although this abstract thinking ability only added 3 points, it was extremely overpowered. It was exactly an increase to his comprehension ability across all subjects. His spirits soared, and he imagined himself becoming incomparably huge, with the entire earth and world beneath his feet. Where did you hide the rest of the drugs? And with that, the draw ended. The system asked, does the host wish to begin using the low-level tutoring course? No Ban pushed up his glasses and replied with a handsome expression, no. We'll talk about that in a moment. Earlier, he had gone through great effort to select talents. On top of that, he had drawn such powerful rewards. So now he wanted to drag out all the subjects that had previously given him trouble and fight them right away. But just as he was getting excited, he was interrupted. No Ban suddenly heard someone calling his name. The boy abruptly snapped back to reality from his high. It turned out Teacher Lu was calling him up to collect his test paper. No Ban replied, yes, Teacher Lu. When he went up to receive his test paper, Teacher Lu announced, No Ban, score 80. The whole class below immediately widened their eyes, extremely impressed. 2 classmates had not expected this guy to be good at mathematics too. Before, he had always been at the bottom of the class. Now his score was this high, and the previous test had been insanely difficult. 2 other jealous guys said that it was nothing amazing. Compared with his physics score, there was still a huge gap. Teacher Lu told the students in the class to shut up. Then he looked at No Ban without saying anything. Teacher Lu suddenly sighed, then smiled and said, it's all right. I believe you'll be able to do even better next time. No Ban looked at Teacher Lu in surprise. Then he clenched his fist firmly and promised Teacher Lu, next time, I will definitely do well. Please rest assured, teacher. After that, our guy solved problems like a mathematical prodigy, reasoning that he should change it into the sine theorem, multiply across the denominator, then substitute the trigonometric formula, write it as an exponential function, separate x and y, then expand the binomial of the 2 exponential functions. First, write out the expansion of sin x, and find the pattern of complex analysis for n from the natural numbers. With just one glance at a function problem, several solution ideas immediately jumped into his mind, and in an instant, he could find the most suitable one. This was completely an experience he had never had before. No Ban's pen danced like a sword. In the blink of an eye, he had finished everything. He excitedly shouted, "Say, oh yeah." Fortunately, he had the learning method teacher Lu had taught him. Otherwise, the system support would not have been this obvious. No Ban imagined himself standing in a vast, boundless meadow filled with the fragrance of flowers. Meanwhile, in reality, all his classmates were staring at him like he was some lunatic who had just escaped from an asylum. Suddenly, No Ban's stomach let out several rumbling growls. The young man suddenly snapped back to his senses. That guy Gu Fan spoke up to tease him. "Ha, so even a god-tier top student gets hungry?" No Ban put on a stiff, awkward face and said it was nothing. "To me, the spirit of studying is more important than food." And then karma spared no one. His stomach growled louder and louder, and his classmates burst out laughing in delight. No Ban looked completely dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, another classmate's hand reached over, holding a bun. No Ban was startled too. It turned out to be Pei Jiamin. Her cheeks flushed red as she shyly handed the bun to him. The people around them immediately cried out in surprise. What? The class beauty was giving No Ban a bun? And she was even wearing new clothes too. No Ban was now so surprised that he stammered and asked, "Is this really for me?" The adorable Pei Jiamin replied, "If it's not for you, then who else would it be for? You're too noisy. I can't study. Hurry up and eat it. Remember to pay me back with a bag tomorrow." No Ban froze on the spot when he heard that. Then he clenched the bun tightly and thought to himself, "So she's blaming me for affecting her studying again? Pei Jiamin, so that's it. You want to compete fairly with me. So you gave me a biscuit to help me maintain my study condition. At the same time, there won't be stomach noises disturbing you. Fine, you're a fair and honorable opponent too. Thanks, it's really delicious. I'll keep you company until the very end." This guy No Ban was so good at studying, so why was he so brain dead when it came to that kind of thing? The girl had already opened her heart like that. He was seriously hopeless. After that, the young man continued moving his pen and doing exercises. No Ban suddenly realized that his ability to read questions had improved tremendously. Very quickly, he could accurately find what the question was asking for. This was probably the effect of abstract thinking ability. No Ban was suddenly startled because he would still get stuck when he encountered comprehensive problems. Although his individual abilities in geometry and functions had improved, his problem solving had still not reached the same proficient level as physics. No Ban finally realized something. Sure enough, there were no shortcuts in studying. Skills were given by the system. They were not there to let him solve questions effortlessly. Their true effect was probably to increase the breadth and depth of his thinking. He still needed to read more and practice more before he could truly understand mathematics. After concentrating on solving questions for a while, the bun Jiamin had given him was completely gone. No Ban was startled and wondered, "Have I already finished it?" After that, he stretched. His face looked haggard because he had absorbed far too much knowledge throughout the day. Sure enough, studying was the most mentally draining thing. Suddenly, a group of restless classmates came over and called No Ban boss. "Can you bring us along too?" No Ban asked back, "What do you mean?" Wang Hao, don't tell me you don't know I retired from the martial world long ago. But Wang Hao gave a faint smile and replied, "I'm not talking about grinding games. I'm talking about studying." No Ban's eyes widened in surprise. The classmates took out their books and notebooks and said, "No Ban, you're way too hardworking." At first, none of us believed you were actually studying, but seeing you work yourself so desperately every day and your grades really rising by so much, we think you're insanely awesome. We want to be like you too. We want to work desperately hard this semester. Suddenly, Gu Fan also patted him on the shoulder and said, "That's right, No Ban, although he never said it out loud. We all really admire you." But right now, No Ban was secretly furious at this jerk for stealing his biscuit, and he really wanted to slap him across the mouth. Wang Hao continued, "In the past, I always felt that my family's circumstances weren't bad. I could casually get into some university, and after graduating, I'd still be able to live well. So these past 2 years, I often followed you into gaming to escape reality. I once thought the reason you were obsessed with games was the same as mine, that it was for escape. But I discovered that you truly like playing games. Your attitude toward games has reached the realm of passion. That's why you could be so strong. You were like a huge mountain, impossible to touch, and even more impossible to surpass. I comforted myself by thinking, it's just a game. No matter how strong you are, you're the same as me. You won't be able to get into university. But when I saw your physics exam score, I suddenly realized that the person who had always been running away was only me. You can take games seriously, so you can also take studying seriously. Games, studying, life. For me, there actually wasn't any difference. I'd always been half-hearted about everything. I truly admire you, No Ban. No matter what it is, you can work that hard at it. I understand that now, too. Wang Hao suddenly pounded his chest and shouted, I also hope I can be like you, giving my all to one thing. Giving my all to studying. Right after that, the guy in the orange shirt put an arm around him and said, well said, Wang Hao. Wang Hao spoke what was in all our hearts. So we want to ask you to share some of your insights. We want to borrow your physics notebook to take a look and find some inspiration. We really want to give it our all, just this once. No Ban, you're our role model. After No Ban heard these words, he froze for a moment. Then he smiled and said, I understand. But when it comes to physics, I really don't have anything to give you. As for my math notebook and a few exercise books, I can lend those to you. Wang Hao immediately took them and said, thanks, Boss No Ban. The two young men excitedly opened them and commented, his handwriting is ugly as hell. Sure enough, geniuses are different from ordinary people. Suddenly, someone else's voice called out No Ban's name. It turned out to be two girls who asked shyly, No Ban, after they finished looking at them, can you let's take a look too? He also replied, no problem. Feel free to look. No Ban was also secretly thinking, classmate Zhou and classmate Ma have always worked very hard, but their grades haven't been very good. In the past, their grades were even a little better than mine, and now they've both come to ask me for guidance. The two girls happily thanked classmate Golbon. No Ban suddenly spoke up, wait, don't go yet. I still have one insight I want to share with you. Based on my experience, you absolutely shouldn't work hard and study silently all by yourself. That's really exhausting. Not only will you fail to understand what you read, but it'll also be very painful. If there's anything you don't understand, it's still better to ask the teachers more. With someone guiding you, you'll understand much faster. Orange Shirt immediately said excitedly, okay, boss, but you'd better be careful too. In the next exam, we'll catch up to you. No Ban put on a cold face and replied, fine, I'll be waiting for you all in strongest king. The classmates laughed happily when they heard that. After that, the bell signaling the start of class rang. It was now Teacher Tai's physics class. Gu Fan was struggling to tell himself that he absolutely must not doze off in class. Then, after the lesson had gone on for a while, No Ban suddenly lowered his head. He felt unbearably sleepy. He was almost unable to hold on any longer, and in the end, he fell asleep just like that. Teacher Tai was still rambling on with the lecture. That is why I have emphasized this to you so many times. If you can understand the concepts of rate of change and accumulated quantity from their definitions, then the fundamental laws of kinematics will. Teacher Tai was suddenly startled and noticed that No Ban below had fallen into a deep sleep. The teacher thought to himself, this is the first time this month I've seen No Ban sleeping in class. So Teacher Tai clacked his way down to No Ban's seat. The surrounding classmates were all extremely worried and frightened. Teacher Tai suddenly placed a hand on No Ban and called him to wake up, but the young man still showed no reaction at all. Teacher Tai's expression was now as cold as ice. Gu Fan, sitting beside him, saw how tense the situation was and tried to wake No Ban up. No Ban, who had been drooling in his sleep, suddenly jolted awake. When he turned his head, he saw Teacher Tai standing beside him, looking extremely terrifying. No Ban thought to himself, damn it, I'm finished. So the young man hurriedly apologized to Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai, I accidentally fell asleep. Teacher Tai only said coldly, come outside with me for a talk. Gu Fan thought that No Ban was done for this time. He had just scored full marks, and now he was sleeping in class. Teacher Tai would think he was being arrogant and looking down on physics. The other classmates were thinking the same thing. How'd he dare sleep in class? Maybe he thinks that after scoring full marks, he can do whatever he wants. Let's see how old Tai teaches him a lesson. No Ban followed Teacher Tai outside. Right now, No Ban was scared out of his wits. So the young man spoke up to explain. But before he could say anything, Teacher Tai cut him off and said, kid, sleeping in class is not appropriate. If you feel the pressure is too great, then say it. Don't force yourself to endure it alone. If your health collapses, it won't be worth it. No Ban's eyes widened in surprise because Teacher Tai was not blaming him at all. Teacher Tai continued, with your current state, working hard to improve your other subjects and taking one exam should not be a problem. If you really can't hold on, then why don't we postpone this competition? No Ban suddenly smiled, then said to Teacher Tai, I'm fine, teacher. It's just that I got too excited while studying today, so I'm a little tired. I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't fall asleep on purpose. Teacher Tai had, "I never expected this," written all over his face. He asked, "It was only because you got too excited studying?" No Ban craftily replied, "Yes, teacher. Teacher, I've read all the books you gave me. The joy is inside them. I find them extremely interesting. I will definitely participate in this competition." Teacher Tai had never expected to meet such a crazy, absurd kid. He wondered, is there really a student who can read the kind of brain-tangling knowledge and actually feel excited and happy? Teacher Tai let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then that's great. Don't push yourself too hard. And don't sleep in class either. It creates a bad impression. If you want to sleep, go to the office or the restroom. Your eyes are already completely dark." No Ban smiled and replied, "Yes, I understand, teacher." After that, Teacher Tai waved at No Ban. "You can go." As for Teacher Tai, he continued walking back into the classroom to teach. As soon as he entered, he shouted loudly at Hua Yifei, "It's class time, and you're flirting with girls? Does that mean you already know how to do all the following questions?" Teacher Tai suddenly called No Ban back. "After class later, come with me. I can see that dealing with the physics competition is taking a lot out of you. I'll take you to meet a great expert." And so, that afternoon, No Ban followed Teacher Tai. Curious, he asked, "Teacher, who are you taking me to meet?" Teacher Tai replied, "You'll know when we get there." The teacher and student went up one floor. When they reached a rather old room, Teacher Tai said, "We're here. This is the place." Teacher Tai opened the door and went in. No Ban felt that this room was somewhat dilapidated. Teacher Tai suddenly spoke up, "I've brought the person here, Teacher Bai." No Ban froze at the scene inside. An older man was reading under the lamplight. The entire room was filled with materials piled up like mountains. No Ban wondered in surprise, "Are all of these materials this man's?" The older man inside suddenly let out an "oh." Then he slowly stood up. He turned around and said, "Let me see what this newly appeared young seedling looks like." No Ban was now extremely shocked, feeling that the man's aura was far too powerful. He was suddenly startled when the man smiled and said, "Kid, you look very smart." "Not bad, not bad." No Ban also stammered in response, "Hello, Teacher Bai." Teacher Tai then said to Teacher Bai, "I'll leave this child to you. You two talk. I still have something to do, so I'll head back first." Teacher Bai also replied, "Go ahead, Teacher Tai. I'll talk to him. Sorry to trouble you." As Teacher Tai walked out, he did not forget to pat No Ban on the shoulder and say, "Do your best. Since you've chosen to participate in the competition, you must firmly seize that title and bring it back. I believe you can do it." No Ban promised Teacher Tai, "I'll do my best." Teacher Bai then asked, "This is your first time participating in a physics competition, right?" No Ban immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Teacher Bai picked up a pen and began lecturing. "I believe Teacher Tai has already told you what you need to read and know. I won't waste words on that. Today, I'll tell you about some interesting things in the physics competition. Find a place to sit for now." No Ban obediently sat down. At this moment, Teacher Bai uncapped his pen and began writing. "Physics requires mathematics plus English." After reading that, No Ban was as confused as an owl and thought to himself, "I know physics and mathematics are closely connected, but what the hell does a physics competition have to do with English?" Teacher Bai smiled and asked, "You're thinking, what does English have to do with physics? Right?" No Ban immediately nodded repeatedly. Teacher Bai explained, "In reality, if you want to achieve a high score in the physics competition, English and mathematics are both the same. They will both be powerful weapons for you. Basic high school physics basically doesn't go beyond electricity and mechanics. The scope of study or review is very easy to predict. Therefore, it can be narrowed down easily. For you to go from 0 points to 10 points in 1 month, perhaps you have already realized this, correct?" No Ban nodded and said, "Yes, that's true." At the same time, he secretly thought, if those people who struggle with physics heard these words, they would definitely be so angry they vomited blood. Teacher Bai continued lecturing, "But the physics competition is different. It contains a great many things. Mathematics plus English form a mixture. Some people may be good at one area, but once there are many research directions, their brains will start getting confused. And the physics competition is a game that only those who never get confused can win. The research scope of modern physics has become broader. The points of communication between everything have become fewer. Those who work in condensed matter do not understand plasma well. Those who work in plasma do not understand black hole knowledge well. Those who work on black holes do not know how to repair radios. Those who repair radios do not understand satellite launches well, but they all study physics. And this physics competition requires contestants to know a little of everything. You may not need to be proficient, but you must understand everything. So now I have a question. Why do you want to participate in the physics competition? No Ben had been looking downcast, but when he heard this question, he immediately answered excitedly. It's because I feel this physics competition is very interesting. Teacher Bai heard this and said, that is actually a good answer. Many people believe that the greatest help competitions give them is entering higher classes and studying abroad. In fact, that is not necessarily so. The college entrance exam is important, but a person's life is still very long. I think the greatest meaning the physics competition has for you children is that it helps you look at contemporary physics in the most basic and systematic way. If you can perform outstandingly in the semifinals, or even enter the national round, then you'll be able to see what the newest research in physics and what academic papers look like. And academic papers are the research achievements of a higher level of knowledge. So they will always be written in English in order to achieve the greatest circulation. So after going around in a circle, we have returned to the issue you were puzzled about. How are your English grades? This question was like an arrow stabbing into No Ban's head because he knew absolutely nothing about English. So the young man replied with a stiff, awkward face, my English is just so, teacher. Teacher Bai understood and began lecturing again. Teaching materials, online knowledge, database resources, and foreign Wikipedia will all be treasure troves of knowledge shared by the world. And they mainly use English. Many works may have translations, but they are not accurate and there are many mistakes in them. You cannot blame the translators for this. Translating academic works is very difficult. You not only need to know specialized terms, but also need a deep understanding of that field of science. Do you still remember the mixture in the physics competition I mentioned earlier? This means that the further you go in the competition, the more physics works you will have to read and understand. And if you do not have a foundation in English while studying these things, then moving even a single step in this world will be difficult. After every top scholar writes their paper, they must translate it into English before taking it out for exchange. This has caused the entire field of science to require more and more reading of foreign materials the higher you study. There are extremely few good Chinese language materials, but this aspect has reminded us that if you want to study higher level knowledge and theories well, a good English foundation is extremely important. After hearing this, No Ban secretly thought, damn it, I'm finished. Because he had never thought of this before. If he had known earlier, he would have spent some time on English. So he admitted that Teacher Bai's reminder made a lot of sense. I will work hard to learn English well. Teacher Bai suddenly walked over and said, it's good that you can think that way. I've already heard Teacher Tai tell me about you in detail. In the span of 1 month, you were able to break through from 0 points to 10 points. Talent and hard work were both indispensable. I think you are a teachable talent, which is why I said a little more to you. No Ban happily thanked Teacher Bai for his guidance. He also said that your eagerness to learn has reached the point where you study up to 20 hours a day. Do you know what my reaction was after hearing that? No Ban replied, awkwardly, I don't know, sir. In his heart, he was also thinking that Teacher Bai probably thought he was bragging. But Teacher Bai gave an answer no one could have expected. Nostalgia. No Ban's eyes went wide in utter surprise. Teacher Bai added that, in the past, there have been many students who studied with their lives on the line. So many that it truly made one's heart ache. They really did risk their lives to study. But after paying that price, the sweet fruits they received were also extremely great. Do you know, in the 15 years from 2000 to 2014, how many championships our country won in the Olympiad? No Ban answered that he did not know. I've never looked into it, sir. Teacher Bai said 12 times. In 15 years, we won the championship a full 12 times. It was a glorious achievement that made the whole world think yellow-skinned people were born with abacuses in their mouths. Hearing this, No Ban felt that this was truly incredibly awesome. But Teacher Bai said that from 2015 to 2019, China had gone 5 years without winning the championship. No Ban immediately asked in surprise, Why? Because of the slogan about reducing the academic burden. Perhaps you've heard it more than once, haven't you? I know children have a hard, but if we don't teach them highly difficult knowledge, how can we select and identify true talent? That is where the future of physics from the entire world gathers. While we are relaxing, other countries are still running forward. Last year, the team that won the Mathematical Olympiad Championship was South Korea. They scored 170 points, while we only scored 159. When you have a proper concept of the competition, you'll understand what 11 points means. No Ban tensed up. He clenched his fists, secretly thinking that this was a battle between nations. Perhaps he had thought of the competition too lightly. This was no ordinary game. This was something related to national technology and the future, even the destiny of mankind. It was a real war. He absolutely had to take it seriously and fight to the end. Teacher Bai then said, "I've talked a bit too much. Let's return to the competition." Noban immediately looked extremely serious. Teacher Bai continued, "In the end, the physics competition is also a kind of contest. Students from different schools and counties compete against one another to see whose head is harder. You absolutely must not go into it with the mindset that you must win a gold medal and be directly admitted to Tsinghua University. After all, even the very best students don't dare guarantee that they can definitely take first place. So for the vast majority of students, the overwhelming majority, seeing Teacher Bai hesitate as he said this, Noban silently understood that there was something behind it. It seemed there really were prodigies who already knew they would win the championship before even entering the competition. Teacher Bai suddenly smiled and said, "Noban, you started too late. A sea of problem strategy definitely won't work for you." What a pity. Otherwise, I do have quite a few rare books here that could help broaden your knowledge, and there's a very good chance questions could be drawn from them. Noban immediately shouted loudly, "It's not too late, sir. Please let me take a look. I read books really fast." Teacher Bai laughed and agreed to this learning-addicted fellow's request. "If you want to look, I'll bring them for you tomorrow. But I'll say this first. Finish the books Teacher Tai gave you first. Those are the main priority." Noban happily agreed at once. Teacher Bai had already finished explaining the concept of the competition to Noban. He then said, "Next, I want to explain more specific things to you. There may be many things you've never encountered before, and they'll be relatively hard to understand, but you must listen carefully." Noban's eyes immediately lit up like stars as he thought that he had struck gold. They had finally reached the important part. Teacher Bai explained that, for the vast majority of problems, once you had worked through one, you would roughly know the method for solving each type. For example, if a problem could be solved using Thevenin's and Norton's theorems, then there was no need to use Kirchhoff's laws to calculate it. This was a question from the Open Systems section in Jiang Xishi's Specialized Topic Edition. Ordinary students would feel lost when they saw it. In a situation where they could not find a good method to solve the problem, they could only use three-dimensional analytic geometry to calculate it. But in fact, there were many details in the problem, such as the fact that the surface charge density needed to be calculated on two surfaces. This novel knowledge seemed to pour entirely into Noban's head. His eyes widened as he realized that Teacher Bai's teaching method was, it had to be said, absolutely top tier. Every step in Teacher Bai's train of thought tightly grasped the weak point of the problem. Following his way of thinking, solving problems became incredibly satisfying. No, this was not solving problems. This was leaping through a sea of problems. Every jump was precise and elegant. That feeling was incomparable. Teacher Bai looked at the expression on the kid's face and froze, completely speechless. He then sighed, "Teacher Tai really wasn't wrong about you." Noban's eyes flashed as he asked, "What did Teacher Tai say about me, sir?" Teacher Bai replied, "He said that new knowledge is like a new toy to you. The problems I just explained to you are extremely difficult for you. Ordinary students, when they hear about problems they aren't good at, all feel that they are dry and boring. But you are different. From beginning to end, you listen very seriously." After being praised, Noban felt extremely pleased, and his cheeks had already flushed red. He excitedly replied, "That's because I still understand the basic concepts of these problems, sir. Also, your explanations are wonderful. Excellent. In short, your explanations are incredibly amazing, absolutely top tier." Hearing these strange words from children nowadays, Teacher Bai said, "I don't quite understand what you young people are saying. In any case, you're probably praising me, right?" Noban excitedly shouted, "This isn't just praise, sir. I admire you far too much. Your level in explaining problems is absolutely world-class." Hearing these words, Teacher Bai could only smiled faintly. After a while, he looked at the clock again and was suddenly startled. Oh my, it's already 8 o'clock? I thought only an hour had passed. Let's stop here today. If you go home too late, your family will worry. Then he patted No Ban on the shoulder and said, I also want to teach you more. But I heard from Teacher Tai that your grades and your other subjects aren't very good, right? Your homeroom teacher is still urging you on. No Ban also felt very worried about this. Teacher Bai smiled and said, being lopsided in one subject is not a good thing. For your deeper study of physics, that knowledge will also hold you back. Besides, you are in high school now, and the college entrance exam is your most important matter. No Ban suddenly shouted with firm conviction, Teacher Bai, don't worry. In class, I will work hard to make up my knowledge. In my other subjects, I guarantee that my school grades and the physics competition won't conflict with each other. Teacher Bai turned his face away and said, No Ban, you're quite optimistic, aren't you? As far as I know, among your other subjects, there's some where you only scored a dozen or so points. Biology, if I remember right, you only got 8 out of 100, didn't you? Hearing this was like being struck by lightning. No Ban jolted all over. Unable to deny it, he could only give a muffled, Teacher Bai then said, How about this? According to Teacher Tai, with your current physics level, passing the preliminary round won't be a big problem. After passing the preliminary round, the semifinal will be held 1 month later. If, in the first half of that month, or even in the first few days, you can prove that you can quickly improve your grades in your other subjects, then I will use the remaining time to properly help you prepare for the semifinal. How about it? Hearing this, No Ban felt very happy. He immediately agreed, delightedly, to this wager. Teacher Bai, you've promised, then? I will definitely do it. Teacher Bai also encouraged the kid. Work hard. Teacher Tai and I both believe that you can definitely do it. After that, the teacher and student said goodbye and left. A while later, the male protagonist had arrived home. From inside the kitchen came the sizzling sound of cooking and the mouth-watering aroma of food. No Ban suddenly called out, Mom, I got 100 in physics on this month's exam and 80 in math. You don't need to know about the other subjects. His mother was focused on cooking and only answered perfunctorily, Very good. Wash your hands and get ready to eat, dear. Then she suddenly froze. Her mouth opened wide like a cave as she asked, How much? How many points did you just say you got in physics and math? No Ban replied, 100 in physics and 80 in math. His mother still simply could not believe it. 100 in physics? Is 100 the full score? His father in the living room suddenly replied, Of course. What score could be higher than 100? Then his father's face was abruptly filled with disbelief. You got full marks? This time, how many students in your grade got full marks in physics? No Ban pushed up his glasses and answered handsomely. About a dozen or so, I think. The test this time was also very simple. His mother suddenly pounced over and asked, Where did you hide the exam paper? Hurry and let Mom see it. No Ban immediately took it out and handed it to his mother. After looking through it, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Unable to say anything else, she could only praise her son, saying, You're amazing. Standing to the side, No Ban secretly smirked. Why was Mom so emotional? It was only one full score physics paper, yet it had already excited her this much. Next time, if he ranked first in the whole grade, she shouldn't faint on the spot. His mother immediately shouted, My son is truly amazing. If you rank first in the whole grade, Mom might really faint, but Mom would be willing to let that happen. No Ban was scared stiff and said, Mom, don't say things like that. I'm going to wash my hands. I am starving. After that, his parents stood there chattering nonstop. Honey, tell me, is this real or fake? Although No Ban has been studying very hard recently, can he really get full marks this quickly? Have you forgotten? His grades were very good in middle school too. It's not that he can't learn. He was just lazy before. Hurry up and let me take a look. Let me look a little longer. How long has it been since he last took the initiative to show me an exam paper? All right, you hold it. Suddenly, the two of them smelled something burnt nearby. No Ban shouted loudly, Oh my God, the food in the kitchen is all burned black. His father and mother were so shocked their mouths and eyes nearly popped out. Then came the sight of black smoke billowing up as if the house were on fire. No Ban's whole family shouted in panic, Hurry, hurry, turn off the stove, open the windows, quick. After that, his mother cooked another dish. Noban was now sitting at the dining table. With a very serious expression, he wanted to discuss something with his mother. His mother smiled brightly and replied, "Go ahead, my dear son." Looking at the bowl of food piled higher than the Eiffel Tower, Noban said, "Mom, can you stop putting food in my bowl? I really can't eat this much." His mother immediately answered warmly, "All right, all right, all right. Since your grades are good, anything you say is right. Tomorrow, Mom will buy you some pig brains too. Nourish your brain." His father beside them was rendered completely speechless. Taking the opportunity, his father said, "Since today is such a good day, shouldn't I have a drink to celebrate with?" "Our son," his mother replied. "You sure know how to seize an opportunity." In a handbag in the second compartment of the wardrobe in the bedroom, there's a bottle of Wuliangye. Go get it. Hearing this, his father immediately knew it was good stuff and grew extremely excited. "Ah, we actually have such a treasure at home. You really are the best wife on earth." His father sneakily ran off to get it at once. His mother said, "I originally planned to save it for your birthday, but today we'll make an exception. But you're not allowed to drink too much." Noban smiled and thought that just one full score subject had already made his parents this happy. If he could also take first place in the physics competition, that would be wonderful. But forget it. He should prepare properly first. Once he had results, he would surprise his parents then. Holding a huge bowl of rice in his hands, Noban secretly felt smug. His parents were also overjoyed. And so, in the following days, Noban continued going to Teacher Bai's place regularly and studied very diligently. Suddenly, someone called his name. Noban turned around and saw that it was Teacher Tai, who said, "I've already helped arrange the 12 yuan registration fee and the quota for you. At 7 in the morning the day after tomorrow, Teacher Bai will take you all by bus to the exam site. Relax a little, understand?" Noban replied, "Yes, I understand. Let me pay you back, sir." Teacher Tai suddenly reached out and held his hand back. He said, "No need to pay me back. When the time comes, use your score to repay me. The number must be between 188 and 200 points." Noban's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher Tai said, "You have to get full marks. I have great confidence in you." Encouraged, the young man's expression became extremely delighted, and he declared firmly, "With those words from you, sir, I will definitely bring back full marks." Teacher Tai then told him to go back and learn a lot from Teacher Bai. He is a super expert with plenty of experience. "Yes, sir." Teacher Bai was now also smiling warmly. After Noban walked in, Teacher Bai said, "Teacher Tai has spent no small amount of effort on this replacement quota for you. Once you achieve results, you must properly thank him." Hearing this, Noban froze and asked, "Replacement quota? That's right. Did you think this physics competition was some Sunday contest where you could sign up right before it started?" Noban suddenly remembered what Teacher Tai had said earlier. "I've already helped arrange the 12 yuan registration fee and the quota for you." Noban now understood. For his sake, Teacher Tai must have had to eliminate quite a few people. And so, he clenched the exam admission certificate in his hand, his expression cool and determined as he declared, "I will definitely not let Teacher Tai down." Then, sometime later in the teacher's office, Noban was currently studying exercises diligently. He had already been studying for quite a long while when he suddenly realized that with Teacher Bai's help, he had understood the contents of these 3 difficult books. And as the Physics Olympiad guide went deeper, there was more and more content. If the superhero Magneto swallowed down all the contents of these 3 books, then he would no longer be a weak chicken who could be sent flying by having a piece of iron thrown at him, right? Noban now fantasized that he had transformed into Magneto and said, "He has magnetic field energy. A magnetic field can generate an electric field. And if the two keep alternating like that, they can create high-energy lasers, which are many times more powerful than throwing bits of iron. Moreover, if Magneto just wanted to create a strong electric field, it could pass through the air and create ionized molecules. As long as he controlled the speed at which the ions moved, then by making air molecules collide with one another, he could create even more ionized molecules. Very quickly, they would turn into an extremely hot ion cluster. By then, water or Iceman would both evaporate in minutes. Ha ha! Physics really is insanely interesting. Just as his spirit was soaring sky high in all its swaggering glory, someone suddenly shouted, "If it's interesting, then you people should study it yourselves. Why talk so much?" Noban suddenly jumped in fright because the sound had come from classroom. This guy really was bold. He was currently in the teacher's office, yet that person still dared to talk back. But whatever. It was common for students to be dissatisfied with the teachers who taught them, especially those immature brats who only liked playing around and hated studying. Noban took out his calculator and said, "Forget him. It has nothing to do with me." To explain further, this calculator was used in the competition to calculate complicated functions and provide the basis for solving physics puzzle answers. Arithmetic calculation was the tool used to arrive at answers. Through equations, elliptic integrals, and so on and so forth. If one did not have a calculator for these things, even calculating until one went bald would not produce the answer. Noban was currently using the calculator to solve complicated equations, yet his brain was still getting tangled. Only then did he feel that, if he did not use a calculator, he would not be able to get the answer, even if he calculated until the next morning. After that, he focused on calculating one question after another. Outside the window, the wind kept blowing in with whooshing sounds, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Noban heard a very loud crunching sound, and he immediately jumped in fright. Then came the booming and whistling of a strong wind blowing in. With terrifying force, sweat poured from Noban's armpits and groin like he had been drenched, and he had no idea what was happening. Next came the sound of someone chewing food ravenously, and it was coming from right beside him. Noban secretly wondered if some demon or ghost had appeared again. He did not want to die yet. Although great scientists had all returned to Mother Earth, he still had no wife and no children. He did not want to meet his idols so early. Then he suddenly mustered all his courage and rushed forward, grabbing someone who was sitting under the desk compartment. He kept cursing, "You're too outrageous. You dare pretend to be a ghost here and scare me." Noban suddenly froze when he realized that the familiar figure before him was none other than teacher Xiao Yun. In her hand, she was still holding a chocolate cake, and crumbs were still around her mouth. Noban looked at her, completely unable to understand what was going on. He then shuffled away. Teacher Xiao Yun called out for Noban to stop. The young man gave an awkward smile and greeted her. "Teacher Yun, what a coincidence." The beautiful teacher suddenly smiled and said, "Perfect timing. You're not allowed to tell anyone about this. Got it?" What she meant was that she was threatening the young man. If he told anyone, he would be dead. Noban understood and quickly murmured, "Yes, yes." Teacher Xiao Yun had only just arrived, but in his heart, he had already figured it out. The sound from the class next door earlier had been teacher Xiao Yun's voice. The teacher also commented that this young man really was sly, then asked, "What are you looking at here?" Noban replied, "Nothing, ma'am. Just some physics exam questions. I'm taking part in the competition tomorrow, and Teacher Tai wanted me to get a little used to using the calculator." Teacher Xiao Yun had now leaned very close to this lucky student, making the scene look like something out of a certain kind of movie. She reminded Noban, "You must be careful. There are a lot of arithmetic calculations in the exam questions." Only then did Noban find an excuse to slip away. "Teacher, actually, I already know how to do all of them. I'll head back now." At the same time, he thought to himself that he had to run fast. If he stayed any longer, all kinds of hard-to-explain things might happen. Suddenly, teacher Xiao Yun grabbed Noban's hand and said, "Stop. I have a few questions I want to ask you. Help me out a little." Noban was now sweating nonstop as he said, "Teacher, just tell me what it is. If I can help, I'll do my best." In his heart, he wondered why teacher Xiao Yun was being so proactive. After that, the beautiful teacher and the lucky student sat down. Teacher Xiao Yun suddenly cleared her throat and asked, "You managed to achieve such high results in math within 1 month. Do you have any special insights?" Noban was surprised to realize it. Teacher Xiao Yun had guessed half of it. The other half was that he felt he had no particular talent at school, so he felt a little wronged. Noban scratched his head as if clearing away dandruff and answered, "Actually, I don't have any special insights. I just desperately studied 20 hours every day. You could say I know how to make use of time. For example, while eating, I hold chopsticks in my left hand and do problems with my right. Beginners can practice with a spoon and should only eat simple foods like rice and porridge. They shouldn't eat anything too complicated. Also, before taking a shower, find a difficult problem. Think about it while showering. That way, by the time the shower is over, we'll have figured out the solution. The most important thing is that teacher taught me a lot. Without those skills, I wouldn't be able to do much either." Teacher Xiao Yun asked shyly, what important qualities do you think teachers should have to help students in the best way? No Ban hesitated for a moment and said, then I'll be direct. Go ahead. Personally, I feel that for teachers teaching 12th grade students, what 12th grade needs most is high scores. Our requirement for teachers is very simple. Point out the key points that will appear in exams. The more, the better. Experienced teachers make a plan, then have us follow that plan. They take a break, then come back and give us a new plan. As for new teachers, they also have strong minds. They like classes where everyone is lively and active together, and where students not only get high scores, but also learn the principles of being a good person. That's why they have to teach those principles. Before, there was a new teacher who came to teach us one class. It's not that their lesson plan was bad, it's just that it felt like there was nothing in that class that we needed. Maybe that teaching method didn't suit us 12th grade students. After all, at this stage, scores are what measure ability. After teacher Xiao Yun listened, she frowned and thought it over. Then she thanked No Ban for his opinion and said she would go back and think carefully about it. No Ban suddenly put on a serious face and said, there's one more thing. The teacher immediately gave a sweet, adorable smile and said, is that what helped you raise your academic level in such a short time? No Ban pushed up his glasses, then grinned and replied, it's just that I suddenly felt studying was also a kind of fun. Teacher Xiao Yun was quite surprised by this. Then she smiled again, stood up, and said, thank you for your answer. I believe that as long as you keep working hard, you'll definitely get into one of the best universities. Stay here and prepare well for the competition. I'm going back. Evening self-study still isn't over yet. Teacher Xiao Yun and No Ban waved goodbye to each other. After that, the boy cracked his knuckles, stretched his limbs, and got excited again, wanting to train and battle this calculator. And so the sounds of calculator buttons being pressed and the scratching of writing rang out again. A while later, the bell signaling the end of class also rang. Wang Hao planned to come to the room and call No Ban back. But as soon as he stepped in, the young man was utterly shocked. The sound of No Ban writing as fast as a sewing machine filled the whole room. Not only that, he was pressing the calculator with one hand and writing with the other, and his speed on the calculator was faster than tearing through the wind. Wang Hao simply cannot believe it. The boy rubbed his eyes to see if he was seeing things. Then, by the next morning, Wang Hao shouted loudly, damn it, No Ban, you really have gone insane? You're taking the exam today, and you still stayed up all night studying like that. At that moment, No Ban had his face down on the desk, his mouth constantly muttering, a small matter, a small matter. Do you know what compressive strength and thickness form? Wang Hao immediately said, shut up. Is now the time to talk about that stuff? Let me help you to bed. Don't get sick. I'll go get a blanket to cover him. Another bespectacled guy said, No Ban, do your best. You're the motivation that keeps me working hard. That's right. You've created a legend. Cheer up. Me too. After this competition ends, No Ban, tell us a little about the physics problems. I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Okay then. For now on, I'll pay for anything spicy No Ban eats. Lying on the desk, No Ban also replied, there's no need to be so polite. We're all close friends and dorm mates. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. No Ban suddenly jolted in surprise because someone was pulling him up. It turned out that his 6 dorm mates had lifted the young man onto their shoulders and were carrying him away. They said, thanks in advance. God no. No Ban asked in terror, what the hell are you guys doing? Wang Hao replied, taking you to the exam, of course. After that, the 6 young men carried No Ban off just like that, singing non-stop as they went. The guys from the other rooms who witnessed the scene immediately commented, damn, what a professional team. They really are damn good brothers. After that, they entered the classroom. Only then were the classmates extremely shocked and blurted out, what the hell? No Ban is taking the physics competition today. Something this absurd can actually happen? Teacher Tai didn't say anything about it either. He really kept his mouth shut. When I saw him and Zhang Qiu going out together, I thought they were just going to the bathroom. That physics competition is full of monsters. Even Zhang Qiu had to prepare and train for 3 full years for this competition. But No Ban isn't an ordinary person either. Someone who went from 0 points to full marks in 1 month. What an absolute beast. After school beauty Pei Jia Min heard the news, she felt extremely gloomy. He's going to take the physics competition and didn't even say a word to me, but he has no reason to tell me either. It's not like he and I talk that much. As for No Ban, he was currently on a rather large bus. The bus was filled with the noisy chatter of the school's top students. One person said, our best result last time was the semi-final round, right? That's right. I remember it was Zhang Qiu. Unfortunately, the semifinal questions that year were too difficult. Zhang Qiu replied modestly, "No, it was because I didn't prepare fully. This time, I'll definitely make it into the finals." Nice fantasy, bro. Two girls were also talking to each other. Xiaolan, don't be nervous. After all, it's our first time participating. It's enough to gain experience, Xiaolan replied. I'm still afraid of disappointing the teachers. Two other guys were asking, can we make it to the semifinals this time? If the questions are as easy as last time, then maybe we can barely manage it. As for No Ban, he was still sitting with his legs crossed, studying materials with a completely expressionless face. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his seat and asked, "Are you nervous?" It turned out that teacher Bai wanted to show concern for his beloved student. No Ban smiled and replied, "Not very nervous. You two teachers have so much confidence in me, so why should I be nervous?" Teacher Bai was very satisfied with this answer. Your logic makes sense. Then do you have a plan for after you pass the preliminary round? No Ban replied, "Yes, teacher. I'll work hard to make up for my other subjects in 1 week. At the very least, I have to achieve good results in the subjects taught by the other teachers." When Teacher Bai heard that, he praised his student for having such a confident tone, exactly like himself when he was young. No Ban smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. A famous teacher produces an outstanding student. Teacher, hee." And so, the teacher and student laughed loudly, extremely pleased. A while later, they arrived at the exam site for the physics competition, Shanghai High School. The students began getting off the bus and entering the exam rooms. No Ban's candidate number was 5002. He and the other candidates silently sat down in their exam seats. Suddenly, a guy in a red shirt called No Ban's name. It turned out to be Zhang Qiu. He spoke up and said, "What a coincidence. We're actually sitting near each other. Good luck." No Ban also replied, "Okay, good luck to you too." Then the bell rang. The invigilating teacher opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "Candidates, begin answering the paper." Immediately, the candidates moved quickly, opening the papers and reading through them. Suddenly, everyone broke out in cold sweat, extremely nervous. Some looked completely dumbfounded, not knowing how to solve the problems at all. But at that moment, our guy was smiling smugly. Then he uttered a line, "This paper is really interesting." The questions in this exam are very polarized. 4 of the 50 multiple-choice questions can be solved by people with a little basic knowledge of high school physics. Question 1 is basic physics knowledge, easy as eating porridge. No Ban made a light move, and in 1 second, he had already circled the answer. Question 2 is about simple heat exchange in thermodynamics. No Ban charged forward with twin blades in both hands and sliced through the pair, solving it. Question 3 has a bit too much text, but the boy rushed in, made a light flourish, and felt it was a small matter. Question 4 is about luminous intensity. It's outside the scope of high school. If you haven't studied it before, it'll be a little difficult. It's like a fruit slicing game, and this time there's a bomb. But No Ban had learned this knowledge long ago, so it was no problem for him at all. Next came 2 fill-in-the-blank questions about the secondary optical axis and Thomas Young's double slit. They were all basic optics knowledge. The preliminary round really was not stimulating at all. These questions were all fairly simple. And so, No Ban passed through 49 questions as easily as turning over his hand. Unexpectedly, No Ban was startled in shock. Before his eyes was an enormous durian. No Ban felt that this final question was seriously difficult. An artificial satellite with a mass of 3,000 kilograms moves in a circular orbit around Earth at an altitude of 180 kilometers above the ground. The gravitational acceleration there is 9.3 meters per second squared. Due to the effect of air resistance, the altitude of the artificial satellite will decrease by 0.5 kilometers in 1 year. It is known that the resistance encountered when an object moves at speed v through a fluid of density b is related to A, where A is the object's maximum cross-sectional area, and C is the drag coefficient. The coefficient is related to the shape of the object. When a satellite operates at high altitude, its drag coefficient may be taken as C equals 1. The satellite's largest cross-sectional area is A equals 6 square meters. Given that Earth's radius is 6,400 kilometers, use the above data to estimate the atmospheric density at the satellite's location. No Ban thought tensely to himself that this final question was about gravity. Of course, It required using the data given in the question to estimate the density of the atmosphere where the satellite was located. The difficulty of this question was that it required candidates to identify the correct significant factors and ignore secondary factors in order to make a reasonable estimate. In other words, it tested the ability to understand the question. That was also the ability for abstract thinking. No-ban grew tense. He put on a black headband and transformed into a knockoff Naruto. Pretending to be extremely cool, he declared, "The significant factor is this. The question asks us to estimate the atmospheric density at the satellite's location and find B from F equals 1/2 BACV squared. That means finding the relationship between F and the year. So obviously, this is a function transformation problem." And so, No-ban found a place to crack open the durian. He picked up his pen as if picking up a sword. Suppose the satellite's velocities before and after 1 year are v1 and v2, respectively. According to the law of universal gravitation and Newton's laws, we can obtain these two formulas. As he spoke, No-ban held his sword and charged at the durian grown and bin duong. No-ban proudly believed that the idea and formulas were all there. The only thing left was solving it. The durian had been penetrated by No-ban from behind. It stood motionless with no unusual phenomenon. Suddenly, it began to tremble. Then it slowly cracked open. No-ban crawled out from inside the durian, looking as cool as a superhero, and at the same time, the enormous durian was shredded apart by his finishing move. After finishing the paper, No-ban finally let out a sigh of relief. The boy stretched and thought that this question had many traps, so if someone had not studied calculus, they would suffer. Because the force F here was a changing force and could be solved using calculus. But it was already the hardest question on this paper. In any case, he had solved it. Only then did No-ban look around, and he was suddenly startled. Damn, so many people have already handed in their papers? Are the other candidates that powerful? In my assessment, this paper is fairly difficult, yet everyone did it so quickly. Does that mean the preliminary round was very simple for them? The semifinals will probably be full of experts. No-ban suddenly glanced over at Zhang Qiu in the red shirt. At the moment, the young man's face looked as if he had been constipated for days. No-ban guessed that Zhang Qiu was probably working on the final question. Ba, good luck, my friend. Or should I hand in my paper too? Would that put pressure on Zhang Qiu? Forget it. I'll hand it in when time is almost up. Let me try another solution method for those two electricity questions. A while later, the bell announcing the end of the exam rang. The invigilating teacher shouted loudly, "Candidates, stop writing. The exam time is over." No-ban and Zhang Qiu walked out of the exam room together. The face of the young man in red now looked like he was about to fall into terminal stage depression, as if he had just lost his ration booklet. No-ban thought to himself that it seemed Zhang Qiu had not performed well. Should he comfort him? No-ban spoke up and called, "Zhang Qiu." But Zhang Qiu cut him off first. The young man said, "No-ban, don't be sad. This exam really was difficult. It's normal if you couldn't do it. After all, this is your first time participating in the competition. What matters is gaining experience. Let's hurry and gather up to go back." No-ban stood there like, What is happening? So who is comforting whom? After they reached the bus, Teacher Bai immediately said, "You two finally arrived. Come on. Now that the exam is over, don't think too much about it. Let's go back to school." No-ban had also noticed that the expressions of the other students looked terrible. After that, everyone got on the bus and returned to school. At the moment, every single person's face looked like they were at a funeral, without the slightest hint of spring, completely different from the lively atmosphere when they had just boarded the bus to go to the exam. No-ban was still focused on learning new knowledge. Suddenly, one young man could not hold it in anymore and asked, "Hey everyone, what answer did you choose for that optics multiple choice question?" But what answered him was an atmosphere of silence. No one said anything. No-ban was surprised and wondered, did no one really solve that question? Suddenly, a guy in a yellow shirt spoke up, showing off as if he knew everything. That question was fairly difficult, but I guess that the answer could only be both B and C. No-ban glanced over. The guy in yellow pushed up his glasses and continued boasting. Energy is not lost, so the luminous intensity of the light pulse after passing through the glass rod must be equal to the initial luminous intensity. Therefore, saying both B and C are correct fits this. The person beside him immediately believed it. Hee, that's great. I also chose both B and C. Just reading the question took me forever. The young man who had asked also praised him. Student Su Ming, you're really amazing. I didn't know this piece of knowledge, so I circled the wrong answer. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The original question was about 3 different wavelengths of light. The guy in yellow was startled and looked back. It turned out to be our very own No Ban, speaking up in an extremely cool manner to explain. Their propagation speeds in the same medium are different, so the times they take to reach the right end of the glass rod are also different. The guy in yellow suddenly realized it. That question had a trap too? Then the answer can only be D. I carelessly overlooked that. The guy in brown was now shocked as he realized it. So that was the true great master. Zhang Xiu in the red shirt now had the words, "I never expected this," written all over his face, and he asked No Ban, "You managed to do all of those optics questions?" No Ban calmly replied, "Yes, you could say that." Zhang Xiu suddenly lunged forward and asked another question. "Then what about the fill-in-the-blank question on lenses? How did you do it?" No Ban answered unhurriedly, "F is parallel to the lens, so it can be used as a secondary optical axis. Then the light from that point is extended and intersects the secondary optical axis at P. Therefore, all the light converges." That answer made the guy in the red shirt cover his face and shuffle away. "All right, stop talking. I want some peace and quiet." The young man in the yellow shirt then came over to greet him. "You know Ban from class 12A3, right? I've heard a lot about you. The teachers often use you as an example when they criticize us." The newcomer asked slyly, "Great God, what did you get for the fill-in-the-blank question on electric charge? It was equal to 6, right? Novan Kamidi. The answer is only equal to 3. The question asked about the condition under which 2 charged objects no longer exchange charge. It isn't that their charges are equal, but that their electric potentials are equal. You probably overlooked that point." Yellow Shirt was so embarrassed that he covered his face and walked away. "Okay, fine, stop talking. I want some peace and quiet." The other guys had also been planning to ask questions, but after thinking it over, they were afraid they would end up just as badly humiliated as those two, so they kept quiet. Suddenly, 2 pretty girls walked over to No Ban and asked, "Senior, can we ask you a few questions?" The fat guy was secretly jealous as hell. After all, no 10th grade girl had ever taken the initiative to call him senior like that. No Ban also cheerfully replied, "Sure. If you have anything to ask, go ahead." At the same time, he felt that by answering them, he could review the material too. Teacher Bai was delighted. It seemed that this year, their school would also have a student who could make them proud in front of the judges. After that, the 2 pretty girls asked No Ban many questions, ranging from easy to difficult. Once they had finished asking everything, one of the girls thanked him for explaining things and said, "Senior, I still have one last question." No Ban, surprised, said, "Go ahead." The girl in the red shirt said, shyly, "Can we add each other on Facebook? I still have a few more questions I want to ask." Everyone leaning against the bus instantly burned with jealousy. Damn it, she was even taking the initiative to ask for his contact information. Why was no one asking them for their contact information? Just go home and look in a mirror, bro. You'll know the answer right away. No Ban was also wide-eyed with surprise. He gave a stiff, awkward smile and replied, "If you have questions you need to ask, then there's no need. How can things be explained clearly over Facebook? If you want to ask about schoolwork, just come to class 12A3 and find me." Everyone leaning against the bus was shocked all over again. Teacher Bai was also left completely speechless. The red shirt girl's cheeks turned as red as tomatoes from embarrassment. She immediately stood up, covered her face, and ran off at top speed. The guys on the bus then shouted, "Damn, Great God is so domineering. Great God must definitely be thinking of us 11th graders. Great God really is rock solid. This is the bearing of a top student. We need to learn from him. Junior, do you need my Facebook? I can explain lessons to you too." Stop dreaming, bro. Meanwhile, No Ban was still calmly thinking to himself that there truly were not many people as responsible and eager to help others as he was. No wonder the people sitting behind him were so amazed. The bus then returned to Ha Trung High School. The students who got off were all smiling brightly. Teacher Bai suddenly called No Ban over. "Have lunch with me today." No Ban smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." After that, at the cafeteria, the atmosphere was noisy and lively. Teacher Bai and No Ban walked in and unexpectedly ran into acquaintances. Teacher Tai and a young teacher named Teacher Chung said, "This is the first time I've seen Teacher Bai bring a student here to eat with him. Is this the student who participated in today's physics competition? He looks a little unfamiliar. What's your name?" No-ban waved and replied, "Hello, sir. My name is No-ban. Today was my first time taking part in this physics competition." Teacher Chung was startled. "What? So you're the student who got full marks in physics after only 1 month of review?" Teacher Tai, standing beside him, coughed a few times with great satisfaction. Teacher Chung secretly fumed. This damn guy really showed off whenever he had the chance. Teacher Chung then asked, this was No-ban's first time participating in the physics competition. "Teacher Bai, how'd he do today?" Teacher Bai smiled and replied, "It seems student No-ban's exam went quite smoothly. Perhaps this time, he can help our Ha Trung school increase its quota." After hearing that, Teacher Chung and Teacher Tai both had disbelief written all over their faces. No-ban was actually that ridiculously good? Teacher Chung then said, "Let's find a place to sit down and talk while we eat." After Teacher Tai listened to No-ban describe the difficulty of the exam, his face twisted. He cried out, "What? This year's test was that complicated?" No-ban calmly replied, "I thought it was all right. It was still within my ability." Teacher Chung only thought that No-ban was bragging, so he said, "You sure talk big. Don't tell me you like boasting just like your Teacher Tai." Beside him, Teacher Tai frowned and said, "Teacher Chung, shut your mouth. What did I ever boast?" Teacher Bai then said, "From what I know, No-ban got all the earlier questions on the test correct. We just don't know what trick the final question pulled." Teacher Chung asked, "No-ban, do you still remember that question?" No-ban immediately replied, "Of course I remember." The teachers nearby wondered curiously what he was doing. It seemed they were talking about the physics competition. No-ban then recited that incredibly long final question without missing a single word. The teachers were all amazed. Damn, the question was that long, and he had already memorized it perfectly? That was insane. Teacher Chung, however, was so angry that he slammed the table. The reason Teacher Chung was so angry was that as soon as he heard the question, he knew there was a trap set to trip up the students. He shouted, "With the final question written like that, most students would definitely think they didn't need to worry about dealing with air resistance. But once the influence of air resistance is considered in the force analysis, the gravity equation becomes difficult to formulate." Hearing that, No-ban had to praise Teacher Chung as truly top tier. Just from hearing the question once, he had found the difficult part of the problem. Teacher Tai thought this year's exam seemed even tougher. "No-ban, how did you solve the final question?" Being called on, the boy almost choked. Then he answered awkwardly, "I guess that this problem was about the conversion of work and energy. I found the prominent factor, which was the relationship between F and V. Then I used gravity and Newton's laws to derive the formula." The surrounding teachers were all so impressed that their mouths fell open. No-ban continued, "But because I haven't studied calculus thoroughly, I don't know whether the answer is correct." Teacher Chung pressed the calculator while saying, "It's fine. Just getting to this step is already excellent. Even if the answer is wrong, you'll still get a fair number of points. So what final number did you calculate?" No-ban replied, "B equals 1.5 4 times 10 to the power of -3. Teacher Chung suddenly slapped the table with a loud bang. No-ban was startled and did not understand what had happened. Could he have calculated it wrong? But Teacher Chung was suddenly fired up and said to No-ban, "Very well done. The answer I got on the calculator is exactly the same as yours." In high spirits, Teacher Chung then discussed all the remaining questions with No-ban. No-ban was genuinely a little frightened by this teacher. When it came to physics, Teacher Chung was even more fired up than he was. The surrounding teachers, who had been gathered there watching the excitement, also cried out, "Student No-ban solves problems so impressively. He might get a high score." No-ban, startled, turned around and saw more than a dozen teachers clustered around them with extremely pleased expressions. No-ban thought to himself that it turned out these teachers had been surrounding them and listening to everything the whole time. One teacher said that judging from the discussion just now, student No-ban had solved every single question. As long as there were no mistakes in the process, he might even be able to get full marks. Teacher Tai then proudly patted his beloved student on the shoulder and praised him. "Well done. I knew you could do it." No-ban grinned and replied, "It's all thanks to Teacher Tai's and Teacher Bai's guidance. The Tai-Bai combination is truly number one under heaven." When the other teachers heard that, they burst into laughter, gave him a thumbs up, and praised Teacher Tai's student for speaking so well. Teacher Tai had taught the hope of their school. Another teacher said, "This time, our school will be glorious." Teacher Tai, you're amazing. You taught such a formidable warhorse. You can brag about this for the whole year. Teacher Tai suddenly sneered, then unexpectedly shouted, "Damn it, I am an invincible teacher. The surrounding teachers' faces instantly went blank. Teacher Tai felt so embarrassed that he froze in place for a long while. Then he scratched his head and said, "I got a little too excited and went overboard. Everyone, please don't mind what I just said." The teachers immediately burst into loud laughter. After everything was done, the teachers walked outside. Teacher Tai then said to No Ban, "Right now, passing the preliminary round won't be a problem for you. But don't forget the condition for you to continue participating in the competition." No Ban replied confidently, "No problem, sir. I'll raise all my subjects to very high scores." Teacher Tai was startled and asked, "Very high scores? In reality, you only need to be above average. There's only 1 month. No Ban, don't make things too hard for yourself." But No Ban replied, "It's all right, sir. Teacher Tai, I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Whatever I do, I have to reach SSS rank before I can feel satisfied." Teacher Tai said, "Lay off whatever you're taking, kid. Why are you going all in like that? Do you think studying is like playing a game?" Teacher Bai suddenly spoke up. "Let No Ban do it. As for No Ban, I think he can do it. This kid's head can glow. Once he gains even a little knowledge, he really does look much more handsome." No Ban also thanked Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai, with his shiny bald head, replied, "Do your best. I'll be waiting in the office for you to come find me." Seeing this, No Ban imagined a future where his hair would become like Teacher Bai's, and he immediately touched his head to check whether he still had hair. Teacher Tai then put on a very serious expression and said, "All right, fine. Since Teacher Bai has said so, in the exam 1 month from now, No Ban, make the entire grade tremble. Use that glowing head of yours." No Ban also smiled with interest and replied, "Yes, sir. Teacher Tai, Teacher Bai, don't worry. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." After that, in class 12A3, the classmates' eyes suddenly lit up as they exclaimed, "Whoa, he's back. Great God has finally returned to class." After No Ban sat down, Gu Fan spoke up. "You're back? How did the exam go? I saw Zhang Xiu come back looking like he had nothing left to live for. Was the test that hard?" No Ban put on an extremely serious expression and pondered for a moment. Then he answered, "The test was very hard. I probably can only get full marks." Gu Fan immediately broke into a cold sweat and said, "No Ban, stop bragging. There's no way anyone gets full marks in such a big competition." No Ban replied with a bored expression, "Believe it or not, you never believe me, and every time you end up getting slapped in the face." Gu Fan felt frightened hearing that. He asked, "No Ban, are you serious?" No Ban replied, "You'll know once the results come out. No matter what I say now, you won't believe me anyway. Besides, I still have another mission." Gu Fan immediately asked, "What is it?" No Ban suddenly took out his materials and said with a dangerous air, "Chemistry is a very neutral subject. Half humanities, half science. In terms of the richness and scattered nature of its knowledge, chemistry is far inferior to biology. In terms of calculation volume and analytical difficulty, chemistry is also lower than physics. Such balance? Interesting, interesting." At that moment, No Ban had transformed into a handsome mage holding a very mystical bottle of potion. The young man began reading the question. On February 29th, 2012, PM 2.5 monitoring indicators were added to the newly issued ambient air quality standards. One of the sources of fine particulate matter PM 2.5 is the burning of fossil fuels. Which of the following measures can reduce PM 2.5 pollution? A. Encourage the use of LPG as fuel. B. Encourage the use of solar energy, wind energy, and other energy sources. C. Encourage coal-fired power generation and reduce hydropower generation. D. Encourage the use of private cars and avoid taking buses for travel. After reading the question, No Ban immediately declared, "This question is ridiculously easy. Are they giving it to elementary school students?" No Ban then read the second question, which went, "Mica flakes can be used as medicine. The main component of mica schist is KMgFaOH and contains a small amount of impurities such as Cr and Mn. Please answer the following 6 questions." But the 6 questions beneath it were insanely long. Just reading them felt like losing half his youth. Handsome mage No Ban, now completely transformed into some ugly-looking guy with a miserable face. Inwardly, he cried out, "What the hell am I reading? I can recognize every word, but after reading it, I don't understand a damn thing. I'm about to lose my mind." So No Ban stood up and said to himself, "This won't do. If I keep reading, I'll only get dumber. I need to go ask Teacher Yu." the chemistry teacher. Gufan, sitting beside him, looked at him and thought this guy had probably gone crazy again. A while later, at Teacher Yu's place, Teacher Yu finished reading the question and also fell into a long, speechless silence. Then he asked, "You've already taught yourself to this level?" No Ban's eyes shone as he replied, "That's right, sir. But I don't understand this question at all, so I came to ask what I should do." Teacher Yu was rendered nearly speechless. He was furious with this kid, but forced himself to endure it and said, "Don't you know that learning has to start from the basics and progress to the advanced?" No Ban suddenly turned into a blooming flower with a bright smile and replied, "I was just curious how hard chemistry could be." That answer made Teacher Yu unable to hold back any longer. He immediately transformed into a giant, with smoke shooting from his nostrils, and roared, "You damned brat! Are you looking down on chemistry?" Thus, the teacher jumped up and chased after No Ban to resolve the problem through physical methods. He wanted to let the young man see the power of chemistry. After that, No Ban was given a beating by Teacher Yu until his backside practically bloomed. After the peace negotiations, teacher and student sat down again to discuss chemistry. With a stern face, Teacher Yu said, "This is a question about the structure and properties of matter." No Ban immediately made a sound of realization. Teacher Yu continued, "This question also tests your calculations regarding crystals, descriptions, and laws concerning the motion states of extranuclear electrons, as well as molecular configuration and hybrid orbitals. In short, it is very comprehensive. Back when we tested on this before, only Zhao Zhengfei in our class could do it." No Ban felt that this young man Jingfei was really impressive. There was actually someone in their class who was this good at chemistry. Teacher Yu then said, "I heard that you performed quite well in the physics competition." No Ban asked in return, "Even you know about that, sir?" "How could I not know? That teacher Tai of yours brags about you all over the school, every day. Right now, you want to supplement your chemistry knowledge, correct? How far have you gotten in self-study?" No Ban replied, "I've only just started studying organic compounds." Teacher Yu also felt that this was not bad. "Have you mastered all of it?" No Ban smiled faintly and replied, "Not yet, sir. I've only grasped the basics." Teacher Yu was secretly furious with this guy. He was clearly looking down on chemistry. But the teacher held himself back and asked, "So you've understood all the basics, right?" No Ban also felt that this teacher had already marked him down. He was secretly afraid the teacher would test his knowledge. He did not have any +10 talent in chemistry. He was relying entirely on the system's low-level tutoring textbook to study. At most, he only had abstract thinking skills. If he took a test, he would probably only score slightly above average. Meanwhile, Teacher Yu glanced over and saw that No Ban's expression looked like he was badly constipated. Teacher Yu softened his voice and said, "You don't need to teach yourself everything like this. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. At the very least, I won't let you take unnecessary detours." Hearing that, No Ban smiled and thanked Teacher Yu. "Starting tomorrow, I plan to trouble you often, sir." Teacher Yu smiled happily and agreed. "You're very welcome to drop by. Come on, try this test during the next period and see how many points you get." No Ban also agreed with Teacher Yu and said, "Yes, sir." The bell signaling the start of class rang again. Teacher Yu said, "Today, we'll do a Hubei test." The guys below immediately became terrified because just hearing that name told them the test would be hard. One guy said, "Teacher, we've done so many tests this week. We only just finished an exam too." Teacher Yu coughed a few times. Then suddenly, as if a light bulb had gone on, he came up with an idea and called No Ban. "If your score this time is lower than the class average, you only need to copy out the chemical equations for some of the redox reactions, decomposition reactions, and substitution reactions we've learned 20 times as punishment." Hearing that, No Ban felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had never expected Teacher Yu to play such a vicious move. The classmates now all focused their attention on No Ban. The young man stood frozen in place, not knowing what to say. Then a few guys started saying to each other, "We got hit by stray bullets, even while lying down. Looks like Teacher Yu really has it in for No Ban this time." How many points did No Ban get on the chemistry test last time? I don't remember. A dozen or so, I think. A student in a blue shirt said 34 points. After finding out his physics score, I remembered all his scores in the other subjects too. "Damn, are you in some intense love story with him?" "Screw you, you're the intense one." Another guy said, "Then we can relax." Lately, No Ban has been taking part in the physics competition, so how would he have time to study chemistry? Teacher Yu probably just wants to remind him to study chemistry more. Teacher Yu is already angry. He pointed and shouted loudly, "What are you whispering about over there? Raise your heads. The guys he pointed at immediately panicked. Teacher Yu then added, if no band scores above the class average, then anyone who scores lower than him will have to copy the material 30 times as punishment. Suddenly, a hand went up, wanting to speak. The blue shirt student asked, Teacher, how many formulas are there in total? Teacher Yu immediately stared at him in disbelief and asked, You still dare to ask that? How many times have we studied them, and you still don't remember? The blue shirt student gave an awkward laugh and replied, Sorry, sir. I was just afraid I might miss some. Teacher Yu said, You don't need to say anything else. Open your book yourself and copy every formula 30 times as punishment. That way, you definitely won't have to worry about missing any. The blue shirt student's expression instantly looked as if he had eaten something foul. Truly, his mouth had gotten his hand into trouble. At that moment, Noban's face had already turned dark. He had not expected Teacher Yu to be exactly like Teacher Tai. Next time any teacher asked whether he had mastered the knowledge they had taught, he would definitely say he had not understood it. Not understood a single thing. After that, the freshly printed test papers were handed out. As soon as Noban held the test paper in his hands, he cursed inwardly at his miserable fate. Why were so many questions outside the scope of what he had reviewed? Standing before this tangled mess of chemistry, Noban felt extremely small. What were the chemical properties of alcohol and protein? He had not even gotten to that part yet. Noban was sweating nervously. Gu Fan, sitting beside him, asked, Are you okay? Noban replied, Even if I'm not okay, I have to be okay. In any case, I'm still better off than you. Gu Fan immediately sneered and said, Noban, just wait to copy your punishment, buddy. I've been burying my head in review lately. I have to let you taste what it feels like to be surpassed. Noban did not believe this unreliable Gu Fan at all. He merely replied evenly, Okay, just wait and see. Noban figured he would start with the questions he had studied first. If he could get more points from a multiple choice and fill in the blank sections, he might be able to surpass the class average. But when he read the questions, his expression immediately turned ugly. After thinking for a while, Noban felt that among the answers, all of them could be oxidized and reduced, so he chose C. Which ionic equation for the chemical reaction among the answers was correct? Noban recalled that he seemed to have read about iron chloride. Was the correct answer C? No. It seemed like B was right. His gut feeling told him it was B. Noban suddenly startled and realized, what the heck? Why had he fallen into the thinking pattern of a poor student? Was he really going to suffer the humiliation of copying punishment? At this moment, Teacher Yu was also looking down and noticed Noban's utterly confused appearance. He immediately revealed a smug smile. Noban had also noticed Teacher Yu's delighted expression. He was secretly furious. This damn teacher was really waiting for this. Class bell Jiamin suddenly glanced over and saw Noban scratching his head anxiously. She placed her own paper lower so he could copy it. Jiamin and Noban were seated right beside each other, so he only needed to glance over to see it. Jiamin thought to herself that because she was nearsighted and could not see the board clearly, she had asked the teacher to change her seat. She had not expected that it could help Noban now, so he could copy it. Jiamin and Noban were seated right next to each other, so all he had to do was glance over to see it. Jiamin thought to herself that because she was nearsighted and could not see the board clearly, she had asked the teacher to change her seat. She had not expected that it would actually help Noban now. But after a long while, Noban kept clutching his head, gritting his teeth, biting his pen, and then collapsing onto the desk in despair. Jiamin inwardly thought, this guy really is an idiot. I left my test paper like this for so long. How can he not see it? She suddenly came up with an idea. She picked up an eraser and threw it toward Noban, pretending she had dropped it. Then Jiamin tried to call him Noban. Only then did he notice Pei Jiamin sitting right beside him. She pointed downward and said, I dropped my eraser under your chair. Could you pick it up for me? Noban quickly picked it up and handed it to Jiamin. Then he dusted off his hands and said, No need to thank me. Jiamin was completely speechless. She was so annoyed that she inwardly cursed. This guy really is hopeless. It was the first time she had felt that helping someone cheat could be this difficult. Jiamin felt she had no other choice and could only use her final trump card. She picked up her test paper and waved it hard, making a fairly loud sound. Noban was startled and turned to look. He stared blankly, wondering what she was doing. Jiamin was secretly delighted that this idiot had finally reacted. She shyly held out her test paper, meaning to say, "Hurry up and look at my test paper to check the answers. Come on, No-Ban." But blockhead No-Ban completely failed to understand the girl's kindness. He angrily thought that this girl must be crazy. If she had finished, she should just sit quietly. Why did she have to show off and provoke him like that? And then, the next day arrived. No-Ban's chemistry test was handed back with a score of 49 points. He looked as dispirited as if he had just been dumped by his girlfriend. There were still many things he had not learned. After struggling for so long, the final result was still below average. Teacher Yu suddenly called out, "No-Ban, come to the office. You're in trouble with me this time." No-Ban silently thought that he was truly finished. But after the teacher and student sat down for a private conversation, Teacher Yu said, "No-Ban, don't be nervous. The copying punishment was just a joke. I looked at your test paper. Your accuracy rate is higher than I expected. It has only been 2 weeks since the last test, and during that time, you still had to take part in the physics competition. When did you learn all this material?" No-Ban hesitantly replied, "Well, I always focus on chemistry during chemistry class and after I go home." Teacher Yu was full of question marks and asked, "That's all?" "Yes, that's all, sir." Teacher Yu felt rather regretful. He asked, "Why weren't you interested in chemistry earlier? If you had been interested in chemistry earlier, I would have signed you up for the chemistry competition too." Suddenly, Teacher Shin interrupted and said, "Teacher Yu, stop exaggerating. Why are you praising No-Ban so excessively?" But Teacher Yu was not joking. With a serious expression, he replied, "Teacher Shun, do you think I'm the kind of person who makes things up out of nothing? This boy really is very capable." Teacher Chung said at this moment, "I'm very familiar with that line. Teacher Tai used to talk about him like that too." Teacher Shin still thought the teachers were only boasting. "Lately, I keep hearing you all praise that student is smart. Teacher Yu, tell me just how capable he really is." After reading books for only a few days, he remembered all the middle school content, and he also understood the lessons very well. Isn't that capable enough? If he's a genius, then why did he only show it in high school? No-Ban, sitting beside them, had not expected this female teacher to be so argumentative. Teacher Yu said, in just a few days, he went from knowing nothing about chemistry to understanding all the basic knowledge. I gave him a fairly difficult chemistry test, and he still scored 49 points. If that doesn't make him a prodigy, what does? If he had more time, No-Ban could absolutely take part in the chemistry competition. Teacher Ching also agreed with Teacher Yu's words. With his talent in physics, many schools will be fighting over him. At this point, Teacher Shin finally felt that No-Ban was not ordinary at all. I heard Tai Guoping had a genius student, but I thought he was just bragging. No-Ban's expression was now extremely awkward. He had not expected the teachers to gossip and brag so wildly, so he found an excuse to slip away. Teacher Yu, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to class and continue studying. Teacher Yu said, why are you in such a hurry? We teachers are praising you. Teacher Shun said, No-Ban is embarrassed. How cute. Teacher Yu continued, right now, you need to seize every moment. Although you have talent, your current results are still far from your goal. No-Ban replied, yes, I understand, sir. I'm making use of every second now. Teacher Yu smiled, satisfied with this student, and repeated the same thing as before. If you have any questions, ask me. Don't study alone. It will be very difficult. I'll be waiting for you in the office at noon. No-Ban respectfully bowed and thanked Teacher Yu. I'll trouble you more in the future, sir. No-Ban was about to leave when he suddenly noticed the blue-shirt classmate from earlier being forced by Teacher Yu to copy punishment until he was miserable. Tears were practically falling from his eyes, and his hand was terribly sore. The blue-shirt student just wanted to go home and eat. No-Ban silently sympathized with his classmate. Teacher Yu had only been joking with him, but this guy had been dragged into it. It was pitiful, but oh well. No-Ban walked outside and made a comment. Having low emotional intelligence really is painful. As No-Ban was walking, a system notification suddenly appeared. Basic operation task completed. Reward received by host, 200 experience points. Task evaluation, excellent. Along with that came the words, level up. The host had been raised to level 4 and received 1 aptitude point. An additional reward was also received. Divergent thinking ability, +1. No-Ban secretly inferred that it seemed the scores for the competition exam had come out. He had not expected to level up so quickly. It seemed that studying chemistry recently had brought him a lot of experience. No-Ban felt as if he had taken a little spiritual candy and floated up to the clouds. He immediately wanted to see what chemistry skills the system system had. The first skill that entered his sight was called Lord of Flames. It allowed him to quickly analyze elements based on the color of flame. Noban felt that this was extremely useless. The next skill was Alchemy Maniac, which increased the success rate when carrying out experimental operations. Noban did not think it was all that impressive either. When he got to the third one, he was suddenly shocked by how overpowered it was. The fourth one was equally formidable. They were like two opposing extremes, an angel and a devil. One was called Lord of Organic Substances, which improved understanding of transformations between organic substances and could also improve understanding of the relationships between different substances. The other was called Lord of Inorganic Substances, which improved understanding from elements to compounds and from physical properties to chemical properties. At the same time, it could also improve understanding of the relationships between different substances. Noban's mouth fell open. He felt that the third and fourth talents were very powerful, but he had to choose the one that suited him. He now had 4 aptitude points, so he had to calmly analyze it first. The first one, Lord of Flames, looked good at first glance. In chemistry exams, there are definitely plenty of people who failed on flame tests, but this talent merely analyzed burning elements based on color, so its range of use seemed rather small. Many things produced different colors when burned. Even with the talent to analyze them, what real benefit would it bring? It would only let him distinguish substances a little. He had to choose something better for it to be effective. The second was Alchemy Maniac. It was also not a bad talent, but he felt it would only be useful when carrying out difficult experiments. For example, pharmaceutical preparation or polymer experiments. After all, school experiments were just little games, and they had standard answers ready. As long as he followed the steps, he could easily succeed. Therefore, choosing one of the last 2 talents would be better. These 2 talents had very good effects for studying. In any case, these 2 could be said to run through all high school knowledge, and after they were both lit up, they would bring even better effects. But he could not choose both at the same time. Giving up either one would be too much of a pity. Forget it. For now, he would only look over them like this. After the midterm exams were over, he would look for more tasks to level up. And so, the system light closed. Noban jumped down and escaped from that strange virtual space. He came back to his senses and returned to reality. Meanwhile, Gu-fan beside him became more and more confused when he saw Noban wearing an oddly blissful expression and practically groaning to himself. Noban suddenly spoke like some self-absorbed weirdo. Good, let's start studying. Gu-fan became even more baffled. After that, Noban took out his books. He studied in class, studied while eating, and went to the teachers in the morning for extra lessons. By the afternoon, even when he went to the bathroom, he brought materials with him and studied while taking care of business. At night, as soon as Noban returned home, he took out his books and studied until very late. Noban read alone under a lamp. Knowledge from all subjects, math, physics, chemistry, history, geography, biology, even physical education, was gradually absorbed into Noban's mind. At midnight, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. Gu-fan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up with a start. He felt something was not quite right. Gu-fan reached down to check himself and found a slight dampness. It was because he had drunk a bit too much cola last night. Fortunately, he had noticed in time, so he climbed down from the bed, intending to go to the bathroom. As soon as he looked over, he saw Noban still awake and studying. Gu-fan thought this guy had studied himself crazy. It was almost dawn, yet he was still studying. That was insane. After that, Gu-fan went into the bathroom to relieve himself. When he came out, he was startled again. Noban's current smile had become extremely unsettling and strange. Gu-fan's face was filled with disbelief and intense horror. Noban noticed him and asked, "Gu-fan, why aren't you asleep this late?" Gu-fan replied, "I should be asking you that. Have you gone crazy from studying? What the hell are you smiling about? You look terrifying." Noban then asked a completely unrelated question. "What's the comparative form of far in English?" Gu-fan stared blankly and replied, "You don't even know something that's simple? It's farther, obviously." Noban immediately smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, "Good boy, my son." Only then did Gu-fan realize that Noban was messing with him. He climbed onto the bed, intending to give him a beating to vent his anger. Noban immediately shouted, "Stop! I was just joking for fun." Don't get worked up. Didn't you ask me what I was smiling about? I'll tell you. Don't get physical like that. Gu Fan threatened. If you dare mess with me again, you're dead. No Ban replied, I won't dare again. Actually, I just understood this equation, so I found it very interesting. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Don't you remember this formula? PV equals nRT. Gu Fan did not understand a thing. No Ban immediately teased Gu Fan for being too inexperienced. A life that doesn't understand an RT is too dull. Go away, you, and I no longer share a common language. Gu Fan was furious after hearing that. He then walked away and said, I don't even want to know. But when he was about to climb into bed and sleep, Gu Fan felt a little conflicted. He called out to No Ban and asked, is studying really that interesting? No Ban replied with a serious expression, using 2 words, it is. Gu Fan gripped the bed frame tightly. He still did not believe it and thought No Ban was just talking nonsense. Then he climbed into bed, covered himself with a blanket, and went back to sleep. But Gu Fan actually still had many thoughts in his head and could not fall asleep. He also wanted to study hard. He wanted to be like No Ban, admired by classmates and praised by teachers. After exams, he wanted to take his test papers home and make his parents happy. But now, the gap between him and No Ban was too large. During this period, when he was eating, scrolling through TikTok, sleeping, or playing volleyball, No Ban had never stopped studying. Even more often, the difficult exercises assigned by Teacher Tai and Teacher Lu were all given to No Ban to solve. Teacher Zhou had him go up on stage to read his essay. Teacher Yu even used him as an example to encourage students who did not score highly. Teacher Chun praised his pronunciation as very standard. No Ban had now become a model for the students in the class to learn from. In just one short month, Gu Fan had witnessed one person's breakthrough transformation, the comeback journey of a poor student. And that person had always been right beside him. Gu Fan glanced over at No Ban. At this moment, that guy in the blue shirt was still focused on studying, his expression very serious. Gu Fan spoke up and called, No Ban, there's something I want to ask. During the lunch break tomorrow, can you spare some time to teach me physics? When No Ban heard this, he felt very surprised. After all, Gu Fan had always had a strong sense of pride. He was actually saying this to him. No Ban replied, sure, but I can only teach you my way of studying. If you truly want to improve your results, then you should find Teacher Tai. He teaches very well. Gu Fan agreed after hearing that. He did not forget to thank his friend No Ban. It's almost dawn. Go to sleep. After that, the room became quiet and the students in the dormitory fell asleep. The scene shifted to the teacher's office the next morning. Teacher Lu and Teacher Xiao Yun were talking when the blue shirt guy suddenly showed up and loudly asked, Teacher Yu, there's a question I want to ask you. Teacher Lu said, Teacher Yu isn't here today. No Ban was instantly relieved. Teacher Lu put on a stern face and asked the young man, why haven't you been coming to study math lately? You know it all already, is that it? No Ban looked completely dumbfounded when he heard that. He hurriedly explained, no sir, that's not it. I just have to pull up my grades in my other subjects. Otherwise, I won't be allowed to take part in the physics competition. Teacher Lu replied, I'll help you adjust a few sets of problems. Come find me when you're done. I'll explain them to you. It should be useful. No Ban immediately gave an awkward smile and thanked Teacher Lu. I'll go back and review now then. Goodbye, Teacher Lu, Teacher Xiaoyan. Teacher Lu agreed to let No Ban leave. But deep down, he already felt incredibly gloomy. Why is he neglecting math like this? It was clearly math that he was passionate about first. Teacher Xiao Yun then also excused herself. Next time, I hope you can teach me more about your teaching methods. Suddenly, hurried footsteps rushed past the area. It turned out Teacher Xiao Yun had quickly chased after No Ban and called out to stop him. No Ban, wait a moment. I need to talk to you about something. No Ban was startled and asked, You're looking for me, miss? He suddenly remembered what had happened earlier and hurriedly promised Teacher Xiao Yun, I won't tell anyone about what happened in the office. Teacher Xiao Yun immediately covered his mouth and said, Keep your voice down. That's not what I wanted to talk about. Then is there something else, miss? The young teacher grabbed No Ban's hand and pulled him away. A little while later, the teacher and student arrived at the laboratory. Only then did Teacher Xiao Yun say she wanted to talk about the learning issues of the senior year students from last time. No Ban asked, Was that method good? Teacher Xiao Yun replied, It was pretty good. Some students really like your simple and direct way of finding the key points. A few even came to me on their own initiative. No Ban was delighted to hear that. That's great. Suddenly, Teacher Xiao Yun leaned in close and said she wanted to ask a few more questions. No Ban broke into a sweat and asked, But you're the teacher here, aren't you? Teacher Xiao Yun immediately felt a little embarrassed, so she said she was just humbly asking to learn. Actually, I've also tried talking heart-to-heart with the students in our class, but they get very nervous and rarely express their own views. None of them are as experienced as you. After being singled out like that, No-Ban's expression turned absolutely awful. He gave a dry laugh and said, "Teacher Xiao Yun, you want me to help you, but you're still taking shots at me. That's not very nice." The teacher burst out laughing when she heard that. "I was praising you. So, are you willing to help me one more time?" No Ban replied. When a teacher makes a request, how could a student dare refuse? "Okay, then I'll ask directly. Last time, you told me the reason you suddenly started studying hard was because you discovered the joy of learning. Can you give me an example? What kind of joy suddenly attracted you?" Hearing this question, No Ban secretly thought that it seemed teacher Xiao Yun still had not given up on the idea of helping the weaker students improve. No Ban asked in return, "Teacher, have you ever played games?" "Games? Like Super Mario?" That game was a bit childish, but No Ban accepted Mario as an example. He explained that games were about clearing one level after another. Studying was the same. Every time you cleared a stage, you would receive a reward. Either you unlocked a new ability or obtained new equipment. In short, it would make you stronger so you could keep challenging the next stage. For example, when I first came into contact with calculus, it helped me understand the purpose of studying high school math. Personally, I think the core idea of calculus is to divide an irregular shape into countless infinitesimally small elements, then add those microscopic elements together to obtain the total. This is very useful for solving all kinds of formulas. Teacher Xiao Yun listened up to this point and thought over these words. No Ban continued. "That's where my joy comes from. Treat calculus like a boss and study how to defeat it. If you want to defeat a powerful enemy, you can't just charge in and attack randomly. You have to research a lot of things, such as how to combine your equipment effectively. What weapon is the most suitable? Should your armor increase magic resistance or defense? What talent should you choose? Should you use offensive enchantments or defensive enchantments? Should you bring more attack items or recovery items? And you also have to know how to deal with every skill the boss uses." The more teacher Xiao Yun listened, the more utterly confused she became. Seeing this, No Ban was startled and hurriedly supported the teacher, who looked like she was about to faint. Teacher Xiao Yun felt her head aching. "Can you explain it in a simpler way?" No Ban also agreed to try explaining it more simply. To put it plainly, every time you clear a stage, you receive a new skill, and then you think of ways to use those skills to fight the boss. Teacher Xiao Yun then scolded the blue shirt guy, asking why he had not said that from the beginning. If he put it that way, she understood. Why did he have to talk about equipment and all that confusing stuff? No Ban scratched his head and apologized. "Then let me give you a practical example. For example, the first stage is sets. Why do we have to study sets? Because in order to accurately express a function, we need a domain and a range. So after clearing the first stage, sets, we obtain this skill and master it at the same time. Do you understand, miss?" Teacher Xiao Yun replied with interest that she understood and told him to continue. No Ban then said that the reason they had a master knowledge of sets was so they could challenge the function boss. Many special properties of functions were obtained through sequences. So in order to deal with the function boss, I also have to defeat the sequence boss and master knowledge of sequences. After becoming proficient in the two skills of sets and sequences, I'll be qualified to fight the boss called functions. After defeating the function boss and obtaining that skill, I can move on to the derivative stage. Derivatives are differentiation, and they are also the prerequisite for learning calculus. So after obtaining so many skills, I finally have the qualifications to challenge the major boss, which is the calculus boss. But that only means I'm qualified. Teacher Xiao Yun, you know this too. If that's all my ability amounts to, I still can't defeat more advanced calculus. For example, some calculus bosses have Euler's formula as their weak point. If you want to learn that formula, you have to clear the entire imaginary number stage first. Hearing this, teacher Xiao Yun looked somewhat lost and bewildered. No Ban stretched out his hand and added, "Actually, I've said so much just to prove one thing. High school students can't be educated purely according to exam orientation. Every level of learning connects to the next. If you don't defeat the boss of the current stage and just blindly rush to the next one, it's like taking a level 10 alternate account to fight a level 30 boss." At this point, teacher Xiao Yun praised No Ban. You really are amazing. You were actually able to summarize this method. Not only does it create joy in learning, it also gives me new ideas for teaching. Noban only replied modestly, Teacher Xiao Yun, you're exaggerating. The teacher brought up the problem that many students in their class had not yet mastered the basics, but kept diving straight into difficult problems. Noban immediately declared, those students are being stubborn. They're getting beaten into depression by the boss. Only a few geniuses can clear stages with their extraordinary minds. Ordinary people can't do that. Besides, geniuses have also studied ahead of time, so they know how to combine equipment and allocate skill points properly. And not every dungeon can be cleared while underleveled. Hearing all this bizarre knowledge, Teacher Xiao Yun's head was full of question marks, and her face went blank. Noban also realized the teacher did not understand again. How about you go home and look up some gaming terms, then we could discuss it again next time? Teacher Xiao Yun could only agree. After I understand them, I'll come find you and we'll continue. After that, the beautiful teacher stood up and said, Thank you, Noban, for answering my questions. This helped me a lot. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. I'm going back to the office now. Bye-bye. Noban also waved goodbye to Teacher Xiao Yun. A little while later, in the teacher's office, Teacher Tai was suddenly startled by the appearance of the guy in the green shirt. Noban introduced him. This is Gu Fan. He also wants to be taught by you, sir. At this moment, Gu Fan was trembling like a leaf as he greeted Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai greeted him warmly. Hello, sit beside me. Since you just started, take it slowly. I'll give you half of Noban's workload. Gu Fan Sili Tenget Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai suddenly tossed out a huge stack of materials and told the young man to get started. You have to finish all of it. Just hand it in tomorrow morning. After that, Teacher Tai turned to ask Noban how his other subjects were going. Teacher Su had come to ask several times and seemed even more anxious than he was. Noban replied confidently, they'll be done soon. Chemistry took more time than I expected, so it disrupted my plan. My progress in biology is a little slow, but I can finish everything by tomorrow. The homeroom teacher suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Noban, you sure talk big. Teacher Tai and Noban both turned around in shock. Teacher Chin said with a cold expression, if your English score isn't above 120, I won't let you take any competition. Teacher Shun, who was beside her, said the same. If your score doesn't satisfy me, don't blame me for locking you in the office. Don't think you've cleared the stage just because you answered a question about cell fusion yesterday. Noban currently looked as if he were horribly constipated. He replied to the two teachers, please don't worry. I'll do my best to get a score that satisfies both of you. Hearing this, Teacher Chun told the young man to keep it up. Teacher Tai then sat down. He suddenly took out a book and told Noban to take it. This is a book I really like. Perhaps it will have a positive influence on you. Noban picked it up and took a look, then his eyes rolled wide in utter shock. It was a book about the great scientific figure Newton, the last magician. And so, that evening in the dormitory, Noban strapped the LED light from his phone to his forehead and got ready. He began studying this incredible book. Its contents read, if one wanted to describe how great Newton's contributions were, it would probably be like this. If the Nobel Prize had existed in the 17th century, Newton would have won it at least 4 times. His establishment of systems of mechanics, spectroscopy, the reflecting telescope, and gravity all had far-reaching influence. In addition, in the world of mathematics, calculus, invented by Newton, was the very calculation that makes modern students rack their brains until their heads ache. He could also easily have won the highest award in mathematics, the Fields Medal. All of Newton's discoveries and academic achievements were completed before Newton turned 26. Reading to this point, Noban could not help exclaiming, oh my God, he was already that insane at only 26? He was absolutely peak. I wonder if my system ever appeared in Newton. Noban flipped the page and continued reading. The English scientist Robert Hooke discovered the law of universal gravitation and proposed a formula. But because he was not good at mathematics, he could only explain the circular motion of planets around the sun. Moreover, he did not realize that the operation of celestial bodies was actually a universal phenomenon. In addition, 100 years earlier, Tycho had discovered that planetary rotation was essentially elliptical motion. Kepler had even proposed 3 laws of planetary motion. Therefore, the scientific community did not pay much attention to Hooke's results. However, Newton used calculus to successfully solve this problem. He also successfully extended his 3 laws of mechanics into the space of the planetary system, changing the old view, held since Aristotle, that the heavens and the earth were different. This was once regarded by the scientific community as the greatest discovery. This result made Hooke furious, and he criticized Newton for taking his research results. He cursed Newton as a thief. This was clearly a theory I discovered. Newton, you despicable mole. I want to kick your backside. Reading to this point, Noban also had to admit that Hooke was already very talented. It was just that he was not as good as Newton. At this moment, Hooke was extremely bitter. Newton then walked over with a cold face and said, "That is because I stood on the shoulders of giants. Go back and study mathematics." Giants. Hooke was rendered completely speechless by that remark. To explain further for anyone who does not understand, standing on the shoulders of giants means knowing how to use what already exists to learn and create better things in order to reach higher. Noban suddenly burst out laughing. He had not expected such things to happen, even among top scientists. That was why it was so tragic when no research results could be produced. I also have to work hard and improve in every subject. Noban turned to the next page and continued reading. After the age of 30, Newton painstakingly researched alchemy. In fact, mathematics and physics were mostly Newton's side jobs. Newton's true obsession was alchemy. Alchemy was essentially the chemistry of that era, but it was far too primitive. The reason Newton did not make many major discoveries in chemistry was because everyone at the time had gone down the wrong path. Noban secretly thought that if Newton had been born in an era with microscopes and the periodic table of elements, he definitely could have won many awards. In his later years, Newton was no longer the god of physics worshipped by others. After decades in official circles, he had made enemies of many people. At a banquet, several newly established scientists blocked him. One guy believed that physics was expanding more and more, but Newton had not discovered anything new in a long time. What do you still have to be proud of? I heard you studied alchemy for decades. I'll bet the gold you refined is as nauseating as the cakes made by my aunt next door. Newton only sneered and said, "What you say is not wrong. I'm like a child playing on the seashore. From time to time, I feel delighted when I pick up a shiny pebble or a beautiful shell. But what appears before my eyes is a deep ocean that has yet to be explored. As for you fools, you have never even picked up a shell. So what right do you have to mock me?" Those guys were so shocked by his words that they shut their mouths completely. At this moment, Noban's eyes shone like headlights. He felt that Sir Newton was just too cool. Newton truly was a proud and unruly genius. But with that personality of his, he probably had no friends and most likely no wife either. That was normal too. What joy could romance possibly have compared to studying? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. At this moment, I confirmed that the host has the potential to become a great scientist. Noban was suddenly startled. This bizarre system had actually taken the initiative to respond. "System, why are you saying this?" The system replied, "When I first scanned the host's brain, the host's level of interest in the opposite sex was almost zero. This is extremely rare among humans. It is an important potential trait for becoming a great person. Our story has become more exciting." Noban sneered and replied, "Oh, is that so? Are you praising me? Is there any reward?" The system said, "Not a chance. If you want to gain without working, all you'll get is nonsense." Noban was so annoyed that he told the system to hurry up and get lost so he could sleep. "Tomorrow, I'll complete the final subject." And then the next morning arrived. Noban had now closed his biology book. His whole body suddenly radiated an utterly surreal protagonist halo. He thought smugly that biology was finally done. The 9-day study plan had been successfully completed. Thanks to the help of his teachers, combined with different and abstract thinking, all knowledge was now in his grasp. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, literature, history, geography, English, physical education. No subject could be separated from its basic guiding principles. Just like English and language arts, it was not enough to simply memorize by rote. The most important thing was to grasp the key points. Only after understanding them could one apply them. As long as one could understand, everything afterward would become easier. Based on basic understanding, one could create a suitable study plan. It was just like playing a game. You needed strategy. After clearing it, all aspects of knowledge would form an intertwined network of knowledge that could connect with one another. This would make his memory more flexible. Sometimes, even if he forgot a certain area of knowledge, he could completely deduce that area of knowledge himself through the connections between the knowledge of other subjects. In truth, everything was interconnected. I've finally become a top student in every subject. Haha. Gu-fan, who was sitting beside him, immediately suspected that this guy No-Ban had short-circuited again or something. So he asked, "What's wrong with you, bro? Did you succeed in cultivating immortality?" No-Ban answered mischievously, "That's right. This is the divine top student technique. Do you want to practice it?" Gu-fan immediately said, "Lay off the drugs. Taking a whole kilo is going way too far." No-Ban only smiled faintly. Then he stood up and told Gu-fan, "You stay here and study. I'm heading out first." Gu-fan asked, "Where are you going?" No-Ban put on a very calm and handsome expression and replied, "I've mastered the divine technique. Now I'm going to the office to try to get full marks in every subject." But Gu-fan merely said indifferently, "Okay, smooth sailing." No-Ban asked in surprise, "Aren't you curious? Aren't you going to witness a miracle?" Gu-fan dusted off his hands and said, "Forget it. This is something I'll be able to do sooner or later anyway. Hurry up and go. Leave me in peace to do my questions." "Not bad, huh? Your flattery is excellent, as expected of someone I taught." Gu-fan was so annoyed he wanted to beat this guy to death. No-Ban suddenly picked up a pen and said cheerfully, "Wait till I'm done. I'll come back and teach you how to do the questions, okay?" Gu-fan was furious. "Get lost already." A while later, in the teacher's office, our guy had already hauled himself over, and the teachers were startled. Teacher Shin asked, "No-Ban, what are you here for today?" No-Ban immediately struck a rather smug pose and replied firmly, "I'm here today to take a trial exam." Only then did the teachers notice the blue-shirt student standing there with a triumphant smile. Teacher Shin asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's only been a few days. Are you looking down on the knowledge in the other subjects?" No-Ban scratched his head and replied, "Of course not. How would I dare? Just treat it as checking my study progress. If I don't do well, I'll immediately go back and keep studying." Since he insisted, Teacher Shun would indulge him. "All right then, I won't make things difficult for you. If you score 80, I'll let you go." "Deal." No-Ban immediately answered, "Deal." "Teacher, you're the most understanding teacher I've ever met." The homeroom teacher beside them suddenly spoke up. "No-Ban, you probably don't only want to be tested in biology, right?" No-Ban answered with a solemn face. "Yes, that's right. I plan to do all the subjects: chemistry, biology, English, and literature." And so Teacher Chen also humored the boy. She told No-Ban, "Go wait in the chemistry classroom. The teachers will prepare the papers for you." No-Ban immediately bowed his head and thanked the teachers. After saying that, the boy swaggered off. Teacher Shun felt that this No-Ban fellow had become much more confident. It had only been a few days, yet he already thought he had finished studying everything. Quite capable, wasn't he? Teacher Shin also thought this young man was only showing off his talent for bragging. "He only came to ask me English questions once or twice. I'm very curious to see how many points he can get." Teacher Tai suddenly said, "No-Ban is very smart, and he keeps studying diligently without stopping. To be honest, even I can't compare with his attitude toward learning." Teacher Lu also chimed in, "The important thing is that the more No-Ban studies, the smarter he becomes. When he first started learning math, he wasn't that quick, but now he understands as soon as he's taught." Teacher Chun said, "You two shouldn't praise him in front of him, or his ego will swell sky high." But Teacher Tai said, "That's how it should be. High school knowledge can no longer satisfy him. He should be standing on a bigger stage." Teacher Chin felt that Teacher Tai was only saying that because he was too obsessed with No-Ban. "You're not No-Ban's teacher anymore. You're his fan now. You praise him to everyone you meet. Honestly, that's too much." On the surface, Teacher Tai only smiled faintly and replied, "Teacher Chun, do you think I'm annoying?" Then I won't say any more." But in his heart, he had already guessed it. Sooner or later, Teacher Chun would be shocked by No-Ban's true level, just like he had been before. When he discovered it, he had practically jumped out of his skin. A while later, in the chemistry laboratory, for teachers from the 4 subjects of chemistry, literature, English, and biology stood solemnly before No-Ban like 4 deities. Our No-Ban was sweating buckets. The boy secretly thought, "All 4 teachers are going to invigilate me? Even if I look pretty handsome, I don't want this. Teacher Chin spoke up. If the teachers have work to do, you can go. I can supervise the exam alone. I don't have classes this afternoon anyway. The teachers agreed. Only then did No Ban let out a sigh of relief. Teacher Chun then said, No Ban, start working. There's no time limit. No Ban immediately uncapped his pen. Yes, I'll start right away. Teacher Chin saw that this young man was doing English first, which happened to be the subject taught by his homeroom teacher. So she sat down curiously, wanting to see how he would do it. But after only a few seconds, Teacher Chin's eyes widened in astonishment. No Ban's pen moved as fast as a sewing machine. Before long, he had already flipped to another page. It was truly unbelievable. Teacher Chin wondered, how can he be so fast? Is he choosing C for everything like before? Too curious, she walked closer to take a look, but that was not the case. Each question had a different answer. In the blink of an eye, he was almost done with the multiple-choice section. After finishing the first sheet, No Ban coolly set it aside. Teacher Chin quickly picked it up to see how he had done. She began checking the answers. Question 1, C. Question 2, B. Question 3, C, and so on. Teacher Chun concluded that every answer was correct. Teacher Chin froze for a moment and thought to herself, is he good at every subject? Is he really all-round? In just over a week, he can study to this level and several subjects at the same time? Unbelievable. And he does the papers so quickly. It doesn't feel like he's doing questions. It's like he's swimming in the sea. At this moment, No Ban's image in Teacher Chin's eyes was so dazzling it could practically blind the viewers. The boy was writing enthusiastically when he suddenly stopped his pen. No Ban was startled because he had encountered the ocean shark boss. The boy felt that the person who wrote this question was rather interesting. Teacher Chin also noticed that No Ban had stopped. Is he stuck on a question? It must be the reading comprehension passage about Freud's psychological theory. That makes sense. He only got all the multiple-choice questions right. That can only prove that his comprehension ability is very good. Maybe I was influenced by Teacher Tai's exaggerations. I should keep observing. At this moment, No Ban stroked his chin in thought. It's better to fill and withdraw here than reject. Let me check again. Okay, that's right. This place definitely uses withdraw. According to the description in paragraph 3, readers will connect closely with what happens in the news report and sympathize with the people involved. So it's best to fill and share in the final blank. No Ban suddenly unleashed his ultimate move and punched the shabby shark boss in the mouth. Teacher Chun had now also checked the paper, and everything was correct. The teacher thought in shock, No Ban really is a genius. But wait, there's still one final hurdle, the essay. Writing an essay in English required a large amount of advanced vocabulary. It would raise the score of the paper, just like composition in Chinese literature. If one changed the person I like doesn't like me into my heart turns toward that person, yet that person's heart turns toward their crush, that would earn a lot of extra points. And at this moment, No Ban suddenly emitted an extremely mysterious blue aura. No Ban had unleashed his ultimate technique. His hand looked as though it had been possessed. No, as though it had fused with a deity. Teacher Chun stared fixedly at No Ban's arm as the boy began to put pen to paper, and his writing motion was unbelievably surreal. Teacher Chin concentrated to see clearly. No Ban's arm was moving at the speed of light, so fast and naked I could no longer follow it. In the blink of an eye, the boy finished the essay. Teacher Chun froze on the spot. Inwardly, she could not help exclaiming, "This aura is truly terrifying." No Ban then picked up the English paper, handed it to Teacher Chun with a very handsome air, and said, "I've finished English. Teacher Chun, please check it." But Teacher Chun had already drifted off into some fairyland. No Ban called her several times, but she still did not answer. Teacher Chun, I've finished all the other sections. Only the listening part is left. Should I do the listening now? Teacher Chin struggled to regain her sternness and said, "Let me look at your essay first." The teacher was secretly thinking that she had to suppress him with this essay. But when the teacher opened it, she discovered that the exam paper was extremely clean and neat. There was nothing to criticize about the presentation. She asked in surprise, "When did you practice your handwriting?" No Ban scratched his head and replied, "Maybe it's because I've had to copy punishments too much lately." Teacher Chun then read the content, and inside her mind, fireworks were going off everywhere. Her impression was that this essay describing a tree planting trip to the suburbs had a clear idea and coherent arguments. At the same time, It paid attention to word choice and expression and even used better sentence patterns, such as participial phrases functioning as adverbials. At the end of the essay, it even elevated the theme to the issue of environmental protection, which could be said to have extremely profound meaning. Through this essay, Teacher Chun seemed able to feel the pride and sense of accomplishment brought by planting trees. Teacher Chun stood frozen for a long while. Then she said, one sentence. A perfect essay. You don't need to do the listening part. Go do another subject. Ngoban obedini tenget dikyochen. Our guy was also secretly pleased, thinking that it seemed English was fine. After that, Teacher Shun and Teacher Yu both looked completely stunned. Teacher Shun asked, "You finished the papers for 4 subjects in just 1 hour?" No-ban answered honestly, "Not yet. I haven't finished literature. I need another half hour to finish the composition." Teacher Shun and Teacher Yu felt utterly shocked because what this guy said meant that chemistry, English, and biology had taken him only 1 hour. That was far too unreal. Teacher Shun picked up the biology paper to see how it was. At first, her expression was very stern. Then it turned into surprise. After that, she was speechless. Teacher Yu asked curiously, "Teacher Shun, how is the paper?" Teacher Shun was thoroughly convinced. "No ban. From now on, you have the right to self-study during my biology class." No ban replied happily. I knew Teacher Shun was very easygoing. Teacher Yu still did not understand what was going on and asked Teacher Shun again, "What happened? How did No ban do?" Teacher Shun replied, "He only got the cell question wrong. Everything else was correct." Teacher Yu, look at the chemistry paper too. Teacher Yu opened it and looked. Once again, he was amazed and shocked. From beginning to end, not a single question was wrong. He looked toward the 2 female teachers beside him, secretly thinking that he could not let No ban get too pleased with himself. He had to find a way to knock him down a little. Teacher Yu checked carefully again. He suddenly called No ban over and said, "How can the byproduct in question be ethylene? Have you forgotten what reaction can occur with propanol under the action of concentrated sulfuric acid?" Teacher Yu suddenly turned toward Teacher Chun and winked. No ban clasped his hands and apologized to Teacher Yu. "Teacher, I haven't fully mastered those experimental questions, but please give me more time. I'll get them all right." Teacher Yu smiled and said, "Okay, all right. I understand your sincerity. Go participate in the competition." No ban immediately thanked Teacher Yu happily, but the teacher put on a stern expression and warned the young man, "Don't become arrogant and complacent. You must keep studying and never stop. Understand?" No ban immediately tightened up and answered, "Yes, sir." Teacher Chun said, "No ban. Once you finish literature, go to the office yourself and hand it to Teacher Zhou." After that, the teachers walked out and returned to the teacher's office. Teacher Tai immediately asked everyone, "You're back? How did No ban do?" Teacher Chun and Teacher Shin found this teacher, who always loved to act all-knowing, so annoying that they did not bother answering. Teacher Yu replied, "No problem. He only got 1 question wrong. I'll let him pass." Teacher Tai laughed cheerfully and said, "I told you." Teacher Chun said coldly, "He really is good." Hearing that, Teacher Tai delivered a line straight to the heart. Sure enough, only the profound depths of physics can trouble this kid. Teacher Chun was already secretly irritated by this childish teacher. The man even had his hands in his pockets and was whistling, looking utterly punchable. A while later, in the office, Teacher Zhou, who taught literature, was grading No ban's paper. After reading through it, Teacher Zhou hesitated for a while, unable to speak. No ban swallowed, thinking Teacher Zhou might be dissatisfied with something, but then the teacher said, "Next class, go up to the podium and read it aloud." And so Teacher Zhou gave him a score of 60 out of 60 and left a comment. "This story uses changes in the weather to express emotion. It's very good. Personally, I like it very much." Hearing this, No ban let out a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhou suddenly continued, "No ban, are you interested in literature?" The boy's eyes lit up. "Of course I am." Teacher Zhou then offered him a nice opportunity. "I know an editor at a newspaper office. At the end of the month, they have a theme piece called Passing Through. If you have any thoughts, you can write a draft of about 3,000 words. I'll help you send it over." No ban was a little startled after hearing this. The boy agreed and thanked Teacher Zhou. "Good then. Try to give it to me before the end of the month. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to read and revise it for me." Teacher Zhou suddenly froze because someone had appeared. The teacher then patted his student on the shoulder, laughed, and said, "Well done." Teacher Tai suddenly spoke up and called to No ban. "No ban, Teacher Bai knows you came to take the trial exams today. He's probably waiting in the office for your news right now. Go find him. No-ban immediately answered Teacher Tai excitedly. Yes, I'll go there right away. Teacher Shun, standing beside them, had already seen No-ban's eager expression. She commented, "Look at how impatient he is. He's completely jumped into the teacher's physics pit." Teacher Tai said with a cold face, "Not quite. At most, this kid is only standing outside the pit and looking in." No-ban was very curious and asked Teacher Tai, "Then what do I have to do to count as having entered the pit?" Teacher Tai reached out and said, "No-ban, good question." The teacher suddenly pulled the boy over. Then he parted No-ban's hair and said, "When your hairline turns into an airport runway, then you'll have fallen into the pit." This ridiculous line made all the teachers in the office laugh until they could hardly close their mouths. No-ban was now laughing as blandly as plain water. The boy secretly thought, surely that day won't come. My hair is still so strong and healthy. But wait, if Teacher Tai says that, does that mean his head has already become an airport runway? So is he wearing a wig? A while later, Teacher Chan was standing outside the window, looking into the distance and thinking about something. She suddenly turned and asked Teacher Zhou, "Why did you give No-ban full marks in literature just now? Didn't you say before that your full marks were very hard to get?" Teacher Zhou replied calmly, "Isn't this the time to praise education? After reading No-ban's essay, I truly was very satisfied. There was nothing to criticize, so I gave him full marks. I'm not afraid of him becoming arrogant." Teacher Chin clenched her fist and said, "Actually, I'm gradually starting to feel the same. In the past, I always thought we had to prevent students from becoming arrogant. I was afraid that pride would make students rely too much on themselves. But now, seeing No-ban, I feel that if a student is as good as he is, what's wrong with letting him be a little proud?" Teacher Zhou added, "That still depends on each student. When they should be praised, praise them. When pressure should be applied, apply pressure. Since No-ban is performing so well, why add more pressure to him, right? Just now, when I want to get water, I saw No-ban going to find Teacher Bai on the 5th floor. He was smiling so brightly." Teacher Tai suddenly spoke from behind Teacher Chun. "Oh, hearing these words makes my heart hurt so much, man." The whole office burst into laughter again. Teacher Chin said, "Teacher Tai, you can go find him and teach him." Teacher Tai replied awkwardly, "How could I? If I could teach him, why would I need to hand him over to Teacher Bai like that?" The physics competition has become more and more intense these past 2 years. Just looking at it makes me dizzy. Teacher Chun burst out laughing when she heard that. Right now, Teacher Tai only hoped that the kid No-ban would not back down. But immediately afterward, Teacher Tai thought of No-ban's expression whenever he encountered a difficult problem. The young man's eyes would flash red from excitement. Teacher Tai felt that he had gone mad because of this brat. Teacher Chin stood to the side, looking completely bewildered. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded on the staircase, rushing past the area. And it was none other than this blue-shirt guy. No-ban was practically bouncing like a bird because his efforts had paid off. At last, he could focus on the physics competition with peace of mind. No-ban went over and knocked on Teacher Bai's door. Unexpectedly, the person who came out was an extremely beautiful young woman. She asked, "Who are you looking for?" No-ban blushed and greeted her. "Hello, teacher. I'm looking for Teacher Bai. May I ask if he's here?" "Oh, Teacher Bai? Yes, he's inside. Go in and find him." As soon as No-ban entered, Teacher Bai smiled and said, "A little late, aren't you? Compared with the time you promised at first, you're still late." No-ban frowned and replied, "Chemistry was harder than I expected, so it took more time than planned." Teacher Bai said, "It's fine. In short, you're free now, right?" "Yes, that's right." Teacher Bai immediately patted his beloved student on the shoulder and praised him. "Well done. Find a place to sit." Today, we'll talk a little about the contents of the semifinal round. No-ban shyly and obediently sat down like an 18-year-old girl. Teacher Bai began to ask, "Teacher Tai should have already told you about the content that might be tested in the semifinal round, right? You'll need to learn a lot of additional university-level physics knowledge." "Yes, sir. Let me continue in detail. The total score for the semifinal round is 200 points. Aside from the experimental question, there are 8 major questions. Countless people have fallen to those 8 questions. No-ban had also heard Teacher Tai mention this before. He asked, "As long as I get 4 questions right, I can enter the province's top 50, right, sir?" "That's right. So you have to make full use of your own strengths. When the time comes, you only need to do your best on 2 or 3 questions. Along with that, if you get through all the smaller sub-questions, you'll pass the semifinal round." No-ban immediately obeyed Teacher Bai. In his heart, he felt this really was the best method right now with time so tight. Teacher by suddenly said with a stern face, "From now on, keep attending class as usual. During the lunch break and evening self-study period, I'll teach you." No Ban's jaw dropped in shock, because that would be extremely tiring for Teacher Bai. Noon was still fine, but the evening self-study period was when Teacher Bai should be relaxing at home and relieving stress. Teacher Bai smiled and replied, "It's fine. Teaching you is much more interesting than sitting at home watching the news." No Ban was about to speak, but Teacher Bai patted the boy on the shoulder and said, "All right, it's decided. If you feel bad about it, then do well in the competition. Let me show off a bit in front of the school leaders." No Ban could only follow Teacher Bai's instructions. Teacher Bai then returned to the topic from earlier. "Last time, I told you about the importance of not having weak subjects. Among them, physics and mathematics play an especially major role. In other words, all of science is built on mathematics. And if you don't know how to calculate, then no matter how rich your theoretical knowledge is, it will be useless." Hearing this, No Ban imagined a massive fire dragon boss lying on top of a mountain. And if he wanted to cross the great mountain that was the semifinal round, he had to fully equip himself. That equipment was mathematics. No Ban suddenly spoke with full confidence and certainty. "Teacher, my math has improved a lot now." He was also smugly thinking that he was good at every subject now, and besides, math had an additional 2 talent points. Aside from physics, this was the subject he was most confident in. But Teacher Bai said, "Your level is still very green. Although confidence is a good thing, I hope you can still maintain that condition after you finish looking at advanced mathematics." Teacher Bai then took out the first treasured sword, advanced mathematics. Personally, I recommend Tongji University's advanced mathematics. If you feel the difficulty is too high, I also have a second treasured sword, a VIP katana, calculus. Looking at these 2 overpowered weapons, No Ban felt incredibly excited. He thought to himself, advanced mathematics and calculus. I've been craving these for a long time. I've always been curious about what I'll learn from them. No Ban thought for a while, then shouted loudly, "Teacher Bai, give me both of them." Teacher Bai wrote on the board, derivatives, differentials, definite integrals, indefinite integrals, calculus, Taylor series. Teacher Bai pointed and said, "After all, this is a physics competition, so I won't require you to chew through the entire advanced mathematics textbook. For example, you don't need the mean value theorem. You only need to master this knowledge. Integrals are the most important knowledge. Most integrals encountered in calculations need to be transformed into trigonometric functions first. You must master integration." No Ban suddenly imagined himself as a cool young cowboy riding a horse and smoking a cigarette. He felt lucky that he had conquered the warhorse, known as trigonometric functions before, or else this really would have been tough. Teacher Bai suddenly added, "After you've mastered it, I'll teach you how to use calculus to solve physics problems. First, you need to know how to set up calculus equations for each specific problem. You'll have to do a lot of practice problems." The moment No Ban heard problems, he jumped up and asked, "How many problems can I do?" Teacher Bai had never seen anyone with a practice problem addiction like this young man. So he replied, "Don't worry, there are plenty." No Ban's cheeks turned as red as tomatoes, extremely delighted. Teacher Bai continued explaining, "Sometimes, the commonly used first-order differential expansion isn't enough to solve a problem, so you need Taylor series to expand to the second order. Moreover, Taylor series are mainly used for analysis. At that point, we have to talk about solving calculus equations." Meanwhile, the beautiful teacher was sitting off to the side, listening to Teacher Bai lecture No Ban. Then, more than an hour later, Teacher Bai concluded with one sentence. "If you master the knowledge above, then passing the semifinal round will be easy." No Ban replied enthusiastically, "I'll work hard, Teacher Bai." Teacher Bai thought to himself that this kid really was strange. He was not scared at all. Then he said to No Ban, "Although most people have to begin preparing for competitions from 10th grade in order to achieve good results in the preliminary round or the semifinal round, every era has many geniuses. There was once a professor who began high school at 8 years old and started self-studying university-level knowledge at 9. At 10, 11, and 12 years old, he participated in the National Physics Olympiad and won bronze, silver, and gold medals respectively." No Ban's jaw dropped at this shocking information. Teacher Bai said, "I think with your potential, you might become the star of this era. The premise is that you can pass the semifinal round and enter the national round." Hearing about the national round, No Ban immediately asked curiously, "What is the national round like, sir?" Teacher Bai calmly explained it clearly to the boy. The examinees with outstanding results in the semifinal round will form teams and compete against teams from other provinces. Only about 100 people nationwide can reach that stage. Every single one of them is extremely outstanding. Among them, the strongest contestants will represent the two regions. Every year, there are always some people from these teams who represent the country in the International Physics Olympiad. Hearing this, No Ban imagined a showdown between the most overpowered experts from all over the place. The boy found it incredibly exciting. Seeing this, Teacher Bai commented, "Look at how excited you are. I remember that professor once said something to me." "What was it, sir?" "That professor said, if you like it, then join competitions. If you don't like it, then play with something else. Don't take it too seriously." No Ban widened his eyes in surprise. "A competition that big, and he called it playing?" Teacher Bai replied, "Exactly. It's just playing." He also told me stories from his childhood. Ever since he was little, he liked taking things apart. For example, old-fashioned tape recorders, alarm clocks, wristwatches, televisions, bicycles, and so on. No Ban thought that this guy was definitely a menace. But Teacher Bai said that after he took them apart, he could put them all back together. After that, he also said he could taste the flavor of electric current. 10 volts tastes sweet, 50 volts tastes salty, 100 volts is spicy, 150 volts makes the tip of the tongue go numb and lose sensation. And as for 220 volts, you could try tasting it yourself. No Ban had not expected to run into such a reckless man. Just hearing about it made him feel terrified. The boy replied, "Teacher Tai, I still love life and my family, so I don't want to meet my ancestors early." "Teacher Bai, you taste it and give me a review." Teacher Bai laughed heartily and said, "I'm telling you these stories mainly because I see that you and that professor share a very important trait." No Ban asked in surprise, "What is it, sir?" "Interest. Both of you have a strong interest in knowledge. Studying is just like playing. This is a rare kind of personality. Your interest in physics makes even me admire you. That's why you can accomplish many things." No Ban asked cheerfully, "Really, sir? Just like how you're interested in physics. So you're working overtime to teach me, right?" Teacher Bai laughed and replied, "That's right. You saw through me." Then he suddenly sighed and added, "If every student were like you, it would reduce the burden on teachers. Perhaps that golden medal era would return." Hearing this, No Ban and the short-haired teacher were both startled. No Ban felt as if he could somewhat understand Teacher Bai's mood. A few years ago, he had also once been furious over the failure of the nation's esports scene. Esports players lost matches, retired, and then made piles of money from internet cafes. More and more players no longer wanted to win championships and instead became streamers. So he had found some passionate friends and formed a team. Their goal was to defeat Faker and win the World Championship. But then, summer vacation had not even ended, and he was left. Perhaps the 15 hours of training a day that he had set was the main reason they left. At that time, he finally realized that for most people, games were only a tool to kill time, just like studying. Most people would see it as a tool to get into university. And with a tool, doing things half-heartedly was enough. Living in this comfortable era, even if life was very easy, people would also lose some very important things. However, he definitely would not lose it. No Ban had now found his greatest goal. The boy called out to Teacher Bai, then declared firmly, "I will win a gold medal for the country." The short-haired teacher and Teacher Bai saw the soaring spirit radiating from the boy. No Ban and the shadow of that professor from before were exactly alike. Teacher Bai felt as if they were the same person. Perhaps No Ban could do it. He also praised the boy. "Very good. Then the first step on the road to becoming champion is learning calculus." Before Teacher Bai could even hand over the secret manual, the study-addicted fellow snatched it away. Teacher Bai also reminded the boy, "Skim through it first." "Yes, sir." No Ban sat down to read and immediately went through many emotional changes. First, his eyes widened with excitement. Then, the more he read, the more delighted and thrilled he became. After a while, his face became extremely twisted. The short-haired teacher beside him could not help exclaiming, "Oh my." No wonder Teacher Bai keeps saying this final disciple of his is very special. He really is interesting. This is the first time I've seen a student read calculus with such rich expressions. No Ban asked awkwardly, "What? Did I make some kind of expression?" The teacher replied cheerfully, "Not really. You're just about ready to go on challenge the comedians." No Ban felt extremely embarrassed. "It's only because I was too focused." "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Keep reading." Teacher Bai suddenly spoke up. "Teacher Deng, why don't you teach him the calculus section?" Hearing Teacher Bai call her Teacher Deng, No Ban was suddenly startled. He wondered, could this person be Teacher Deng Tujing? the teacher who was often responsible for setting questions in the mathematics group and had won the Outstanding Teacher award many times. At the same time, she possessed rich teaching experience at the school. Deng Tujing. This teacher Deng was really different from what he had imagined. Teacher Deng replied to teacher Bai, "You understand advanced mathematics better than I do. Teach him yourself. If I ruin your student, I can't bear that responsibility." No Ban broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that this office was truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Teacher Bai smiled brightly and said, "Teacher Deng, you're joking. How can my teaching experience compare to yours? I truly hope you can help him." Teacher Deng thought for a while. Then she replied, "All right. Since Teacher Bai has said so, I'll give it a try." "Great. Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Deng." Teacher Deng suddenly put an arm around him familiarly and asked, "Your name is No Ban, right?" "Yes, that's right." "Hello, Teacher Deng." Teacher Deng continued asking, "How many points did you get in math before?" "Last month I got 80 in math, but now I'm more confident after mastering the knowledge." Teacher Deng immediately said, "Enough boasting. 80 points is 80 points. Why say so much? With only 80 points, you're still participating in the physics competition. Your courage is commendable." No Ban was mocked so hard that he fell completely silent. Teacher Bai spoke up to defend the young man. "Teacher Deng, don't look down on him. He only started studying seriously this school year. Before that, he even got a 0. Really? Great. I almost started teaching him from the multiplication table." No Ban, standing beside her, secretly felt extremely bitter. Teacher Deng then asked, "You understand functions, right?" No Ban replied, "Yes, I understand." The boy also thought to himself that he had chosen the talent for function mastery. Teacher Deng began taking out paper and a pen as she said, "Then let's move on to the two fundamental pieces of knowledge in calculus, derivatives and differentials. The relationship between these two is like the palm and the back of the hand. For example, with this function, what is the derivative of f?" No Ban hesitated, then replied, "The derivative is dy over dx." Teacher Deng continued explaining, "This derivative is dy over dx. In other words, as long as we find their limit, this is the derivative of this function." No Ban made a dumbfounded face, secretly thinking that Teacher Deng was explaining a bit too fast. In the blink of an eye, Teacher Deng had written the paper full of words. No Ban felt that her mathematical level was truly too high. As soon as Teacher Deng began, she brought out a great deal of knowledge that he did not understand. Then she explained it again at an extremely fast speed before asking, "Do you understand?" Based on his reaction, after a few times, she had grasped his foundation and learning ability. After that, she explained at the speed most suitable for him. This was just like unboxing a new phone, a brand new phone box, and every time it was opened, it was an incredibly joyful experience. This teacher's expression was way too intense. Teacher Deng pointed and said loudly, "In short, this final movement is called the limit. Do you understand now?" No Ban's eyes immediately lit up as he replied, "I understand everything now. Teacher Deng's teaching is truly 666. It's faster than reading a book. Absolutely amazing." Teacher Bai suddenly spoke from behind. "The kid is complimenting you." Teacher Deng put on an expression as if she were extremely trendy and said, "There's no need for Teacher Bai to explain. I know what 666 means. It means awesome, impressive, and super good." Teacher Bai smiled until his eyes narrowed and said, "It seems I'm the only one who can't keep up with the times. When No Ban first said I was 666, I didn't understand what it meant." No Ban also said happily, "That's right. 666 means awesome, impressive, and super good. Teacher Deng is truly the best." Teacher Deng suddenly high-fived the boy and said, "Your learning speed is very 666 too." No Ban thanked Teacher Deng for the praise. And so, the teacher and student gradually became closer. Teacher Bai smiled and said, "Looks like there's nothing that needs me anymore." After that, he handed practice problems to Teacher Deng and No Ban so they could work on them. Together, Teacher Bai sat off to the side and continued reading. Teacher Deng wrote several lines, then asked, "Do you know why you have to study both functions and limits?" No Ban replied, "They support each other." Teacher Deng handed him a lollipop and said, "Bingo." She also explained, "Functions and limits are a pair of opposites. They possess both unity and opposition. It's like blind men touching an elephant. They look at the problem from different angles, but they're all studying the characteristics of the same object from different perspectives. You can regard functions and limits as two similar perspectives on a problem and their corresponding forms of expression. Limits not only make up for the relativity of functions, but also change the domain of definition and maintain the corresponding relationship of the function. They not only embody relativity, but also inherit the corresponding rules. Noban thought for a while, then said, "So that's how it is. I understand." Teacher Deng suddenly glanced at Noban. Then she said, "You are very 666. Noban also smiled cheerfully and replied, "How could I be as 666 as you?" Teacher Deng is much more amazing. The teacher then said, "That's all for today. I still have a class this afternoon." Noban felt a little regretful, but he could only agree. Teacher Deng suddenly stood up, full of energy, and said to Teacher Bai, "Now I can be considered to understand why you like teaching this kid so much." Teacher Bai replied, "This kid still wants to participate in the physics competition, you know." Teacher Deng smiled brightly and said, "Teacher Bai, don't worry. I won't steal your beloved disciple." Teacher Deng turned to Noban and reminded him, "When you go back today, read the book on your own. Come find me during the lunch break tomorrow. I'll continue helping you with the material." Noban immediately said joyfully, "Oh yeah, I can still come find Teacher Deng. That's right. I still want to see more of the clever expressions on your face." After that, Noban and Teacher Deng said goodbye to each other. The scene shifted to the next morning in the office. Our Noban came over again. As soon as he entered, the boy was surprised by the appearance of the red-shirt fellow, Zhang Qiu. The young man also greeted him, "Brother Noban." Noban sat down and asked, "Teacher Bai called you here?" "Yeah, that's right." The boy guessed that Teacher Bai probably wanted to announce the results of the competition's preliminary round. As soon as Noban sat down, he flipped open the math book to read. Zhang Qiu looked at him and could not help exclaiming, "Damn, do you really have to study anytime, anywhere? Why are you torturing yourself like that?" Noban calmly replied, "This is normal. It's just like playing on your phone when you have free time." "How is it torturing myself?" Zhang Qiu felt terrified. "I've never met anyone like you before. I feel like you're about to catch up to all the time I've spent studying in more than 2 years of high school." Suddenly, several more classmates walked in and spoke up. "Oh, Zhang Qiu, you two are both here? Then I guessed right." Sure enough, they're announcing the results of the physics competition. After the new guys sat down, they started talking among themselves. "I wonder how the results turned out. The last exam was way too hard. I'd be satisfied if I could get third prize." Meanwhile, Noban was still as cold as ice, doing exercises. The guys all looked like they had been constipated for days and could not help blurting out, "Damn, what the hell? Is this the realm of the gods?" One guy was practically prostrating himself in admiration. "Zhang Qiu, why didn't the god in your class compete last year?" Zhang Qiu then told this guy something even more shocking. Back in 11th grade, he handed in blank papers every time. "Can you believe that? What the hell? He was really that outrageous." Zhang Qiu added, before this, he never listened in class at all. On top of that, he often skipped class to play games. The guys immediately imagined Noban transforming into some trash-talking gang boss, holding a stick and looking pretty fierce as he went around extorting students for game money. But now that Zhang Qiu thought back on the past, he felt this Noban guy was seriously dangerous. Could it be that he had already known all of high school knowledge before? Did he find it too ordinary, so he was too lazy to study? The guys glanced over at Noban, who was studying attentively with an extremely pleased expression. The whole group's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They really could not understand this Noban guy at all. A while later, more 11th grade guys and some pretty female classmates walked in. And with that, all the members from the school who had taken part in the preliminary round had gathered. Seeing that everyone was present, Teacher Bai also stepped out. Teacher Bai smiled and said, "I believe you've all guessed why I called you here. I won't beat around the bush. In this preliminary round, the person who took first place and will represent our school in the semifinal round is only one person. And that person is Noban." After hearing this, all the students were extremely shocked and froze for a moment. Teacher Bai added, "Zhang Qiu and Sun Hao also did well. You both won third prize." The two guys immediately let out weary sighs. Teacher Bai comforted them. "Don't be dejected. You worked very hard. You were only missing a little bit." But the guy in the yellow shirt said, "No, teacher, I still didn't work hard enough. Or rather, perhaps I never truly worked hard at all. A classmate in a black shirt walked over to comfort him. Somehow, no matter what, you still got third prize. We already did our best. But then the kid suddenly recalled the image of no ban from before, diligently working hard anytime and anywhere. The kid sighed and said, "It seems that really is true. Actually, it feels like I never worked hard either." Zhang Qiu suddenly shouted, "Didn't we say whether we want a prize or not depended on fate? Why are all of you falling apart now?" Sun Hao looked utterly lifeless. The guy's spirit had already plunged to the bottom of the abyss. Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't won third prize. Right now, I feel like if I had been willing to spend more time on the competition, maybe I could have entered the semifinal round. At this moment, No Ban's face was expressionless, neither happy nor sad. He just kept staring at his book. Zhang Xiu sighed and said, "Stop thinking about it. What's the use in saying it now? What's already happened won't change no matter how much you think about it. We have to keep working hard and move forward." As Zhang Xiu spoke, tears were already glistening in his eyes. The guy in black immediately patted his shoulder and said, "Don't cry. Otherwise I won't be able to hold back, and I'll cry too." Zhang Xiu only said that he was feeling a little emotional. Inside, at this moment, Teacher Bai calmly said, "Although you didn't get the rankings you wanted, the experience you gained in the competition is still a precious asset for you. There will still be competitions in university, won't there?" No Ban also followed Teacher Bai's words and said, "You'll still have chances ahead of you." Those words startled the guys. Zhang Xiu thought it over and felt that it made sense. Then from now on, we have to study seriously and work even harder. After we get into university, that will be the time for us to show what we can do. What are we waiting for? If we want to work hard, we have to start studying physics right now. The guy in black immediately covered his mouth and said, "Study physics right now, my ass. We still have to prepare for the college entrance exams soon. If you fail the college entrance exams, you'll be eating dirt, bro. Damn, why do you have to be so blunt? I'm feeling sad right now. Can't you say something a little more cheerful?" Teacher by then said, "Your award certificates will be given to you after the competition ends. When the time comes, the school will also have some small rewards. All right, if there are no other questions, go back to class and take your lunch break." Suddenly, Zhang Qiu's hand. "Shut up. Teacher, I'm curious about something. How many points did No Ban get?" When the others heard this question, they were instantly terrified. Out of their minds, they immediately lifted this red-shirt guy up and, in a panic, scrambled outside as fast as they could while shouting, "Teacher, Zhang Xiu has a brain problem. Just ignore him. Teacher, please don't say the score out loud. We don't want to hear it." Right, hurry, let's go." After that, the doors slammed shut with a bang. The 11th grade classmates had no idea what kind of crazy nonsense was wrong with those guys. One classmate said to Teacher Bai, "We're not afraid of being shocked. Please tell us." Teacher Bai smiled and replied, "All right, No Ban got a perfect score." This answer scared the whole group so badly they nearly wet themselves. In their hearts, they thought that although they had already expected him to be very good at studying, they never thought he would be this terrifying. No wonder Xiao Lan could not forget him after being rejected. One guy muttered, "Damn, No Ban is my love rival. He actually got a perfect score? That's unreal." Meanwhile, Xiao Lan's cheeks were as red as tomatoes as she shyly glanced over at No Ban. She exclaimed, "Senior, you're amazing." No Ban smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you." Xiao Lan was about to speak again, seemingly wanting to ask him questions as an excuse to get to know him. But she suddenly remembered what had happened on the bus before, and in Xiao Lan's mind, No Ban's expression instantly became ridiculously hard to read. Xiao Lan blushed and asked, "Senior, can I come ask you questions next time?" But the ugly-looking guy beside her was secretly smug. That was because he had previously investigated No Ban very thoroughly. All the information said that No Ban was a tough guy whose mind was always focused on studying, while girls were nothing but passing clouds. Poor Xiao Lan was going to be rejected again. However, No Ban instead revealed a handsome smile and said, "Of course, didn't I tell you last time that if anything came up, you could come find me in class?" Xiao Lan's eyes widened in surprise. The pathetic admirer froze in shock for a moment. Only now did the girl realize that No Ban had not meant to reject her before it all. And so, she smiled so brightly that her eyes curved and gave a sweet After that, the scene became like some cheesy romance drama. Xiao Lan said, "Then from now on, I won't be polite when I bother you, senior." The pathetic admirer was now crying rivers, as if singing about the day she married someone else. Teacher Bai then said, "Since your curiosity has been satisfied, go back to class. Keep working hard next year. Maybe you'll get a perfect score too." And so the whole group shouted, "We'll definitely work even harder. Goodbye, Teacher Bai. Bye-bye, Senior." The pathetic admirer could only trudge back silently without saying a word. Suddenly, a voice called Senior No Ban from the doorway. It turned out that Xiao Lan wanted to say goodbye to him before leaving. But No Ban was a little nervous, inwardly hoping that this girl only wanted to study. Seriously, what a situation. The next morning, in the physics laboratory, Teacher Bai and No Ban were tensely conducting an electricity experiment. Teacher Bai's face was very tense, while her No Ban directly began carrying out the experiment with great confidence. Teacher Bai wondered in surprise. Is measuring the photoelectric characteristics of a light-emitting diode really that simple? And not only that, there was also measuring resistance with a bridge circuit, determining the refractive index of glass, and Fraunhofer diffraction of light. The experimental steps and calculations were all completed perfectly. Although these were not difficult experiments, this was the first time I had seen a student perform them so perfectly. Teacher Bai glanced at No Ban's face, which had an extremely interested expression. He scratched his head, feeling that this kid was truly interesting. But Teacher Bai suddenly started, because in his hand were strands of hair that had fallen out. He began to worry about the future of No Ban's hairline, so he called out, "No Ban, don't continue for now. Come over here." No Ban froze, not understanding why. Teacher Bai pondered for a moment and asked, "Is this the first time you've done this experiment?" No Ban replied, "Yes, teacher." Teacher Bai patted the kid on the shoulder and praised him. "You're a physics genius." After being praised, No Ban felt extremely pleased and replied shyly, "I just did it a little smoothly, that's all." At the same time, he was secretly delighted that the system's 10 points in physics ability were actually this effective. Teacher Bai added, "If you can perform like this in the competition, you'll get full marks in the experimental section, and your chances of entering the national round will be higher." No Ban only replied modestly, "It's because Teacher Bai taught me well. Go back and study." During evening self-study, continue doing experiments. Suddenly, No Ban asked cheerfully, "Oh, teacher, are you free this afternoon?" Teacher Bai asked, "What is it? You don't want to go to class?" No Ban replied, "It's because I'm having too much fun playing. No, I mean doing experiments. I want to practice more to get used to it. The first afternoon period is Teacher Kai's class, and he'll definitely let me go." Hearing this, Teacher Bai smiled broadly and said, "All right, it just so happens I don't have class during the first afternoon period." "Thank you, teacher. All right, let's go eat. Recharge your energy for this afternoon's experiments." "Yes, teacher." And so, No Ban walked toward the cafeteria. Everywhere the kid went, everyone had a glance at him as if he were some strange creature. The reason was that No Ban was reading materials with extreme focus while walking. The kid thought to himself that if he could get full marks in the experimental section, then as long as he did his best on the other questions, the championship would be within reach. "Nice daydream, bro." Unexpectedly, Teacher Xiao Yun's voice called out to him, "Hey, No Ban, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet?" No Ban forced a smile and replied, "Not yet." "Then that's perfect. I'll treat you to a meal. I mentioned it last time." No Ban was about to refuse and say sorry to Teacher Xiao Yun, but the teacher immediately made a demonic, threatening face, scaring the guy half to death. "Are you going to eat or not?" No Ban knew he had been completely trapped, and so a while later, the two of them were sitting down and eating together. No Ban asked, "Teacher, is something the matter?" Teacher Xiao Yun's eyes looked somewhat sorrowful as she replied that over. The past few days, for the first time, she had learned what it felt like to be unable to understand what she was studying. No Ban looked utterly baffled, not understanding what Teacher Xiao Yun was talking about at all. The beautiful teacher then said, "Didn't you tell me last time to go home and look up terms used in games?" I listened to you and went home to try searching them up. Then I thought that experiencing games would help me better understand your theory. So I kept searching for games with high difficulty. A lot of people online mentioned this game. When No Ban heard this much, he already had a vague idea what game it was. Teacher Xiao Yun then said directly, "I think it was called Dark Souls." Hearing the name of this game, even No Ban could not help shuddering. And so, a top student's lecture began, introducing all the viewers to a game called Dark Souls. Dark Souls is a fantasy role-playing game released by From Software in 2011. The game gives players an excellent role-playing experience thanks to its deep story, clever map design, and extremely high difficulty. As soon as it was released, it received much praise. But in the end, this is also a game from many years ago, so it has many flaws such as poor graphics, stiffness, imbalance, and strange monster design. It is not recommended for newbies. After that, From Software successively released games such as Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring. Fans refer to them as the Souls series, together with the originally released Demon Souls. Oh, right. Speaking of games, before No Ban became a top student, his favorite game was Bloodborne. He had even broken the world record for the fastest completion time. What beautiful memories. Okay, that's enough. The top student's lecture ends here. See you next time. Returning to the present, No Ban asked, "Teacher, you really played that game?" Teacher Xiao Yun replied firmly that she had. I asked my younger brother if he knew how to play this game, and he lent me his game console. The younger brother asked, "Sis, are you sure you want to play this? I'll lend you the lousy console I don't use anymore, so I won't feel bad if you smash it." What a fine younger brother. After that, the younger brother taught his sister how to play. But since Sister Xiao Yin was playing a game for the first time, she kept asking questions nonstop. What is L1? What does parrying mean? What are the arrows below for? After playing for a while, the older sister felt like she was being tortured. Ow, why does that thing keep hitting me? Where am I? Oh no, I'm so dizzy. The younger brother beside her kept running his mouth and shouting, "Why do you keep rolling everywhere? Hurry up and use a move to hit it." And so, before long, Sister Xiao Yun fainted. As for the younger brother, he was about to fall into terminal depression. The younger brother offered a suggestion. Can you switch to another, simpler game? But the older sister was stubborn and still insisted on refusing. I have to play this game. The younger brother was speechless and had no idea what to say. At this moment, No Ban also felt that the teacher should have listened to her younger brother. Teacher Xiao Yun said that she wanted to experience the feeling of struggling to do something that was not her strong suit. And then my younger brother ran away. I studied it by myself for the whole evening and finally gave up after dying many times to that big butt monster. Just as No Ban had expected, the kids said, "What you did is basically like skipping elementary school, middle school, and high school to study university material." Teacher Xiao Yun had also realized this. So afterward, she asked her younger brother to recommend a few games suitable for her. According to what you said, they had to have dungeons, equipment, and bosses. No Ban asked excitedly, "What games did your younger brother recommend?" Teacher Xiao Yun hesitated and replied, "What was the name again? I forgot." "Oh, I think it was something like Zabalo." No Ban was surprised by the game name Zabalo, having no idea what game that was supposed to be. The teacher suddenly lit up as she remembered. Oh, it was called Diablo 3. No Ban was quite surprised by this legendary game. The kid said that game is pretty good. Was it fun? Teacher Xiao Yun recounted, "At first, I wasn't very good at it, but later I got a lot of nice equipment, so it became very fun. Also, when I didn't have equipment, killing monsters was very slow. But after getting new equipment, I could smash monsters to death instantly." No Ban mischievously said that this was just like learning new knowledge and then being able to solve old problems easily. Teacher Xiao Yun smiled brightly and continued, "From that point on, I gradually understood what you meant. Through playing games this time, I also realized that I wasn't patient enough with students who were struggling. You haven't seen what my younger brother looked like when he taught me to play games. After 5 minutes, he was sighing constantly. After 10 minutes, he was so angry that blood was practically rushing to his brain. The guy shouted, "Why do you keep rolling back and forth? Use your skills. Go through that door. Drink more potions, or you're going to die." After hearing teacher Xiao Yun's story, No Ban asked with a stiff face, "What were you thinking at that time? Did it make you think of your own attitude towards students?" The teacher replied awkwardly, "That's right. It turns out that when you're doing something that isn't your strong suit, your speed of understanding and reacting is very slow. When I was still in school, no teacher ever called me stupid. And every time my younger brother impatiently scolded me, my controls became even more of a mess. It was a vicious cycle that made me hate that game with a passion. Afterward, I thought that this must be how students feel when they encounter difficult problems. So now, I've become more patient with my students, and more of them have been coming to ask me questions. Every problem gets resolved properly." No Ban had not expected this result. Then he paid attention to teacher Xiao Yun and felt that she looked rather tired. This work of explaining lessons to students really was difficult. But teacher Xiao Yun said, "That's not it. The reason I look like this is because she stayed up late playing games every day." No Ban was utterly speechless. Teacher Xiao Yun added that after getting beaten up by monsters, she felt angry and unsatisfied. So she wanted to farm lots of better VIP level equipment and go back to beat them up. She also wanted to know how the plot would develop. The words, "I did not expect this," were written all over No Ban's face. He was afraid teacher Xiao Yun might become addicted to games just like he had been before. The teacher then said, "Let's talk about playing games later. Now let's talk about you." She saw him holding an advanced mathematics book and asked, "Are you studying that lately?" Wu Bin replied, "Yes, I only started learning it a few days ago." Unexpectedly, the teacher eagerly leaned in, wanting to teach the kid. This was her specialty, so he did not need to worry. Wu Bin hurriedly waved his hands and said, "There's no need, miss. Teacher Deng is already teaching me." When she heard Teacher Deng, teacher Xiaoyan was suddenly startled. The teacher then put on an embarrassed, adorably cute expression and said, "Teacher Deng Xiujing, then you really don't need me. Teacher Deng's level is very high." Wu Bin also replied, "It really is extremely high. If there's nothing else, then I'll go back and study advanced mathematics. This afternoon, I still have to make up an experiment for the competition. There are only a little over 2 weeks left before the semifinal round, so I don't have much time." Teacher Xiaoyan had wanted to discuss with Wu Bin a teaching method based on gaming logic, so the kid answered, "Why do you need to ask me? Miss, just pick any boy in the class, and you can discuss it all day." Teacher Xiaoyan explained her difficulty. "There isn't any student like you, Wu Bin. The boys in class always stammer whenever they talk to me. Some of them don't even dare look at me." Wu Bin suddenly set his bowl down heavily on the table. The kid said firmly, "That's as easy as pie. You just need to find a way to play games with them, and it'll be fine. I have to go back and continue my experiment now. There isn't much time left, so I'll be leaving first. Miss." Teacher Xiaoyan also waved goodbye and said, "Wu Bin, do your best. Once your exam is over, I'll treat you to a meal." Wu Bin said goodbye to the teacher and left. The beautiful teacher was still thinking about how she could play games together with her students, while Wu Bin, on his way to the laboratory, was also thinking, "How am I supposed to enter the national round?" The scene shifted to 3 weeks later. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning, and his 3 classmates currently had completely blank, dumbfounded faces. The reason was that Wu Bin was sleeping and drooling all over himself. The guys silently thought, "This is really bad." Shaking him and calling him awake wouldn't do anything now. He had been solving problems non-stop for days, ignoring his body completely, and now he was sleeping like a corpse. How was he supposed to go take the exam? Suddenly, some guy shouted, move, get out of the way. Let me splash water on his face, and he'll wake up right away." Gu Fan and Wang Hao immediately stopped him and said, calm down. That method isn't appropriate at all." Suddenly, another guy raised his phone and said, "I have a way." The whole group was immediately surprised, not knowing what method he had. The guy in yellow said sneakily, "Wonderful music will solve this. This method is seriously powerful. It once woke Sleeping Beauty herself. Wu Bin is nothing." The guys widened their eyes, completely unable to understand what kind of music could be that overpowered. Then he pressed play with a beep. An absolutely brain-rotting song started playing. "I'll imitate a cat's meow. Meow, meow, meow with me. I just want to cling to you softly. Oh, meow, 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 meow. Give it back. Give me back my sanity. Meow, 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 meow. Give me back my sanity. Like a kitten sunbathing in the garden at home. So fresh and bright. My heart has you inside. Let us get hyped, brothers. Boom, 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 boom. Oppa, oppa, Gangnam Style." The 3 classmates listened to this godforsaken music and wanted to pierce their own eardrums. The 3 of them screamed in agony. "What the hell is this? It hurts. Mom, save me." But Wu Bin was still sleeping and drooling, while the guy in yellow was swaying along to this drugged-out rhythm. Immediately, a basin of cold water was thrown straight into his face. The guy in orange could not take it anymore and shouted, "Turn that damn thing off." Then he slammed the basin right over the guy's head. And that was not all. The guys rushed forward like gorillas that had escaped from their cage. "Brothers, get him. Beat the crap out of him." And so the 3 of them ganged up and beat one guy like a dog. After that, the guy in orange realized that even with all this noise, Wu Bin was still sleeping as if nothing had happened. The guy in orange shouted, "Brothers, stop beating him. Come see if something's wrong with Wu Bin." "Okay, coming. Let me kick him 2 more times, then I'll be right there." Gu Fan put his hand under Wu Bin's nose to check. whether he was still breathing. Fortunately, he still was. Wang Hao wondered, could this be the advanced realm of a top student? Gu Fan recalled that yesterday, Wu Bin had been studying advanced mathematics and still looked full of energy. The guy in orange said, it wasn't just yesterday. He's been like this every day lately. Advanced mathematics and physics. I've watched him study them until he practically went stupid. He's seriously crazy. Last time he looked like this too, but it wasn't this bad. Did he study so much that his system crashed? Gu Fan then said, now isn't the time to talk about that. If we don't get him up, we'll be late for class 2. So Gu Fan shook him and shouted, Wu Bin, wake up, hurry. Seeing no reaction, Gu Fan used the physical impact method and punched him in the face dozens of times. But in the end, this guy still slept. Like a pig. Gu Fan suddenly had a burst of intelligence and thought of a good method. The kid whispered into Wu Bin's ear, hey, Teacher Bai's looking for you. Suddenly, the guy woke up instantly, panicking as he shouted, Where's Teacher Bai? Gu Fan suddenly smacked him on the head and cursed, damn it, you've studied yourself completely insane. Hurry up and get up, old man. You're about to be late for today's semi-final exam. Wang Hao, standing beside them, had not expected this method to be so effective. He really woke up? That's unreal. When Wu Bin remembered that today was the day of the semi-final exam, he was shocked. The guy in orange commented, this kind of top student is seriously terrifying. He studied until he went into cultivation deviation and lost all awareness. Hurry up and move. Let's get to class. Gu Fan was about to leave when he noticed that Wu Bin's expression could not possibly look any more dazed. The kid immediately ran over and shouted, old man, don't you dare go back to sleep. You've been pushing yourself too hard these past few days. Wu Bin suddenly gave a cold smile, raised his face, and said, I'm just a little tired. I'm still fine, bro. It was cool, but in a very strange way. I'll go wash my face first. Gu Fan, don't worry. Gu Fan's face was utterly exhausted. And the guy suddenly jumped in fright and shouted loudly, hey, why are you bringing a pencil case in there, you lunatic? Are you planning to draw something on your face? Wu Bin himself had no idea why either. After fumbling around for a while, Wu Bin finally got on the bus with Teacher Bai. He sat in the last row, looking miserably tragic. Teacher Bai rarely saw this expression on Wu Bin's face. It seemed this kid had really been risking his life these past few days. Wu Bin felt that something was wrong and tried asking the system, do you have any way to make me not sleepy anymore? Sleeping wastes too much time. The system immediately said, sorry, this is outside the system's scope. Meanwhile, in class 12, a guy in a plaid shirt asked in surprise, did Wu Bin take leave today? Gu Fan simply grunted in response. Jimin did not know why he had taken leave. Zhang Qiu replied, Wu Bin is taking the physics semi-final exam today. Only then was the whole class shocked and in disbelief. Today is the semi-final exam? The great God is way too humble. We didn't hear him say anything at all. That's really strange. With this kind of achievement, shouldn't the whole school be praising him? No matter what, he should have told the class, so we could worship this god. Zhang Qiu said calmly. He's probably waiting until after the semi-final round to say anything. The guys immediately exclaimed, damn, just getting into the semi-final round is already insanely hard. Does he actually want to win the championship too? I admire him so much. If I could make it into the preliminary round, I'd brag about it everywhere. Wu Bin is being recommended for admission, right? No wonder he can solve math and physics so insanely fast. And you still make mistakes calculating just a few numbers. Gu Fan immediately told the guy to shut up. You know, different from me. But inwardly, Gu Fan thought, last month, both Wu Bin and I were bottom-tier trash. But now he's already become the server's final boss. Suddenly, someone called out to Gu Fan. He turned around and saw Jimin waving at him. The girl asked, did Wu Bin say how many points he thinks he can get? Gu Fan replied, he did, but it sounded like bragging. He said he'd get a perfect score. Hearing it made me want to slap his mouth. But Jimin, why are you asking? The pink-haired girl immediately panicked and said, I'm just curious. That's all. It's nothing. Thank you. But Gu Fan was already feeling suspicious. Curious? Back before Wu Bin became a top student, she had never been curious about him. Now she was suddenly curious. Jimin's strange behavior could no longer be hidden. She was clearly jealous of Wu Bin. And within that jealousy, there was also affection for him. The scene shifted to Bright Light High School. Wu Bin had now gotten off the bus. In a spacious classroom, there was a huge line of words. National High School Physics Semifinal Exam. Wubin exclaimed, "This is really grand. Teacher, I'll go in now." Teacher Bai did not forget to remind him, "You have to score high in the 3 sections on electricity, optics, and mechanics. You must do your very best." "Yes, I understand. I completely trust you on the experimental section. Just maintain your form." "All right, I won't say any more. You've already pushed yourself to the limit. Now you just need to do your best on the paper." As he spoke, Teacher Bai gently patted his beloved student's head. Wubin also smiled and promised Teacher Bai, "I'll definitely do it." After saying that, the kid marched into the exam room with a momentum so cool it was ridiculous. Once inside, there were security guards checking the candidates' exam admission cards. Wubin stood alone in front of many other candidates, none of whom he recognized. Suddenly, a tall young man walked up to him. Wubin did not know who this guy was, but he still greeted him politely. The guy in the striped shirt reached out his hand and said, "A new face, huh? My name is Li Yan from Seven Treasures High School. What school are you from?" Wubin shook his hand in a friendly way and replied, "My name is Wubin. I'm from Hezhong High School." The guy in stripes suddenly shouted in surprise, "Good heavens, you're from Hezhong High School? This is my first time hearing of a Hezhong student here. Come on, let's have an exchange." Wubin had not expected this guy to be so friendly. Li Yin introduced him to Wubin. "This guy in yellow is named Shui Chun. He's a veteran master." The guy in yellow modestly cupped his hands and replied, "He's joking. My level is still shallow. How could I compare with Godly?" Li Yin immediately rushed over and said, "Don't call me that. I'm not worthy compared to you." And so the two of them kept cupping their hands and bowing to each other, neither daring to admit he was better than the other. "You're better than me." "No, you're better than me. Who am I to compare with you?" "No, no, no. You're still better than me." "No, no, you flatter me." Wubin stood to one side watching, completely unable to say anything. Then the guy in the striped shirt pushed the attention onto the buzz-cut guy beside him. Here. We're nothing compared to this one. If we're talking level, he has to be called God Kong." Although the buzz-cut guy was delighted, he did not dare accept it either. "This humble Kong is insignificant. How could I compare with you two? I don't dare accept it. I don't dare accept it." And so the 3 guys continued bowing to each other like a bunch of lunatics. Their mouths kept saying, "You're unrivaled under heaven. I'm only a grain of sand in the desert." Another guy said, No, you're the one most worthy of the title of veteran master." "I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. You flatter me. Only you are the champion." At this moment, Wubin was thinking, "What the hell? Why does listening to this make my head hurt?" After that, the 3 guys stood there flexing as a group for quite a while. Li Yin turned and asked Wubin, "You don't get it, right? It's like this every year. You'll get used to it. When you come back next year, you'll be just like us too." Wubin silently cursed in his heart, "Like hell I will. I'm not crazy like you people." Li Yin asked Wubin again, "Are you in 12th grade or 11th grade?" "Ah, I'm in 12th grade." "Damn, you really are in 12th grade?" The whole group had the words, "I did not expect that," written all over their faces. Wubin was confused and asked, "Is that strange?" The 2 guys had expressions like they had eaten cow dung and could not speak. Li Yin explained, "This is actually pretty special, mainly because most of the students in this hall who made it to the semifinal round are in 11th grade. This is the first time I've seen a 12th grader enter the semifinal round. After all, 12th graders usually focus on extra study in other subjects for the college entrance exams. But there's someone even more monstrous like that guy over there. The unrivaled number 1 under heaven, Chui Xiaodong, entered the semifinal round while only in 10th grade. The red shirt guy, radiating smug energy, suddenly turned around and said, "I feel like I heard someone calling my name. Were you bad-mouthing me?" The 2 guys over here immediately cupped their hands and bowed repeatedly. No. Who would dare badmouth you? Chui Xiaodong is number 1 under heaven." The guy in yellow immediately joined in. That's right. You're number 1, unmatched by anyone." The guy in red winked and said, "You two are the number 1s. You're both tied for first place." Wubin also realized that these guys were just politely praising each other. The guy called Kong suddenly walked over and asked, "Hey brother, this is the first time someone from your school in 12th grade has made it into the semi-final round. How many times have you participated in the competition?" Wubin answered cheerfully, "To be honest with you, this is my first time." The whole group was now utterly astonished. A student from your school participated in the competition for the first time and made it into the semi-final round? And you're a 12th grader too. That's seriously overpowered. And so the whole group gathered around and shouted, "What are we waiting for? We have to worship him quickly." The three guys immediately bowed before Wu Bin and shouted loudly, "Top student Saint Wu, #1 in the universe." Wu Bin broke out in a cold sweat and waved his hands, saying, "Don't do that. I'm not as super amazing as you guys from key schools. You're the real bosses." Li Yin immediately laughed happily and praised him. "You're learning fast too, huh?" Only then did Wu Bin suddenly realize in shock, "Damn, when did I become like these lunatics?" Zhang Qiu laughed and said, "Let's go. The competition is about to begin." After worshipping so many immortals, things will definitely go much better this time, brothers. After that, the stage lights lit up brightly. A long-bearded teacher stepped onto the podium and gave a speech for quite a while. The hall was currently rather large. Wu Bin thought to himself that although there had been a huge number of participants before, only a handful had made it to the semifinal round. It really was like a million soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. After finishing all the speeches and formalities, the teacher announced, "The National High School Physics semi-final exam officially begins." The test papers were also handed out. The candidates began putting pen to paper, ready to show off their terrifying abilities. Wu Bin read the questions and saw that the first two were experimental questions. One was observing a spectrum, and the other was using the Hall effect to measure a magnetic field. The kid smiled smugly, thinking that although they looked rather difficult, they were all questions from the experimental guidebook that he had memorized as thoroughly as the multiplication table. Wu Bin suddenly transformed into Ultra Wu. The kid declared with overwhelming coolness, "You cannot make things difficult for me. I am the invincible experimental genius." As he spoke, the kid unleashed an incredibly overpowered technique. Behind him, Teacher Bai was even providing support. His whole body radiated the dazzling light of all the Buddhas in the 10 directions. The monsters were so frightened by the sight that they nearly wet themselves. An absurdly powerful move blasted forward, instantly wiping out the monsters. The battle was so one-sided that only a long streak remained on the ground. Wu Bin smiled smugly, thinking this is too easy. 40 points, simple as drinking soup. Next came the legendary 8 key questions. As long as he maintained his form, he could definitely make it into the national round. Wu Bin skimmed through them, and his smile suddenly vanished. Before his eyes was a pitch-black darkness, with an ominous aura surging violently. The kid had not expected to run into a boss. A huge shadow gradually appeared, a long monster with many extremely sharp limbs. Just looking at it made him feel so scared he wanted to run to the bathroom. The boss suddenly launched an attack. Wu Bin could not react in time and was pierced straight through. In reality, sweat was now soaking the kid's armpits. He had not expected the problem to be about a classic application of the first law of thermodynamics, work done by a gas and a PV diagram. It was already this difficult right from the start. He decided to try looking at the later questions first. Immediately after that, the boss attacked Wu Bin again with a blow, straight through his armpit. The kid was shocked once more. The next question was actually geometrical optics. This was one of the hardest types of questions in optics. Give me an electricity question instead. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck Wu Bin's body. Just as he had wished, it was electromagnetic induction. Although Wu Bin was burned black like charcoal, he still shouted smugly, "Ha ha ha! This is my specialty. Just use Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, and it can be solved right away." But just as he finished speaking, a sharp limb of the boss suddenly burst out from the ground. The reason was that this question was not as easy as Wu Bin had thought. Even though blood was spraying from his nose, the kid still felt that it was fine. This question was much simpler than the previous two. Wu Bin was suddenly struck hard from above again. The kid never expected that modern physics would ask about energy levels and transformations in atomic structure. There was even a head-on collision problem. And then the boss thrashed the young man mercilessly. Wu Bin collapsed onto the desk, thinking to himself that this difficulty felt exactly like getting crushed by the plot. Let's see how the others are doing. Wu Bin glanced sideways and discovered that those young men still had smiles on their faces. He was the only one being beaten like a dog. He secretly thought that there really were far too many experts here. It looked like if he did not use some flashy moves, he would not be able to clear this stage. Wu Bin clenched his fist and began to make his move. He thought it would be something impressive, but it turned out to be just a pocket calculator. "Why didn't you take that out from the start, bro?" Wu Bin struck a rather cocky pose and began to seriously Work on the paper. The clock went from 9:35 to 10:25, then to 10:50. Wu Bin solved the problems until sweat soaked through everything. It was already 11:35, and Wu Bin's hands still kept writing nonstop. It was almost 12 o'clock, yet the kid was still moving his pen at worship speed. Immediately afterward, the time limit arrived. Wu Bin's face looked completely drained. A loud bell suddenly rang throughout the room, and the examiner also announced that the contest was over. All contestants were to stop writing immediately. A female teacher began collecting the papers. Wu Bin collapsed straight onto the desk, completely exhausted, thinking to himself that almost 3 hours had passed. For the first time, he felt that 3 hours still was not enough. The semi-final exam really was insanely hard. Yin Zhang turned around and asked the great god if he was all right. Wu Bin forced himself to answer that he was truly spent. Yin Zhang then said that when he first took part, he had been just like Wu Bin was now. Wu Bin found that strange and asked why he looked so refreshed. Was this exam too easy for him? Yin Zhang smiled brightly and replied, "Of course not. I couldn't solve anything. It's just that after taking it many times, my mentality is better." Wu Bin praised him, saying the physics saint was so modest. Not all. Let's leave the exam room, or we'll get chased out. And so the two young men walked outside. Suddenly, that guy Kong ran over and shouted that he felt completely doomed. Wu Bin was curious about what nonsense these guys were about to say now. They were probably about to discuss the exam questions. But instead, those guys started saying a bunch of random nonsense while lamenting in every possible way. Boo-hoo, I'm finished this time. I probably didn't even get full marks on the experiment section. Same here. This year's paper was really hard. Kongju, how did you do? I couldn't do anything. What about Saint Zhang? Same for me. I might even get below average. Kongju, you're so modest. Wu Bin listened until he was depressed and could not understand what kind of situation this was. Then Yin Zhang turned to ask why his expression looked so awful. Was he trying to check the answers? Wu Bin replied that he was thinking about the exam questions. Yin Zhang said it was the same every year. With questions this hard, the more they discussed them, the more they would only torture themselves. After going home and crying or smashing something, if he felt he still had a chance, he could discuss it with his teacher back at school. Wu Bin asked in return how he had done. The guy answered slyly, "I failed. No kidding," as if anyone would believe that. "It's true. You don't understand me at all. I'm only telling the truth. We're planning to go eat. Want to come along?" Wu Bin replied, "I can't. My teacher is still waiting for me at the school gate." "Oh, then never mind. I'll add you to the group chat." This group chat does discuss serious matters once in a while. Wu Bin only gave a perfunctory, and after that, the young men said goodbye to one another. Wu Bin suddenly sighed in frustration. Teacher Bai suddenly patted the kid on the shoulder and asked, "Your face looks terrible. Did you fail?" After that, the teacher and student got into the car and returned to school. Wu Bin looked out the window with a thoughtful and gloomy expression. Teacher Bai spoke up, saying this was the first time he had seen him in such a heavy mood. Wu Bin replied that actually it was still all right. After all, he had mentally prepared himself for this beforehand. Teacher Bai comforted him, saying it was fine as long as he had done his best. The kid opened his book and continued reading. But as soon as he opened it, he sighed again, feeling regretful. "I really should have tried the energy method." Teacher Bai immediately turned to ask if he felt mentally crushed now. Wu Bin said he was fine, not to that extent. On the contrary, it had been rather interesting. There were just a few parts he had not handled well, so he felt a bit regretful. "Teacher, when we get back to school, please go through the paper with me." "Yes, all right." After that, at Hajong High School, Teacher Bai was now frowning hard. He said that although he knew the semi-final questions would definitely not be simple, he had not expected them to be this difficult. Wu Bin felt the same as Teacher Bai. They really were much harder than the preliminary round, but they were more interesting than the preliminary round. Hearing this, Teacher Bai had question marks all over his head. Interesting? Why did he look so miserable then? The smile of the guy in blue gradually turned sinister. The young man shouted, "That's exactly it. It's precisely this painful feeling that makes people unbelievably happy." Teacher Bai listened and actually became a little scared of this kid. Wu Bin continued shouting emotionally, "Teacher, you don't know, especially the second question. I originally had a method, but when I was solving it, I found that the result required integration to calculate the area. I slapped my forehead, forced myself to integrate the quadratic function, and then sat there calculating like crazy to get the large area. At that moment, my mind was filled with drums and trumpets, fireworks blooming, red flags fluttering, and a sea of people cheering. But in the end, the calculator actually gave an error and couldn't compute it. At that time, I almost died of anger. I wanted to smash the calculator to pieces, but I thought about how I still needed to use it, so I couldn't smash it. Teacher Bai laughed with interest and asked what happened after that. Did he calculate the result? Wu Bin answered, I got the result. Then I used integration by parts to find the original function and calculate it. Teacher Bai felt that this was worth being happy about. Wu Bin said cheerfully that after he got the result, he felt extremely satisfied. He felt as if the lights of the whole world were shining down on him. He was the king of the world, haha. But the next question immediately dealt him an extremely painful blow. Teacher Bai asked in what order he had done the questions. Wu Bin immediately recounted it as 7, 1, 2, 5, 6, 4, 8, 3. The hard questions were all at the back. Teacher Bai also felt that question 3 indeed required a lot of time for calculation. Wu Bin then said with a bitter face that needing a lot of time was still fine. The most vicious part was that there was not enough space on the answer sheet. Fortunately, he had calculated on scratch paper first, so when writing the answer, it just barely fit. After hearing Wu Bin's process, Teacher Bai felt that the kid had not done badly at all. Seeing your miserable expression earlier, I thought you hadn't been able to do anything. Wu Bin said with a regretful expression that there were still a few questions he was not very satisfied with. Teacher Bai asked if he wanted to get a perfect score. The young man immediately blushed in shock. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and said, No, teacher, I'm just a little unconvinced, hee. But in his heart, Teacher Bai already knew perfectly well that this guy was talking nonsense. He then said, Then keep working hard and make those questions submit to you. Wu Bin also obediently agreed with Teacher Bai. After that, the kid asked, Teacher, do you think I have a chance to enter the provincial team? That depends on how high your score is. When you came out, did you pay attention to the condition of the other contestants? Wu Bin recalled the expressions of those guys from earlier. Every single one of them had been lamenting like crazy. They looked as if they were about to die, and some even said they had not been able to do anything from beginning to end. So Wu Bin replied, They all said they failed, but they didn't look trustworthy at all. They were all liars, totally unreliable. Teacher Bai also sighed helplessly at those people. He said they could only wait. In a few weeks, he would help Wu Bin check the results. Only then would they know whether he had entered the provincial team. Yes, then I'll trouble you, teacher. That afternoon, at school, in the classroom, Wu Bin had collapsed onto the desk, muttering over and over, It's over, I'm done for, it's all ruined. Gu Fan asked if he was all right. Was he chanting a compassion mantra? Wu Bin sighed and said, The definition of impulse. If I'd had just a little more time, I could have thought of how to do that question. Gu Fan glanced sideways at the things Wu Bin had written on the paper. The young man was utterly shocked and blurted out, What the hell? I remember working pretty hard on physics too, but I can't understand a damn thing here. Wu Bin said that it was indeed all physics. It was just that what Gu Fan had studied was only the basics. Gu Fan trembled upon hearing this. By saying that, do you mean I'll never be able to reach this level? Is this the semi-final exam paper? Wu Bin put on a cool expression and gave an You wouldn't understand. That was a memory filled with pain. Gu Fan thought this guy was having another attack of madness. Suddenly, Zhang Xiu walked over and asked Wu Bin if he was still all right. I'm quite curious about how hard the semi-final paper was. If you're not in the mood, then you can tell me later. Wu Bin handed the young man the stack of papers and told him to see for himself. Taking the paper, Zhang Xiu was in high spirits. But as soon as he opened it and started reading, his smile vanished. The more the young man read, the more he asked himself what the hell this was. Was this really physics? Gu Fan said, Where's the musical? Start playing it already. Zhang Xiu was sweating so heavily that he was drenched. Finally, unable to take it anymore, the young man put the paper down, left, and gave his review on the way out. Just pretend I never asked about this paper. Gu Fan now felt extremely pleased. So I'm not the only one who couldn't understand it. Wang Hao then invited Wu Bin to dinner, but Wu Bin refused, saying he would go later. Gu Fan patted his two sworn brothers on the shoulders and said, Let's go. I heard today's sweet and sour meatballs are really good. Wu Bin is still hung up on the competition, so let's not bother him. We'll bring him food later. After that, the three young men walked outside. At the moment, only Wu Bin was left sitting alone in the classroom. The kid yawned repeatedly and said to himself that this was also his first time participating in a competition like this. Whether in experience or knowledge, he could not be considered adequate, but it was still a bit frustrating. He still wanted to win, to compete with others, and after winning, continue advancing to the next round for an even fiercer battle. What else could be more thrilling and enjoyable than that? Wu Bin clenched his fist, his emotions mixed. Then his face again became gloomy and regretful. Unexpectedly, Jiamin called Wu Bin from behind, making the kid jump in fright. Wu Bin cried out in panic, "You scared me to death." Jiamin immediately said sorry. "I thought you heard my footsteps." Wu Bin calmed down and asked if something was wrong. Jiamin shyly seemed to want to say something to Wu Bin. "Actually, I really admire that you were able to enter the semi-final round." Wu Bin scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Are you serious?" Actually, there's nothing worth admiring." At the same time, the kid secretly thought to himself, had Jiamin changed her personality? At this moment, the girl blushed and said shyly and cutely, "Actually, back in 10th grade, I once wanted to participate in a math competition too, but the school didn't place much importance on the competition. And I couldn't neglect my normal studies for the competition either. Later, when the semester exam results came out, my grades had dropped a lot. Both the teachers and my mother advised me to focus on studying and stop thinking about taking part in that math competition." Wu Bin asked in surprise, "That really happened? Did your grades drop that much?" Jiamin answered with a gloomy expression, "Yes. In the middle of 10th grade, my grade ranking fell from 8th to 17th. Wu Bin was speechless after hearing that. Jiamin added, "At that time, I was persuaded. I had to give up the competition and begin focusing on my studies. So when I heard that you entered the semi-final round of the competition, I really admired you, because you can do something that I couldn't." After hearing these words, Wu Bin's eyes widened, and he froze for a moment. Then he frowned, his face blank, not knowing what else to say to Jiamin. Suddenly, the girl placed a can of Pepsi on his desk. Then she looked excited and encouraged Wu Bin, "Do your best. When you're troubled, just drink some chilled soda to relax. I believe that as long as you keep working hard, you'll definitely succeed." Immediately afterward, the girl felt too embarrassed and ran straight outside while saying goodbye to Wu Bin. Her speed was even faster than those modified car bros. Wu Bin blinked once, and all he could see was dust flying everywhere. The kid had been thoroughly turned into a complete fool with a dazed, stupid expression. Then Wu Bin held the can of cola-flavored Pepsi in his hand. Wu Bin wondered if she might actually be a good person after all. But forget it, whatever. In any case, she had said she admired him. It seemed she had finally realized how impressive he was. Wu Bin opened the can of Pepsi and gulped the whole thing down in one go. After drinking it, the kid slammed the can down and gave an extremely loud burp. "So good, Pepsi." Wu Bin now felt that his spirits really had relaxed a great deal. Good. Tomorrow, I'll return a can to her." The scene shifted to 1 week later. It was currently Teacher Tai's physics class. He glanced down and discovered that Wu Bin's face was as dark as a dog's muzzle, without the slightest hint of spring. Teacher Tai secretly thought that this boy had been thinking all day about the previous physics semi-final, leaving his mind drifting in the clouds. Teacher Tai suddenly called Wu Bin up to the podium. Wu Bin walked up with a dazed expression and asked, "Teacher, is something the matter?" Teacher Tai glanced at the book Wu Bin was holding in his hand. He then said, "Wu Bin, try to guess why I called you up here." Wu Bin stammered and was about to answer, but Teacher Tai struck first. "Do you think that because you didn't perform well in the previous competition, I'm going to comfort you? Not happening, kid. Actually, when I encouraged you to take the exam back then, it wasn't just so you could broaden your horizons or accumulate experience. I truly thought that you would win an award, even a major award." Wu Bin replied, "Something seems wrong, teacher. I remember back then, Teacher Tai, you said I didn't have enough time to get through the semi-final round." Teacher Tai suddenly froze as he remembered. Feeling terribly embarrassed, he immediately turned his back and said, "That was to remind you to study hard because you were falling behind. Don't you understand your teacher's painstaking intentions?" Wu Bin was as confused as a fox, but could only answer, "I understand, teacher." Teacher Tai is truly wise. Teacher Tai suddenly reached out and took Wu Bin's book. As he flipped through it, he asked, "Have you understood all the knowledge in the 3 books I gave you?" Wu Bin shook his head and replied, "I'm still far from it. At most, I only clearly know what these 3 books teach." Teacher Tai laughed and said that the kid was being modest. Teacher Tai suddenly took out 2 books and said, "This is Shu Yoshing's Mechanics, and this is Zhao Kaihua's Electromagnetism. I heard from teacher that you haven't read these 2 books yet. Try reading them. Perhaps you'll gain something different. Wu Bin accepted the 2 books from Teacher Tai, his eyes shining brightly like the noonday sun. He also did not forget to thank Teacher Tai for giving them to him. But immediately afterward, Wu Bin was shocked. "Teacher, why are you giving me 2 books this expensive?" Teacher Tai acted like a rich tycoon and told Wu Bin not to worry. "What does money matter? Just study well." Wu Bin was about to say that they were too expensive and he could not accept them. But Teacher Tai leaned close to his ear and said, "This is the school's money. Just consider it an investment in you so you can win glory for the school. So don't carry any psychological burden, okay?" Wu Bin listened, stunned, and gave a stiff, awkward smile. "Ah, so that's how it is. Then I thank the school." Teacher Tai laughed in delight at this sharp-minded student. "Oh, there's one more thing. Have you ever thought about your future direction?" Wu Bin replied, "Yes, I have. I want to participate in the International Physics Olympiad." "I don't know if that counts. That is only your goal for this stage. It isn't your direction of development. What I mean is, what major do you want to study in university, and what direction do you want your career to develop in later? Do you want to become an astronomer and seek out the mysteries of the universe, or become an oceanographer and explore the most mysterious depths of the earth? Become a writer and compose hymns to the legends of humanity, or become a comic artist and draw your own world? The world is so vast. You must find your own direction of development." Wu Bin listened to Teacher Tai's grand talk about such wildly fantastical things and answered with a blank face, "Not yet." Teacher Tai suddenly patted the kid on the shoulder. With an expression so cool it was ridiculous, he told him, "Wu Bin, you're in 12th grade this year. It's time to think about it. Preparing in advance is better than not preparing at all." Wu Bin replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll start considering this." Teacher, and down below, there was already a girl whose heart was shooting out little pew-pew arrows, completely smitten with Wu Bin. Mr. Kai then asked him, "Do you know the exhibition center on National Exhibition Road?" "Yes, I do. Next Sunday, there's a consumer electronics technology exhibition. I have 2 tickets, so if you're interested, come with me." The girl in pink immediately gaped in utter shock. Then she turned to the guy Lin beside her and said, "Mr. Kai asked Wu Bin to go to the movies. Could the 2 of them be on some intense date?" The guy beside her immediately blurted out, "What the hell are you even talking about? Look, the teacher even took out movie tickets. Go get yourself checked. You're seriously losing it." Wu Bin was now sweating non-stop and stammered, "That wouldn't be appropriate, sir." But the gossiping kids below kept whispering, "Oh, look, Wu Bin is embarrassed." "Shut your mouth. That's rude." Mr. Kai asked, "What's inappropriate about it?" Wu Bin then whispered into Mr. Kai's ear, "Using too much of the school's money wouldn't be very appropriate, sir." Mr. Kai got annoyed and shouted in Wu Bin's face, "Are you looking down on me? I bought these with my own money as a gift to celebrate you passing the semifinal round. Don't talk nonsense. Do I look like the kind of person who would skim money from the school?" Wu Bin was so embarrassed his face froze as he replied, "Oh, so that's how it is. But I'm still not sure I'll pass the semifinal round." The more Mr. Kai listened, the angrier he got. With no room for argument, he said, "If I say you'll pass, then you'll pass. Just answer me. Do you want to go or not?" The girl in pink below could not help crying out, "Go, go, go." Mr. Kai is so domineering, so aggressive, way too aggressive. "I'm going to die." Wu Bin replied, "Yes, I want to. But what does that exhibition have, sir? It will broaden your understanding of advanced technology fields around the world. Then you'll be able to ask specific questions with clear goals, and from there, find ways to solve them. No matter how hard high school physics is, it's still only the basics. There's still a long road ahead before you can apply what you've learned. I don't want you to get to university and waste 3 years the way you did in primary and middle school, only realizing what you want right before graduation and then rushing to study." Wu Bin felt a little embarrassed and said shyly, "I won't be like that again in the future." But the girl in pink below was like one of those crazy fangirls, running her mouth nonstop. "Ah, those teachings are filled with love. So cool, so cool." The guy next to her said, "Shut it. They're just having a normal conversation. What's so cool about that?" Mr. Kai continued, "In any case, I've already reminded you. All right, next Sunday, I'll take you to the exhibition. Now, go back to your seat." "Yes, thank you, sir." But this girl really was hopeless. No matter what was said, she felt it was full of intense affection and dramatic romance. Suddenly, Mr. Kai slammed his hand hard on the desk. He instantly transformed into a villain, glaring with a frightening look as he called out Yu's name. "Why is everyone else quietly doing their work, while you alone have been making noise this whole time? You ranked 213th in the grade on the last test, and you still haven't woken up?" The girl in pink was now scared out of her wits. Seeing her expression, Mr. Kai could only let it go. Since you're a girl, I won't say anything too harsh. Having hobbies is a good thing, but you must not affect the other students. You also need to work hard and focus on your studies. Chiyo tremblingly replied, "Yes, I understand." Mr. Kai added, "Come to my office after school." The guy beside her secretly thought, "Serves you right." After that, Wu Bin sat back down. Gu Fan asked, "They let you go already? What 2 books did he secretly give you?" Wu Bin replied, "I'll lend them to you to take a look. These books aren't cheap." Gu Fan knew he would not understand a single thing even if he read them, so he said disdainfully, No, you take your time reading them. I'm not interested in those books." Wu Bin understood what he meant and laughed happily. Skarad no, ooh. After that came Mr. Zhou's literature class. He was lecturing. Lu Sun once said that a genius is not a monster that is born and grows up on its own in the wilderness or forest. Rather, it is the masses who make it possible for a genius to appear, to be born and nurtured. Therefore, without those masses, there can be no genius. If someone is truly arrogant and thinks they can conquer the world alone, refusing to cooperate with others, and even mocking those who come after them, that person is certain to suffer a disastrous failure. Truly intelligent people all understand that if you want something to succeed, you must consider many factors. No matter how knowledgeable a person is, there will always be gaps in their knowledge. At that point, they must cooperate with people who are proficient in every aspect in order to achieve success. Mr. Zhou commented, Wu Bin used this section very well. He expressed the thoughts he wanted to convey by quoting famous figures. Suddenly, Mr. Bai hurried over and shouted, Wu Bin. Sorry, Mr. Zhou, for interrupting your class. Mr. Zhou asked, What is it, Mr. Bai? I need to tell Wu Bin something important. At this moment, Mr. Bai announced shocking news. Wu Bin achieved a high ranking in the semifinal round. You've entered the provincial team. After the whole class heard it, everyone exclaimed in amazement, unable to believe it. Even Wu Bin froze for a long while. Then several boys shouted, Oh my God, he passed the semifinal round. How many years has it been since our school won an award? Wu Bin is seriously amazing. He's brought honor to our school. Gu Fan now patted Wu Bin on the shoulder because the guy was still sitting there blankly, unable to believe it. Hey, did you hear that? You made it onto the provincial team. While he was still utterly confused, Mr. Bai suddenly walked over. Wu Bin looked up at him. Mr. Bai smiled and praised him. You did very well. Wu Bin was now filled with mixed emotions. He suddenly pulled out his chair and stood up. All the eyes of his classmates were now on Wu Bin. Mr. Zhou secretly thought, Wu Bin has always been at the bottom of the class these past 2 years. In just a few months, he achieved such a result. This kid really worked himself to the bone. Mr. Zhou admired him greatly and began applauding Wu Bin. Then the entire class joined in, clapping thunderously. Wu Bin truly was the pride of their school. At this moment, Wu Bin hugged his respected teacher tightly. He did not forget to sincerely thank Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai patted him on the shoulder and said, This result came from your own hard work. You should thank yourself. Wang Hao and the other students, witnessing this scene, were moved to tears. Wu Bin, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. Congratulations, Wu Bin. A while later, someone's figure hurriedly flashed past this place. A pretty female student was nearly sent flying, skirt and all, by this guy. She shouted, Are you running off to be reincarnated or what? How can you run so fast in the hallway? But Wu Bin's speed was practically that of a man racing toward his own funeral altar. He turned back and said, Sorry. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the teacher's office. Wu Bin opened the door, looking excited, wanting to find Mr. Kai. Ms. Jiang said, Mr. Kai isn't here. He went to teach. Wu Bin Fotsa. Ms. Jiang asked, What happened? Why do you look so happy? Wu Bin replied, If you see Mr. Kai, please pass a message to him for me. I passed the semifinal round. Hearing this shocking news, both Ms. Jiang and Mr. Liu were extremely surprised. Wu Bin, are you serious? You're amazing. No bunde Mr. Kai Cup's pricing yo. Mr. Liu asked, What rank did you get? Did you get into the provincial team? Wu Bin replied somewhat awkwardly, I still don't know my exact ranking. I'm planning to go ask Mr. Bai for the details. His homeroom teacher, Ms. Chun, said with a delighted expression, This is an impressive achievement. Our school hasn't had such an outstanding talent in a long time. Once the report comes out, you may be invited onto the stage to give a speech about your thoughts. Wu Bin blushed like a tomato, scratched his head, and said he had never thought about that. All right, then I'll go find Mr. Bai. He's waiting for me. Goodbye, teachers. Hurry along. Wu Bin was about to turn and leave when Mr. Liu called out to him. Mr. Liu gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Wu Bin, you're the best of the best. Congratulations. After being praised, Wu Bin looked extremely happy. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Then he ran off again. The teachers watched his back as he left. Ms. Chun felt that this child, Wu Bin, truly was no ordinary kid. A while later, he arrived at Mr. Bai's place. Mr. Bai, I'm here. As soon as he opened the door, Ms. Deng's applause rang out. She intended to congratulate Wu Bin, the one who had brought glory to the school. This time, Mr. Bai is very proud of you. Wu Bin immediately bowed his head and said, Thank you, Ms. Deng, for teaching me. Otherwise, I might not have gone so smoothly. Without you, there would be no me today. I truly thank you very much. Ms. Deng smiled happily and praised him for being smart and quick-witted. I'll reward you with a small gift. Here, this is from my private collection. I believe you'll like it in the future. As she spoke, Ms. Deng tossed a set of materials to Wu Bin. Wu Bin caught it and said, Receiving a gift from you makes me feel embarrassed. I should be the one buying something for you. Suddenly, Mr. Bai's voice came from inside. Just accept it. Ms. Deng gave it to you because she likes you. Don't be so polite. That's right. I hope to meet a few more students who can be happy after receiving this book. Wu Bin immediately bowed his head and thanked Ms. Deng. Mr. Bai then walked out and said, I checked everything clearly. You ranked 8th. For the questions you previously talked through and discussed with me, you got every one of them right. I'm guessing you lost points on the steps. For the geometry and optics questions, you may have lost quite a lot of points. I guess you got full marks on the experimental questions and made up for the points deducted from some steps in the exam. That's why you ranked 8th. So, your foundation is still very important. Hearing Mr. Bai say this, Wu Bin thought it over. Mr. Bai smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and added, No matter what, you've entered the provincial team. This means you already meet the independent admissions requirements for Project 985 and Project 211 universities. Of course, if you can place in the final round, then there won't even be any need for independent admissions. You'll be free to choose a good university. Wu Bin replied, Mr. Bai, I'll do my very best. Good. Have confidence, Wu Bin. There are still 2 months before the final round, enough for you to improve your knowledge further. At this moment, Wu Bin clenched his fists, his expression full of determination. He promised himself that when he entered the final round, he absolutely could not keep making the same mistakes as in the semifinal round. This time, he had to get full marks. Wu Bin said firmly to Mr. Bai, I'll give it everything I've got, Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai smiled and encouraged him, Keep it up. At the same time, Mr. Bai sensed that the look in this kid's eyes had become much more resolute than before. Mr. Bai added, Besides that, there's one more thing. The awards for the competition will be presented at the Physics Association the day after tomorrow. You can call and invite your parents to attend. I'll write the address for you later. Wu Bin had not expected it to be so soon. Mr. Bai replied, The results are already out, so there's no reason to delay the awards ceremony. Once the provincial team is formed, you'll also have to go for training. Wu Bin gaped in surprise and asked, I have to go for training, sir? How long will the training be? About a week. It's the same every year. Wu Bin did not know whether he needed to ask his homeroom teacher for a week off. Mr. Bai replied, No need. When the time comes, I'll help you speak to the school. All right, sorry to trouble you, sir. Suddenly, a familiar sneer from a certain teacher sounded. I knew you'd be here. Wu Bin turned around to look. It turned out to be Mr. Kai, striking a pose and wearing a handsome, charming smile. Wu Bin excitedly said, I passed the semi-final round. Mr. Kai said, You don't need to tell me that. If I didn't know, would I have come here looking for you? Wu Bin immediately rushed over to Mr. Kai. I knew you knew, but I still wanted to tell you myself, hee. Hearing this, Mr. Kai laughed and praised him. Haha, you little brat, you're pretty clever, aren't you? After that, the teacher and student hugged each other, both extremely joyful. Seeing this, Ms. Deng also secretly thought that the bond between these two really was good. Then Mr. Kai said, Mr. Bai, Ms. Deng, let's go eat. Tonight's on me. We'll take Wu Bin out for a celebration meal. All right, Mr. Bai asked, Is that appropriate? Or should we wait until the weekend? Mr. Kai rubbed Wu Bin's head and said, Just giving him a certificate isn't enough. We have to celebrate properly. And so Mr. Bai and Ms. Deng agreed as well. Tonight, let's have a celebration feast. I want a giant, super spicy hot pot. On this side, Mr. Kai put his arm around Wu Bin's shoulders and said, Hot pot it is. You stinky brat. You've made me so proud I can hardly keep my nose down, Yes, that sounds great. My mouth is already watering. Suddenly, the bell signaling the start of class rang, startling both teacher and student. Mr. Kai said, Wu Bin, go back to class. We'll meet tonight. Yes. Goodbye, teachers. I'll be going first. After that, he stepped outside, took an iPhone 15 Pro Max from his pocket, and called his mother. On the other end of the line, his mother immediately said, "Hello, Bin Bin." "What is it, son?" Woo Bin replied, "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to come with me to the awards ceremony the day after tomorrow." His mother was startled and asked, "What award, son? Are you receiving an award at school for making progress?" Woo Bin replied, "No, it's an award for the physics competition, Mom. I have to go to the Physics Association on Suzhou Road to receive it." His mother became more and more excited. "What physics competition, son? When did you enter a physics competition?" After hearing his answer, his mother was completely shocked. "What did you say? It really was the national semifinal round? If you can get a ranking in the next final round, you'll be able to choose Tsinghua University or Peking University." For anyone who does not know, Tsinghua University and Peking University are two of the absolute top universities. Woo Bin now replied, "I don't remember clearly, but I think that's right, Mom." His mother suddenly shouted, so loudly it nearly burst his eardrums. "Something this important, and you're only telling me now? I'll come, I'll definitely come. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Say it all now." Woo Bin's face stiffened as he said, "Wasn't it because I wanted to wait until I had results before I dare to tell you? I have to go to class now. I'll tell you more when I get home. Remember to tell Dad to dress properly. There will be a lot of leaders there." That afternoon, school was over. The three teachers and Woo Bin were now excitedly going out to celebrate as planned. They arrived at a fairly large restaurant. Mr. Kai ordered a huge hot pot and many other delicious dishes. After that, the teachers and Woo Bin ate and drank. They chatted happily with one another. Everyone clinked glasses together to congratulate Woo Bin for successfully passing the semi-final round of the physics competition. Then, 2 days later, the day of the official awards ceremony arrived. Mr. Kai was now taking photos of Woo Bin and his parents. "Woo Bin, stand a little closer to your mother." Yes, hold still." 3, 2, 1, taking it now." The camera flashed so brightly it nearly blinded them. In the photo, only Woo Bin's mother looked as beautiful as a fairy. As for Woo Bin and his father, their stiff smiles were hilariously awkward. His mother came over to take a look and said, "This one is nice. Out of hundreds of shots, this is the best one. Sorry to trouble you, teacher." Woo Bin now praised his father. "Dad, you look pretty sharp in that suit. How come I've never seen you wear it before?" His father praised him back. "You've got good taste, kid. This is from Isama." Hearing the name Isama, Woo Bin was as confused as an owl and had no idea what brand that was. He suddenly pointed and said, "Dad, this says Anima." His father felt extremely embarrassed, scratched his head, and chuckled. "Hee, same thing. Anyway, your mother bought it for me, and it was really expensive. I originally planned to wait until your wedding to wear it, but right now is your most glorious moment. So I thought it was time to put it on." Woo Bin put his hands in his pockets and said, "It's only top 8. It's not that glorious yet. Next time, when I lift the trophy, it still won't be too late for you to be proud." His father was so annoyed he said, "Shut your mouth, kid. You got a good result. So now you're getting arrogant, are you? Do you know how many students in the province took part in this competition?" Woo Bin put on an adorably innocent look and asked his father, "How many?" "I don't know either." His father did not know either and was stumped by his son's question. So furious, he chased after his son, ready to use some parental discipline. "You little brat, you dare tease me? Stop right there and let me smack your butt." His mother also wanted to scold this childish father. "Look at you two. The teacher is still here, and you're still messing around like this." Woo Bin cheerfully replied, "Not at all. Dad is just too happy for me." So he got excited. Mr. Bai then said, "It's time. Let's hurry inside." Woo Bin also answered with a yes. His mother suddenly turned to ask him, "Woo Bin, what do you think of Mom's hairstyle? It seems a little messy, doesn't it?" He immediately shouted, "It looks amazing." If people didn't know, they'd think Mom was a student coming to receive an award. His mother was extremely pleased. "You little brat, what a sweet mouth you have. Does it really look good?" "It really does, Mom. Let's hurry inside." The auditorium was extremely spacious. At this moment, all the important figures had already taken their seats. Above them hung a huge line of words. National High School Physics Competition Award Ceremony. Woo Bin raised his hand to greet Mr. Kai. Under the guidance of the staff, he walked inside. A young man told him, "Just stay here. When it's time to go on stage to receive your award, someone will come and give you detailed instructions." "Yes, thank you." Woo Bin suddenly turned his head and discovered that the other terrifyingly strong candidates who had passed were also here, each of them looking extremely dangerous. Those guys glanced over at Woo Bin. At this point, Woo Bin had also secretly guessed that these people were members of the provincial team. Just one glance was enough to tell that they were stronger than the people in the previous rounds. At last, I've finally taken my first step into the advanced stage. Wu Bin suddenly froze when he noticed a familiar tall figure. It was none other than Li Yan. Wu Bin immediately smirked, walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and called out, "Physics saintly? Didn't you say very firmly last time that you were definitely going to fail? Why are you here, bro?" Li Yan was also extremely surprised to see Wu Bin here. "Whoa, Wu Bin, you passed the semi-final round. As expected of a top-tier warhorse. I knew you'd pass." Wu Bin wore an exasperated expression and said, "You people are all so good at bragging. None of you are honest at all. Now I don't dare believe anything anymore." Li Yan quickly changed the subject, slung an arm around Wu Bin's shoulders, and said, "I'll take you to meet the others." They arrived in front of a guy in yellow whose face had absolutely no credibility. Li Yan introduced him. "This is Math Saint Si Tong-yang, top 20 nationwide in the Prince Star competition. He'll definitely be the one carrying our provincial team this time." The guy in yellow quickly waved his hands and said, "Physics saintly, you're exaggerating. Why are you praising me so much? With you here, how could I possibly carry the team?" Li Yan felt delighted inside and replied, "Math Saint, you're too modest." Meanwhile, Wu Bin was thinking, damn it, these guys are flattering each other again. Li Yan was about to introduce the young man in blue next, but the young man immediately cut him off and said, "Physics saintly, don't praise me anymore. Let me introduce myself." And so Wu Bin and the young man in blue shook hands and got acquainted. "My name is Zhao Kahan. I study at the high school affiliated with Second Normal University. Ome Wu Binu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope Saint will look after me." Two other young men, standing not far away, were whispering to each other, "We have to act fast. We need to strike first, too. If we let Li Yan hype us up, we're finished." "Okay, that makes sense." And so the young men immediately came over and enthusiastically introduced themselves, making the place lively all at once. Suddenly, Zhao Kahan spoke up and said, "This year's exam questions were really unbalanced." Wu Bin was startled because it was rare to see someone bring up the exam questions. Kahan continued, "It's a physics competition, yet they didn't test spiral divergence. Fine, but they didn't even test how to find angular acceleration using the Lagrangian system either. They only used calculation-heavy mechanics problems to trick people. Isn't that basically fraud?" The guy in yellow also agreed. This year's exam really was brutal. A few big shots unexpectedly failed this year. One of them was Saint He, who shone in the Peking University physics competition, but he couldn't handle this exam. I heard he didn't even do the experimental questions. Wu Bin was just about to speak up and discuss the super difficult third question from the previous exam. But before he could open his mouth, one young man said, "Yesterday, Faker's ultimate was seriously insane. He charged in and instantly made the enemy evaporate. It was unreal." Exactly. Watching it was such a feast for the eyes. Wu Bin was secretly furious at these guys. Damn it, how did they switch channels to talking about gamers already? Did these two really pass the qualifiers? Forget it, I'll go find Li Yan and talk to him. The whole group was chatting noisily when they suddenly fell silent because of the appearance of some long-haired fellow. After that, everyone's gaze turned toward that young man. Wu Bin felt extremely surprised and turned around to take a look. At this moment, there stood a young man so cool that anyone who saw him would know he was ridiculously formidable. The whole group shouted, "Saint Jiang! Our Saint Jiang is here! Saint Jiang, carry us! This time we have to cling to your thigh." Saint Jiang calmly replied, "I knew everyone would flatter me. One at a time, please. I can't answer all of you at once." Hearing this, Li Yan praised Saint Jiang for being truly modest. Wu Bin still didn't know who this guy was, so he asked, "What's going on now?" Li Yan whispered into Wu Bin's ear, "It's your first time participating, so of course you don't know. This is Jiang Heng from Luhai High School. This time, he's responsible for taking the trophy." Hearing the words, "taking the trophy," Wu Bin was suddenly startled. He glanced over at that fellow up ahead and felt that this young man was unbelievably powerful. Wu Bin secretly guessed that this person was the number one in the province. But who was that guy half hidden behind him? Why did he look so familiar? Wu Bin suddenly remembered. Wasn't that the so-called number one under heaven, Chui Xiaodong? He was only in 10th grade, yet he had already made it into the semifinal round. In Wu Bin's eyes, the young man in red was very powerful. But in front of the top-ranked player on the server, Jiang Heng, no one paid him any attention at all. The guy in red stepped back, so everyone could see Jiang Heng more clearly. He had no choice but to blend into the crowd and cheer for the number one. Jiangheng. Then, 10 minutes later, a man in white gave instructions. In a while, all of you students will go on stage one by one to receive your awards according to your rankings. First place, student Jiang will represent everyone and give an acceptance speech. Everyone around him was filled with admiration and kept praising him. Saint Jiang really is the best. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. You're our idol. Jiangheng also happily replied, "Thank you, everyone. Being able to represent everyone and hold the trophy is a tremendous honor for me." At this moment, Saint Jiang had clearly been given an added dazzling, sparkling protagonist halo by the author. Wu Bin looked at that incredibly unreal light and suddenly realized in shock, are the other candidates and I really just going up there to stand around? It's like we're just his background decoration. No one cares about me or the other candidates at all. Only he receives everyone's admiration. So what if I fought with everything I had to enter the semifinal round? In the end, I still have to serve as someone else's backdrop. Wu Bin grew tense. He could no longer accept this crappy reality. Once darkness took over his heart, he made up his mind and declared, "I don't want to be someone else's background. I will climb to the peak, even sooner than you." The system had also heard this and immediately sent him a new mission called the most eye-catching person in the venue. Mission content: obtain a ranking in the final round of the National High School Physics Competition. Fixed reward: 1,000 experience points. Additional rewards will depend on the host's ranking in the final round. After Wu Bin finished reading, he saw that 1,000 points was very little and not enough for him to level up. So there were additional rewards after all. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. That was exactly what he wanted. Wu Bin's face suddenly turned cold, and he swore a vicious oath. "If I don't win first place in the final round, I'll shave my head bald." Damn, that's impressive. So this was the legendary skill, sacrificing hair to increase damage. Sometime later, in Wu Bin's hands were 7 colored underwear. No, bear-patterned underwear. It turned out Wu Bin was packing his things to go to training camp. Necessary items, such as toothbrushes and clothes, had all been prepared. Wu Bin suddenly raised his hand, acting as if he were extremely calm, handsome, spirited, and stylish, setting off to conquer his own peak. A while later, he arrived at the meeting point. Lien loudly called out, "God Wu, you arrived exactly on time, not a minute early or late." Exactly 9 o'clock. Wu Bin also replied politely, "God Li is the impressive one. You clearly arrived even earlier, so you're better." Li Yin and the other young men suddenly broke out in cold sweat. And the reason was that this guy in blue was reading a book while walking, studying anytime and anywhere. Li Yin said, "As expected of God Wu, studying wherever you go, that's what you call a true master." Wu Bin only replied modestly, "It's just a habit. I don't want to waste too much time." The young men listened and were left speechless and terrified. Li Yin asked, "Do you normally not scroll through short videos or check the Facebook group chat for entertainment?" Wu Bin asked back, "You mean that group chat of yours from before?" "Oh, I don't look at it." "Oh, then you still don't know that you've become a famous figure in the group chat. A lot of people want to ask you questions." Wu Bin looked confused and asked, "Why? I'm not the one holding the trophy. What kind of famous figure?" Li Yin immediately put an arm around Wu Bin's shoulders and praised him, saying he was dark, incredibly dark as a lump of coal. Suddenly, someone with a loud voice shouted, "All of you, hurry and gather over here." The young men were startled and looked over to see who it was. Li Yin pointed and said, "The teacher is calling us. Let's go over there. We'll talk later." Wu Bin wondered to himself, what does he mean, dark? Could he have seen mine? Hey, you there, my skin is very fair. So what are you talking about? At this moment, a muscular teacher with a hairstyle that looked like some delinquent kids stood proudly like a god. The teacher spoke up, "Hello, everyone. I am Wei Tianxua, and I will be in charge of guiding this training camp." Wu Bin glanced at the teacher. Mr. Wei added, "For the next week, I hope we can get along well and improve together." At present, Wu Bin was smiling faintly to himself, thinking that the teacher looked like an open-minded person who understood physics. Mr. Wei then said, "Get on the bus. Before that, remember to put your large luggage in the storage compartment. If you have any questions, you may ask me." After that, the students boarded the bus. Wu Bin looked to the side and suddenly discovered that a young man was carrying a musical instrument on his back. Wu Bin found this young man extremely strange. He was going to a physics competition training camp, yet he brought an instrument? Li Yin said this was actually quite normal. Wu Bin asked back, "Wasn't this supposed to be training camp? I thought it would be very tough." After all, the training notice didn't say personal items weren't allowed. Wu Bin felt that young man was truly artistic. "Oh, right. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Where am I dark?" Li Yin gleefully replied, "Don't tell me you thought I meant your skin color. I meant you're a dark horse." A dark horse, understand? Wu Bin still didn't understand who had spread this rumor. Li Yin added, "Who was it last time?" "Meng Shun, I think. In a group. He said he'd never heard of you before." After that, everyone started gossiping a lot. Wu Bin only calmly replied, "It's normal that they've never heard of me. Even people from my own school might not know me, so that wouldn't be strange." Li Yan's expression at this moment clearly said, "That's not normal at all. Looks like you really don't pay attention to these things." Wu Bin still did not understand at all. Li Yan explained, "Everyone sitting on this bus has gone through countless battles. All of them attend extra classes at training centers and have participated in countless competitions, big and small. Have you ever read martial arts novels? You'll hear about many famous figures who come from well-known sections. Then, during the sword debate on Manhwa, a peerless master suddenly jumps out of nowhere. Everyone gets curious and starts asking around, gathering together to discuss this young man. But everyone says they've never heard of that young man before, which makes his danger level rise higher and higher." Wu Bin then said, "It's true that I've never attended any extra classes at a training center." Li Yin became even more certain that Wu Bin was a dark horse. Everyone has an idea in their hearts about the level of Hajong High School. Coming from that place and still being able to enter the competition. If you're not dark, then who is? You're just like a legend. The protagonists in novels are all exactly like you. Wu Bin was silent for a moment, then replied, "Actually, my school has many teachers, and I've always studied under them. I feel that the teachers at those extra classes can't compare to them." Li Yin hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to look down on your school. It's just that this situation is a little different from normal." Wu Bin calmly replied, "It's fine. I understand what you mean. When you don't have results, anything you say is just an excuse. That is also one of the reasons I wanted to participate in the competition." Li Yin felt that what he had said was a little wrong, so he apologized to Wu Bin. "Don't take it to heart. I truly admire you. Actually, a lot of people in this training camp have seen your ability. They even gave you a nickname." Wu Bin asked in surprise, "What nickname?" "It's a very impressive nickname. They call you the Sweeping Monk." Wu Bin heard this and wanted to curse. "Damn it, that's supposed to be impressive? I haven't shaved my head, so why are they calling me that?" After that, the bus carrying the province's top students to training camp passed through a long, winding road. On both sides was peaceful and beautiful natural scenery. After quite some time, they finally arrived at a town. Mr. Wei shouted, "Dear students, we've arrived. Now, take your luggage down, follow the two teachers, and get familiar with your dorm rooms. Delicious food is waiting for you, so hurry up. After eating, we will gather." The whole group immediately shouted, "Oh yeah." After that, all the students got off. The young men carried their belongings to their dorm rooms. As soon as they entered, they hurriedly threw everything onto their beds, then rushed on all fours like mad dogs toward the cafeteria. At this moment, fragrant and delicious food had already been prepared. These student fellows had only just taken their food, yet they were already drooling with hunger. A while later, in classroom 1, the outstanding students had planted their butts on their chairs, while Mr. Wei stood there solemnly and spoke. "I believe every one of you sitting here clearly understands the rules of the final round. But even if you already understand them, I still want to repeat them once more." Suddenly, the teacher opened his mouth as wide as a chamber pot and shouted, "First, I want you to understand the difficulty of the final round. Here, I will describe it briefly for you. There are 2 points in total. First point, as long as you can obtain any ranking in the final round. That means that for Peking University's first semester mechanics course worth 4 credits, you will not need to attend classes. The university will directly allow you to take the final exam right away." Wu Bin thought to himself, the level of the final round is equivalent to the difficulty of first-year studies at Peking University? Is it really that simple? Mr. Wei continued, "As for the other point, I believe all of you know it very clearly. If anyone can win a gold medal, they can shift from a passive position to an active one. Admission letters from every university in the country will be placed before you for you to choose from." As he spoke, the teacher struck a pose like a broody hen to make it seem even more grand. "Of course, I know that university admission letters have no meaning to you. Those who can come here are all teenage geniuses. What you want is results, honor, and gold medals. This is the world's recognition and praise for your efforts. To obtain this treasure, you need to cross the most dangerous mountains and overcome the most difficult slopes, while competing with people who share the same goal as you." Hearing this, the young men felt a little intimidated, while Wu Bin was smiling faintly with satisfaction. Mr. Wei continued loudly, I believe you understand how much harder the final round is than the semifinal round. To make it even clearer for you, in front of the final round, the semifinal round is as simple as having the answers written directly on the paper. Inside, the guy in yellow could not help shouting, "What the heck?" It wasn't easy for me to barely get the last place spot in the semifinal. If I go into the final round, won't I be completely dumbfounded? Every single question in the final round is designed to make things difficult for you. Every question contains tricky traps, and the knowledge involved is drawn from many different areas. So when answering, you must not be careless. You can only rely on your own knowledge to crack them, and do your best to complete as much as possible. The main purpose of the final round is precisely to find the true geniuses among geniuses. After the teacher finished speaking, he laughed secretly inside. "Ha ha, these students have all been scared stiff by me. This way, they'll become less dependent and less arrogant." Especially the seated contestant Wu Bin that I mentioned before. He does seem like a very outstanding student among them. However, I only see him as an ordinary, conceited child. But in the very next second, the teacher froze on the spot. Below was the figure of that guy in the blue shirt, looking like he had walked out of some horror movie, and that insanely wild smile of his scared the teacher so badly he almost wet himself. Teacher Wei shrank back and muttered to himself, "What the hell is this? What's with the two words Li Mi on his shirt? Is this student called Li Mi?" And this is the first time I've seen that expression. Now, this is more like a seated contestant. That Wu Bin guy is nothing at all. Teacher Wei then guessed that, up until now, they had all been practicing problems by using one method to solve every problem of the same type. But today's training session would help them advance to a higher level. After getting the paper and reading the question, they would immediately know the answer the question setter had in mind. This method could keep their thinking from being restricted while greatly improving efficiency. Understood? The students all shouted, "Understood." "All right, good. I have a test paper here. Do it once first. Let's see exactly how good you are." And so the mock test papers were handed out. Everyone who received one looked tense. Our Wu Bin's hands trembled as he held the paper. The kid secretly thought it was great to receive this paper, since he could see how difficult the final round would be. But after reading through it, he felt something was strange. These were all common questions. But whatever, he would just do them as quickly as possible to warm up his hands first. Then the clock went from 3 o'clock to 4:05. Teacher Wei suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop writing right now." The whole class was utterly shocked, completely unable to understand what was going on. Wu Bin's head was full of question marks as he wondered, "What's going on now? It's only been an hour, and he's already telling us to stop?" Teacher Wei sneered and said, "Don't be nervous. You probably already know that this paper is very easy, right? Its purpose is only to test your efficiency in solving problems. And based on my observations so far, all of you students can keep the time for each question within 15 minutes. This is very good. But don't be happy too early. This is only the foundation. Next, I'll talk about the final round. The total score for the final round is still 200 points, and the experimental questions still account for 60 points. However, the experimental questions in the final round will not be selected from any textbook. They're all newly created questions. As for their difficulty, I'll use questions from previous years as examples. After saying that, Teacher Wei began writing a question on the blackboard. Its content was, using the components in the power supply assembly component box, design a rectifier circuit with filter capacitors to convert alternating voltage into direct voltage with maximum efficiency. For the design circuit, assemble the circuit so that it becomes a DC power supply. Draw the circuit diagram that needs to be designed, then carry out assembly and measurement. After finishing writing, Teacher Wei gave a smug sneer and asked, "What are your thoughts on this question?" Everyone below had darkened expressions and looked completely dumbfounded. This question was ridiculously difficult, emitting a current of terrifying power. Teacher Wei was suddenly startled. He noticed that the glasses-wearing guy below was smiling extremely brightly, enough to make anyone shudder. And this guy was none other than our brother Ben. The kid seemed to have run into his specialty and immediately spoke up. First, input 12 VAC, then use a bridge rectifier circuit and draw the power supply filter circuit, and so on and so forth. After listening, Teacher Wei commented, "This kid is pretty good. Li Mi, come up and solve this problem." Teacher Wei still kept his gaze on Wu Bin, waiting for him to answer. But the teacher and the whole class froze for a long while, without any reaction at all. Teacher Wei thought this guy was looking down on him, so he called loudly, Li Mi, did you hear what I said?" Wu Bin thought Li Mi was some nickname for someone else in the class. so he kept sitting there silently. Teacher Wei was furious and shouted loudly, "You, the one in the blue clothes wearing glasses. Are you looking down on me and refusing to answer?" Wu Bin looked blank and asked, "Teacher, were you calling me?" "My name isn't me," Teacher Wei felt as if he had been struck by lightning and asked, "Then what is your name?" The kid answered politely, "My name is Wu Bin." Wu as in the character made from mouth and heaven, and Bin as in cultured and refined. Teacher Wei immediately screamed inwardly, "Holy crap. So this kid is Wu Bin? Okay, very good." So the teacher coughed a few times to look cool, then called out Wu Bin, "Come up and solve this problem." Wu Bin obediently walked up to the blackboard under Teacher Wei's instructions and picked up a piece of chalk. The kid was very pleased, because this was a problem he had read before and knew how to do. At this moment, Teacher Wei silently judged, "This young man is quite confident. Let me see what level you're at." Wu Bin began putting the chalk down, and from that spot, an unbelievably flashy light suddenly burst out. This light was like electric current, spreading larger and larger. Yin Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. The reason was that the light Wu Bin created was even more dazzling than the radiant halos of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Once he was done, Wu Bin said with certainty, "Teacher, I've finished drawing it." Teacher Wei looked at this circuit diagram and inwardly had to exclaim, "Very well drawn. But it still isn't complete." Teacher Wei then said, "Wu Bin, explain the principle behind the circuit diagram you drew." Wu Bin's eyes immediately lit up, and he answered, "Yes, sir. The 12V alternating voltage becomes pulsating direct voltage after passing through the bridge circuit composed of 4 diodes. After that, through the pie-shaped filter circuit made up of capacitors and resistors. The ripple amplitude is greatly reduced at this point and becomes a stable DC power source for the load." Teacher Wei praised the kid, saying, "Excellent." Then he asked further, "Then what is the function of each component in the circuit?" Wu Bin immediately used his smooth answering skill. First, the diode functions as a one-way conductor and can prevent reverse current. The capacitor functions to isolate DC and store electrical energy, and it can also be used for charging and discharging. Finally, the resistor, because it has the function of impeding current, can change the charging and discharging time of the circuit when combined with the capacitor. After listening, Teacher Wei clapped loudly and judged completely correct. "It looks like you have a very good approach for solving experimental questions, but you've put me in an awkward position." Wu Bin did not understand why either. Teacher Wei scratched his bizarrely unique head and explained, "Actually, this is a question I created several years ago. It confused many outstanding students, so I used it as a welcoming gift for new students. I didn't expect that the moment I asked it, you would solve it. Now I don't know how to continue." Hearing that, Wu Bin also looked confused and did not know how to reply. Teacher Wei then said, "Forget about this. The joke has gone far enough. Seeing a student easily solve the first question makes me very happy. Next time, when we go to the laboratory, you can answer the second question. Go back to your seat for now." "Yes, thank you, teacher." Wu Bin walked back down under countless admiring gazes fixed on him. One young man could not help exclaiming, "Saint Wu is awesome." When Wu Bin sat down at his desk, the 2 guys in front and behind him praised him again, saying his level was truly top tier. He looked ordinary, but he was actually an expert. "I'm really looking forward to your next performance." Wu Bin merely replied modestly, "You guys are exaggerating, hee hee." But in his heart, Wu Bin was secretly feeling quite pleased. It seemed that he could still do well in the experimental part of the final round. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng also glanced over at Wu Bin, already feeling in his heart that this young man in blue was no ordinary person. Teacher Wei then said, "Let's continue. The reason I gave this question is to explain the difference between the final round and the semi-final round. Experimental questions also have levels. If you can't answer the first question, then you definitely won't be able to do the following questions. It's like climbing stairs. If you can't step on a first stair, how can you step onto the second and third? If you run into this kind of situation, what should you do? At that time, you have to use the hint card in the competition." After hearing that, the whole class opened their mouths wide in amazement. Wu Bin wondered, why does this feel like a quiz show? The final round even has a lifeline called a hint card? Teacher Wei then asked, "Do you think this is a benefit? An angel sent by God, right?" The young men below nodded nonstop. But Teacher Wei said, "Not a chance. Once you ask for a hint card, you will lose 5 points on the first question. Not only that, even if you solve it afterward, another 5 points will still be deducted. A 10-point gap in the final round is huge. I don't need to say much about that, right? This is a deal with the devil." When the young men heard that, they felt utterly terrified. They thought it was an angelic aid, but unexpectedly it was actually a devil's trap. Yet for some reason, Wu Bin's eyes were now shining like car headlights. The kid shouted, "Interesting. This is way too interesting." Then the kid thought that this was only the minimum guarantee when encountering a question he did not know how to do. Using a hint card and losing 10 points was no different from doing something brain dead. Teacher Wei stated it plainly. It only helps you avoid ending up too miserable. You can only rely on yourselves. All right, I'll talk about a few tips and question types for the final round. Then Teacher Wei lectured vigorously for a long time, and the clock had already reached 5:15. Teacher Wei then said, "I've been teaching for quite a while. Let's take a 20-minute break. Later, we'll continue talking about optics." The students below were already yawning repeatedly and looking exhausted. Yin Zhang stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. The young man in yellow took out his phone to scroll through TikTok and look at girls. Another guy collapsed face first onto the desk and fell asleep. Jiang Heng, the province's #1 player, was also a little tired. Suddenly, someone called out to Teacher Wei. It turned out to be Wu Bin, holding paper and pen, wanting to ask the teacher something. "Teacher Wei, earlier you said that the question asked for light intensity. It can increase near the central bright spot by approximately how many times? Why don't we need to calculate the exact value?" "Teacher?" Jiang Heng looked on in speechless silence. Teacher Wei also happily gave Wu Bin a long explanation. Here, an estimated numerical value is enough. Look, in this part the diode is 0 and the current is converged. The young men below froze, utterly speechless. Yin Zhang turned to the others and asked quietly, "Hey guys, does Wu Bin not know what the words rest mean?" After that, the clock reached 6:10. Teacher Wei said, "We'll stop here for today. There's one more thing. I told you to bring books. Did you bring them?" The students also answered, "Yes, we did." "Okay, good. Remember to bring them to class tomorrow. I'll explain a few selected questions with practical applications." "All right, class is over. Let's go eat." At this moment, the young men had run out of energy and stretched in all kinds of ways. Finally, "Class is over. Let's go eat, then go back and sleep." Teacher Wei also said goodbye to the students. "Enjoy your meal. Come back to class at 9 tomorrow morning, and we'll continue." "Yes, goodbye, teacher." Learning so much new knowledge today was really exhausting. After that, the students also walked out. Teacher Wei crossed his arms and commented, "These kids are tired after just this little bit. They're really too weak. There's still a long road ahead. I wonder whether these kids have the determination to make it to the end." Teacher Wei suddenly froze, because below, Wu Bin was still diligently working on problems. The teacher asked in surprise, "Wu Bin, why aren't you going to eat?" The kid replied, "I'll go after I finish this problem." Yin Zhang felt so scared he nearly peed himself and immediately asked, "Wu God, don't you know you have to balance studying and resting? Eat something and replenish your energy before continuing with the problems." But Wu Bin already had an expression of, no, this feels too good. I can't take it anymore. This problem is really interesting. I absolutely have to solve it right now. Yin Zhang had never met anyone this crazy before, so he cupped his hands in admiration toward Wu God. "I'll go eat first, then." Meanwhile, Teacher Wei had now been turned into a total fool. Inwardly, the teacher wondered, did he just say interesting? Is solving problems that exciting? This kid Wu Bin really is unreal. Then the teacher walked down and asked Wu Bin, "Which problem are you solving? Let me take a look." Wu Bin answered, "The one you just wrote." Teacher Wei felt even more confused. "Didn't I tell you to do it back at the dorm? This is homework, do you understand? But I'm too excited. I can't wait. This problem is just too interesting, teacher." Teacher Wei laughed loudly, extremely delighted. "Haha, all right. I'll stay here and wait for you to finish." Wu Bin immediately cried out, "How can that be? Teacher, you have to eat first." Teacher Wei used his muscular arm to press Wu Bin's head down and said, "I'm not hungry. Seeing you like this already makes me full. Haha." Wu Bin's cheeks flushed shyly, but this expression looked a little wrong. Isn't this supposed to be a top student situation? The kid said, "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Wei." "Ha ha ha, it's no trouble at all. Just do it. If you have questions, ask me." "Yes, sir." On a beautiful morning at the dormitory, Wu Bin was holding a bun in his hand, tearing it apart and eating it hurriedly. While eating the bun, the kid also held a book and read. Suddenly, Wu Bin heard a jumble of noisy chatter coming from inside the room. "Jiang God, hurry up and take him down. Brother Zhao, charge. Aren't you known as the Howard of Second High School? Don't screw me over. I'll squeeze both of you dry like oranges." Howard of Second High School is nothing. Jiang God is O'Neill. Curious, Wu Bin poked his head in to see what the hell these guys were doing. Damn, it was intense. Inside was a fierce arm wrestling battle between Zhao Kehan and Jiang Hang. Zhao Kehan's expression had already twisted out of shape, while Jiang Hang still maintained a serious and cold expression. Suddenly, there was movement in their arms. Zhao Kehan had fallen into the weaker position. His arm trembled, unable to hold on anymore. On this side, Jiang Hang still looked unbelievably cool as he dealt with this guy. The others watching were sweating all over from tension. Suddenly, Zhao Kehan let out a roar and tried to use a special move to counterattack. The other young men immediately cheered in surprise, but he was nowhere near good enough. Jiang Hang slammed down hard, nearly making Zhao Kehan's mouth go crooked. They had thought his counterattack special move would be powerful, but who knew it would be as weak as a snail? Yin Zhang immediately cheered, "Jiang God is amazing." Choosing Jiang God really wasn't wrong at all. Zhao Kehan was also completely convinced. Jiang God is invincible. I lost. Jiang Hang said, "It was just for fun, but you still have to pay up." Yin Zhang was extremely pleased because he had won the bet. He told the guy in yellow to hurry up and bring out the goods. If you play, you accept the result. Wu Bin walked into the room at this moment. So it turned out these young men had been gambling seriously with a whole lot of snacks. Jiang Hang said with a delighted expression, "When it's time for self-study, let's all eat together." The other young men immediately praised him nonstop. Jiang God is so generous. Jiang God really is the boss. Jiang God, how do you train? I really couldn't tell you were this strong. Suddenly, Yin Zhang called out, "Wu God, come play with us. If you win, you get to choose your bed, and every morning someone will fetch hot water for you." Wu Bin immediately replied, "I'm not playing. I usually sleep very easily." Another young man said, "Wu God doesn't really fit in with the group, huh? We didn't see you at dinner earlier either. Such a lone wolf." Exactly. Everyone can study together later. For now, come play. Wu God fight. We've been losing terribly this whole time. As long as we're still breathing, we can make a comeback. Help me win it back." Hearing them say this, Wu Bin had no choice but to participate a little. "If I lose, don't laugh at me, okay? Haha. Who would laugh at you? Everyone has already lost anyway." And so Yin Zhang pulled Wu Bin over and sat him down at the competition table. His opponent was none other than the boss himself, Jiang Hang. Yin Zhang then shouted, "Place your bets, place your bets, bet big." Immediately, the group of gamblers shouted, "I bet 2 bags of chips on Jiang God, plus 1 more. Jiang God, 3 bags of snacks. I bet 3 packs of Green Dragon instant noodles on Jiang God." Yin Zhang exclaimed, "Damn, why is everyone betting on Jiang God? How are we supposed to play if you all bet like that?" The young men believed Jiang God was invincible. "Didn't you see how badly old Zhao lost just now? We're not looking down on Wu God, but Jiang God is the strongest war god here." Hearing these words, Jiang Hang smiled very smugly. As for Wu Bin, he had already secretly started to panic. Suddenly, another guy raised his hand and said with certainty, "I bet 3 bottles of Laughing Cow yogurt on Wu God." The young men immediately turned in shock to see which idiot had actually chosen the underdog. Young Master Dong laughed smugly and declared, "If I lose, it's no big loss. If I win, it's pure profit." Meanwhile, Yin Zhang was secretly delighted too, because with someone betting on Wu Bin, he could finally claw back a little money. Then the 2 contestants got into position, clasping hands and preparing to fight. At this moment, Wu Bin said, "Jiang God, please enlighten me." Jiang Hang replied as well, "No, Wu God, you are the one who should enlighten me." Yin Zhang then shouted loudly. The match begins, but immediately, with a bang, our Wu Bin defeated his heavyweight opponent in less than a second. The guys who had bet on Jiang Hang were scared out of their wits. The words, "I did not see that coming," written all over their faces. And Jiang Hang himself had no idea what had just happened. He thought Wu Bin was not strong, but it turned out he was unbelievably strong. As expected of a young man with a prior record of acting like a thug and extorting his friends, his level really was something else. The match ended in a flash. Thank you all for watching this video to the end. If you enjoyed it, please help me out with a like and a subscription so I'll have the motivation to continue this series. Thank you very, very much.